a sec.
What is our plan?
We could throw books at his men.
We don't have that many books.
We don't have that many men either.
What do we have?
Pig shit.
Oh my God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm. What's the procedure, everyone? What's the procedure? Stay calm! Wait. Everybody calm down!
I don't have a headache. I'm just preparing.
It's time for Inside BBI with John and Eric live.
I hope you're happy.
Well, welcome to Inside BBI with John and Eric. We are live on the Christmas of the offseason for the NFL. It is draft night. First, John McDevitt, as always, a host. Eric Kennedy, senior editor of Big Blue Interactive. Our first live draft show. Eric, how you doing, buddy? I'm getting a little nervous myself here. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm just making sure that we're live because it wasn't showing up on the site. So we are live. It wasn't showing up correctly on the site. So while you're talking, I'm going to fix this real quick. But I'm excited. Here we go. Don't screw this up. Don't screw this up, Giants, please. Just do the smart thing. Get Abdul Carter at 3 if he's there, or Hunter, whoever's there at 3. And
we'll start talking about possibilities because you and I have been kind of talking about it behind the scenes. But first off, let's start with you. What do you have open or about to open here for your beverage of choice to start this off?
I'm going to have you start real quick while I just post this. Okay.
All right. So I have a Common House Ale Works Red Fox Irish style red ale. I actually like it quite a bit. Most of it is gone already. So we will be dipping into the backpack cooler that I have right here, ready to go. My wife,
you better slow down. We have a long night. You better slow down.
We picked up about $115 worth of beer for tonight. So we're good. We're good. And what do you, I know you're doing something.
I have I hope this is not going to be a bad omen. I have On the Wings of Armageddon, which I have since found out. Somebody gave me a warning. It's got 9.5. So hopefully I'm with you guys. I'm here. So, but
you'll definitely be in spirit. That's for sure.
I'll be here in spirit as I open this up. So let me you start off. I want to hear from you about what you want them to accomplish tonight. Do you want them drafting twice? Do you not want them drafting twice? I'm going to try to fix this while you talk for a second.
Yeah. So obviously Carter is the guy at the top that I want. We've talked about this and we wanted a while ago. I was never bought in on the Shedeur piece. Cam Ward was an interesting thought, but once you lost the first, pick in the draft, Colts game, Eric, you knew that wasn't going to be an option. I'm not a Hunter guy, so I want Carter there. If they get Hunter, I'm not going to cry about it, but I would be happy if we traded down if it ends up being Hunter. As far as your question about what do I want them to do, if we could avoid using assets, then I'm okay with it. If, however, you don't really have a choice to get the guy you want, I know who we're talking about, and you're going to talk about it too. Everybody's throwing Jackson Dart up there. I'm still all on board the Milroe train. If we get Carter, I really want us to get Milroe.
And so the reason I wanted to start off with this, so everyone who's listening, John and I come into this with our own baggage. So John really would like the Giants to get Milroe at some point, either today or the top of the second round tomorrow. I'm sort of in the opposite position where the longer the Giants wait on a quarterback, the happier I'm going to be. So I would actually only want the Giants to pick one player tonight. And I would want them to maybe even trade down tomorrow night a few spots and get another fourth rounder. So I'm going to be happy right now as we go pick by pick if they don't trade up at each pick. I'm going to be, oh, thank goodness. And the longer that goes, so if they do trade up, I want them to be late in the first round so we don't have to trade away too many assets. So the longer we go, the happier I'm going to be because I don't want to get rid of the second and both thirds or a future second, anything like that crazy. I would just like them to give up maybe a third with the second late in the first round if they really want to trade up. So you're going to hear different things from John and I. He might be getting happy that they're getting the mill roll territory where I'm like, wait. So I just want to throw that out there for everybody, because you're going to hear John and I at different points going, we're going to be happy or sad about some of this tonight. So
the interesting thing overall, though, right? All the talk, the rumors right now are that Giants like Dart, Giants like Dart, Giants like Dart. That's been the last couple of days. That's been out there like crazy. If the Giants take Carter at 3, which means you're not taking Dart at 3, the only way you're getting Dart is you're probably to guarantee you're getting him is you're probably coming in a lot higher than we want them to trade up to.
right.
So let's assume that they're not going to do that, because that's going to be pretty costly. So when you get into the range of where you would conceivably say, okay, I'm okay with them trading up, you can't control all the stuff that happens in between. So either the Giants are going to have to be really, really married to the fact that I won't overpay. I'm not, no matter what happens, I won't overpay. Or this could get dicey quickly, especially if somehow Shadur Sanders goes off the board in the top 10, which is right now, there's some talk he might not even go in round 1. I don't buy that. Some team with the quarterback need is going to take him. So if he goes early enough, now all of a sudden Dart becomes the only next guy that's in play. What might help us, though, is if Atlanta trades Kirk Cousins to somebody. That changes other teams' needs,
Right.
opening the door again for us. So there's a lot between 3 and when the Giants might even have an opportunity to get back in that could change everything.
Well, the big thing is if Cleveland does trade down, which they're rumored that they might actually do. These people don't know jack shit. For weeks, we've heard that Cleveland's not moving, and then now it looks like they're at least very seriously considering moving. So
Right.
if Cleveland trades down, they might. Part of them, the reason to trade down is they may be eyeing somebody like Dart too, and they want to get him before the Giants can get him. So I'm going to put on my conspiracy hat here, and I'm probably giving the Giants way too much credit. You and I talked a little bit about this offline. It is very weird that in the last 24 hours, everyone has turned to the Giants are drafting Jackson Dart.
Right.
We didn't hear any of this until like the last few days. There were some people in the last couple of weeks saying, don't sleep on Dart, but nobody was. It wasn't like the last 24 hours. The national reporters are saying it. The beat reporters are saying it. The asshat crowd is saying, everyone's saying it right now. So my conspiracy hat says, you know what? If I'm Shane, I want the convinced teams like Cleveland to think I'm really hot after Dart, and maybe Shadur falls into our laps later in the first round. I still can't get away from the fact that the Giants spent so much time scouting Shadur and they knew what they were getting into they knew his personality. They've met with him. They've interacted with him. We've seen the fist bumps with Daboll and them getting all chummy weeks ago. I can't get over the fact that only recently they decided, well, we had a one-on-one interview with him and he didn't interview well, and all of a sudden we don't like him anymore. So part of me thinks the Giants are trying to goad other teams to take Dart because look, if Cleveland takes a quarterback early like Dart and the Giants didn't want Dart, then the Giants don't have to worry about Cleveland at the top of the second round, either there or the slight trade up. So
right.
So again, I don't know if you agree with that, but part of me thinks, I don't know. It seems awfully suspicious to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. Jay Glazer, this 22 seconds ago, which is now probably about 2 minutes ago, is saying that it looks like the Jags and Browns trade could go down.
Right.
Talks are happening. It's not done yet, and it won't be done till done, obviously. But he's hinting that it's actively going on right now. The Jags.
Yeah, he's not saying who, but we're assuming
it's the Jags and
it's
a Jags Browns trade. Right. He didn't say who though.
Right,
correct.
but we're assuming it's going to be Hunter because of their needs. But again, if you're rooting for a Carter to be on the Giants, you should be a little bit nervous. I think I had a bunch of people say to me on X, "No, Eric, it's not going to be Abdul Carter," and I think they're right. But I'm a worrywart, and I get nervous about this stuff, and I'm a little worried. If I want Carter right now, I'm leaning towards Carter. I mean, I shouldn't be, but I'm leaning towards Carter right now. if the Giants get Hunter, I know you feel a little bit differently. If the Giants get Hunter, I'm perfectly good with that too, and that would be fun. I would play more at wide receiver at that point, unless Deontay Banks completely shits the bed in camp. But I would go with playing him more at wide receiver, and that would be fun with Neighbors. So
yeah, and to be clear, I'm not going to backtrack on
right.
what I said. I have been solidly on the I'm not on board with Hunter. It's not that I don't like Hunter. I think he's a really good player. I think he could be a great player.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not big on it for the Giants. What do we talk about, right? And I hate to invoke other people's names and whatever, but I'll throw Go Chirp's name out here for this particular thing that I actually agree with. There's only so many times you could say a dog, and you don't go get the quarterback to lead you, right?
Right.
So, but there are positions on a football field, however, that dog mentality or that dog presence or whatever you want to call it
Mm-hmm.
is as equal to quarterback. And that is guys who can do something that are not reliant upon others to maximize their talent. So
Right.
when we got Saquon Barkley, what was our biggest problem? We had an aging quarterback and our offensive line was weak. So you could, even though he had a great rookie year, it was never going to be what it could have been because you just didn't have the other things to make him great.
Right.
And he couldn't make those things great by himself by the nature of his position.
Right.
Carter can. He can wreck the other team's offensive game plan by himself, but he's not by himself. You've got a Burns, and let's assume we don't trade Thibodeau. You've got a Thibodeau. You've got a Dexter Lawrence. You've now made a front group that can be. It can be the deodorant or the masking tape for a weak secondary. And our secondary is actually a little bit better than it was last year, at least on paper. I just don't believe Hunter makes that same change for us. He's too reliant on the quarterback on offense. He's too reliant on our defense's ability to keep teams from doing what against us? Running through the middle of the field.
Right.
And now you've taken any impact that he could have, you've taken it away.
Well, and you and I come from a bias. You and I grew up watching the Giants in the 80s.
Right.
So I've got, I can't think you guys can see it here, but I've got Lawrence Taylor Terminator poster over
I love that poster. I had that one.
Again, he's not Lawrence Taylor. He's a different kind of player, but he could be a Von Miller, and that's exciting to guys like John and I about get after the quarterback. If you can't get somebody who's as good as Jaden Daniels, get somebody who can get to Jaden Daniels, and that's what he is. That all said, John, Hunter is the ultimate consolation prize. So I'm not going to be like, oh man, I'll be a little disappointed because I've kind of built up the expectation that Carter is going to be a Giant. But if we settle for Hunter, there are a lot of people have Hunter rated as the number one player in this draft, not even above Ward. So I'm not going to be terribly devastated. I'm not trading down unless somebody gives me a monster offer. They would have to give me something really, really good if I'm considering trading off. There are some guys in this first round that I would like on the Giants, but I don't know if I would take any of them over Hunter unless you compensate me with second round picks, maybe a first round pick next year, that kind of deal. They have to be a Godfather deal to me to move off of that. And non-quarterbacks usually don't get that.
3 minutes ago, a guy named Dave Gambrill replying to Jason McCourty, Jaguars coming up for Hunter.
Okay.
So, sounds like that's the Jags. If they get there, that's their target.
I'm going to wait until they do it before celebrating, and we all have to stay calm. We're going to be serenity now. Serenity now. So the reason John and I have not done one of these live broadcasts during a Giants game is you would not like to see me during a Giants game. I'm not fun to be around.
Yeah.
So I hope I'm okay during the draft. I don't know how this is going to go during the draft.
When I was growing up, so this would have been my senior year of high school. The Giants Vikings game. Which that game, if you remember, those of us who are old enough remember, that took a 4th and 17 pass from Phil Simms to Bobby Johnson for 19 yards and a first down to actually get the Giants into range to kick a field goal to win the game. But during that game, there was a lot of bad shit happening, and I launched the TV remote that went straight down the hallway and hit a door, and it shattered everywhere. My parents were not thrilled at that moment in
Oh
time.
yeah, I've got
So
lots of
it's
stories
hard
like
for
that.
me
I'm
to
not
do
going
things
to.
during a game. It is hard for me.
I've hurt myself accidentally watching a Giants game. I was at a bar and I jumped. So, do you remember the game where it was the one where against the Cardinals where Hostetler came in at the end and Baker caught the long touchdown. We held him on defense.
Yeah, that's
and then,
that's 1990.
right. So
Yeah.
you remember that
Yeah.
game? It looked like we were going to lose that game. We won. We scored 10 points in the last, what was it, 2 or 3 minutes of that game. And I was in a Giants bar in Washington D.C. And they had these low hanging chandeliers in there. And when was a Barr that kicked was a Barr? It would have had.
It was Matt Barr.
It was Barr. When Barr kicked the field goal to win the game, and it was a Giants bar, which was really cool. I mean, so everybody was. I jumped so high, and I don't have a great vertical weight, but it shows you how low the chandeliers are. I jumped so high, I cut myself in the forehead on the chandelier. I didn't give a shit because I was so happy. Everyone ran out into the street. Everyone was high fiving. It was just. That was a fun year. That was that.
I have fond memories of Giants Cardinals games.
Yeah.
I was at the game in '93 when
it explains a lot.
when Brad Daloiso kicked the 54-yard field goal to beat the Cardinals late in the game. I was at that game, and I've told this story before, so I won't beat it into the ground. But I was out in the parking lot. It was the first time. I believe it was the first game I had been to at Giant Stadium, and I was with a friend of mine who's a Steelers fan, and we came across, there was a bunch of people gathered, and my friend heard, we're looking for some people to play Name That Giant. My friend looks at me and goes, if you don't go up there and you play this game, I'm telling everybody you're a pussy. And I was like, so I went up and I played it. There was like 6 or 7. I can't remember how many other people. I beat them all. It was the last round. You know, it was like Name That Tune for those of you old enough. You would say how many guesses or how many clues that you would need to take a shot, and then the other person would go, and depending on whichever one, you might say go ahead and go for it, or you would say one less or whatever. That person said they could do it in 3. I said I could do it in 1. I didn't even go, I'll do it in 1. And so it was Bob Papa and Carl Nelson that were doing the pregame show. And Bob started to ask the question. He goes, part-time starter, part-time backup, defensive backup of the 90s. I didn't even wait for the rest of it. I go, Corey Miller, 6'2", 255, South Carolina State.
Yeah.
He's like, yes. Yeah. So it was pretty funny. It was pretty funny. And so I went up and I shook Carl Nelson's hand.
Corey Miller was a good player too.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, he's a pastor now. He's a pastor.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, wow. Down here in South Carolina. I've tried to get him to come on board. Did you catch the message I sent you that Brian Kelly lives not far from me? Former linebacker. I didn't see that. He and I have connected, and I gotta.
Was that today?
Back out to him.
Was that today?
No, it was a couple days ago.
Oh, I missed that. Okay.
Yeah.
We should get focused back on the drafter. All right. So let's assume the Giants are drafting Abdul Carter at 3. Let's just assume that. Knock on wood. I actually have a wooden table. Let's assume that, because I think you and I right now are rooting for Abdul Carter at 3.
I would be careful about assuming anything.
Oh shit!
It sounds like the Bears are still involved in coming up to 2, and if they come up to 2, it is for Carter. Just FYI.
I did knock on this table. I knocked on this table. Hello, I knocked on the table. Oh my god! All right, so this is like. All right, serenity now.
Yes.
Serenity now. All right. Again, I'm not going to go back on my words. If we get Hunter, I'll be fine. And I got to make sure I don't get the H and the C mixed up again when I start talking about these players again, or I'm going to get in trouble again.
Whatever you do, always say Hunter first.
Hunter first. You have to say Hunter first. All right. I can't finish my thought now because I jinxed it. I'm going to say
let's assume
whoever we get. All right. Say whoever we get at 3. That's not a quarterback. That's not please don't draft a quarterback at 3 Giants. If so, the quarterback that you're most interested in, obviously, other than Ward, who's gone, is Milroe. Is there anybody else that you would be okay with them trading up for today?
So any other position or other quarterback?
Quarterback.
No.
Would you be disappointed if they trade up for anyone but Milroe?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to be somewhat disappointed if they trade up for. I'm going to be disappointed if they trade up for anyone today. If they do trade up for a quarterback like a Milroe or a Dart or a Shador, I'm rooting, again, like as I said, it's later the better in the draft. Later in the first round, the better, because the cost will be cheaper. So that's where I am right now. And so I guess what we've got to, I'm already flustered because David, I'm worried now because of what John just told us. Oh man, this is why I hate it when I hear reporters say it's done. And this is what happened last year with the Asshats on BBI when they were saying, when we were trying to trade up for May and they were saying this is a done deal. I don't want to hear that. Get some food. No, I'm not. Believe me, I'm not. I'll be drunk later, but not now. We've only started. We have a long way to go.
So you're worried that the Carter to the Giants dream is getting choked out faster than the Shannon Sharp date?
Oh, yes. I haven't really been following that, but it keeps appearing in my X feed, and that's not good. That's not good.
That's not good.
That's not good. Breathe. It's going to be all right. Yes. Yay! Jeanette. Hey, Jeanette. It's good to see you. It's been a long time. That's cool. Yes, I need to breathe. Be my voice of reason. And and in case one of us do hyperventilate or whatever, she's in the medical profession. She can help. She can help us out here. Call 911. Call 911. Oh, dear Lord.
It'll be okay.
Yes, it'll be okay. What people are expecting is if we keep drinking 9.5%.
Hey, Jason Brandt's in the chat.
Is he really?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Awesome. If they're afraid of, and this might be good for a Jason Brandt reference here. They're afraid that if we keep drinking all night long, we're going to be like this. Oh, no. Stay with us, guys. We might get there. It just depends how bad this night gets. If they draft a quarterback at 3, we might be drinking a lot more than we intended to drink. So we've got good clips too. We've got happy moment good clips. If something happens, that's good.
Jason wants us to trade up and get Sanders so the Steelers don't.
Yeah. I want to talk about that real quick too. So I mentioned this offline to you. Quarterbacking aside, which is the most important, can they play or can they not? I've watched interviews with all of these guys. I'm most impressed with the personality of Milroe. He seems like a professional to me. He seems like a fine young man who gets it. I played a clip today to show my wife of Jackson Dart, and her immediate response was frat boy. He seems very young to me. He seems a little immature to me. I don't think that matters, but he just seems I don't wonder if New York's a little too big for him, but we'll see. Shador, on the other hand, I don't know what to make of Shador. He has that podcast, and that podcast can get a little cringy at times. I don't know if have you watched any of that?
No.
I don't know. Do you have any take on their personalities, not their ability to play, and whether, again, you see them as the face of the franchise? And again, I don't want to make too much out of this because Daniel Jones was a fine young man, fine young man who couldn't play football. So that didn't really help us too much.
My problem with Sanders is the fact that he's a marketing entity beyond a player, right? And he's almost self-directed. Like it was almost like he was trying to force things to happen. Like, I'm gonna magically go play catch with Malik Neighbors out here in the street. I'm gonna wear the Giants piece. And that push, because at the time, again, not to bring up something that you love to talk about, but time it looked like the Giants were probably going to end up with the number 1 pick in the draft. So it made sense.
Don't start with that.
But it made sense for Sanders to kind of be pushing, that narrative that he's going to New York and you want me. And the Giants were feeding into it by visiting and visiting and visiting. There's something about the way, what bothers me the most about Shador Sanders is this. If you watch the game against Nebraska, he took a beating. Like, the Nebraska got through left and right.
Right.
He threw his team under the bus afterwards. He talked about how his offensive line didn't block at all and whatever. And I'm thinking, how's that going to play in the NFL? because there's going to be games where that's going to happen. The one thing I'll say about Daniel Jones,
It's not going to go over well.
Daniel Jones didn't run his mouth, and he got beat up like there was no tomorrow.
Who was the quarterback on the Commanders that they didn't like that they let the guys go through? It was like a movie. You know, they let the other team sort of go through and hit the quarterback. It wasn't RG3, but it wasn't that long ago.
No. I think it was Heath Schuler.
Oh, it wasn't that long ago, was it? Was it Heath Schuler?
Maybe it doesn't seem that long ago, but it's like,
again, you're talking to me. We were in the car the other day, and there was a really great radio station on, and I said to my wife, I said, "This is awesome. What channel is this?" And she says, "It's an oldies station." And I'm like, "It's 80s music," but that's just I'm going to be probably getting my AARP cards soon.
You're older than me, and I already got one. What are you talking about?
I don't know. If it's Schuler, maybe it was. I don't know, but yeah. But
somebody said it's Jeff George. I'd be honest. I don't even remember Jeff George playing for Washington, but I'm sure
he did, didn't he?
He made his way around the NFL. I mean, that was a dude that found a lot of places in the NFL that didn't like him by the time he left.
Yeah, like Michael's saying, I can remember seeing it in a movie too. It was like a scene from a movie. Yeah, you don't want to throw your teammates under the bus, or they will literally throw you under the bus, and that did happen. The Washington reporters, I remember, I'm in the D.C. area. They reported that the players kind of let the quarterback get hit, so we don't want that. So, I guess we're waiting right now. Really, is really what is going to happen at 2, because that's going to depend on anything. Have you seen anything else? I'll jump on.
I'm looking across. You got Dunleavy saying that whoever's moving up, it's not for Carter, but I've seen others say that it is. I think it depends on which team moves up.
Well, if Giants don't draft Abdul Carter, we can end any Kayvon Thibodeau trade talk. And I know that people are all over the place on that anyways, but you don't trade Kayvon Thibodeau at that point. Because you need him at that point too. You can make the argument. You can make an argument. Not everyone agrees that you can't keep 3 pass rushers with top dollar money when Kayvon's contract comes up, but you can keep 2, and you would keep Kayvon at that point too. So there's a lot. This impacts a lot of things. It impacts also, like I said, if Cleveland moves down. What do they do when they move down? Are they then targeting Shedeur? Are they targeting Jackson Dart? Because that could impact a lot of things. Let me ask you this while I'm looking at Twitter. Who do you think the Browns would be interested in a trade down?
They've got a lot of needs. They've got
right, but who do you? If you had
I would think they're probably looking at either they're going to bolster their line next to Garrett, or they're looking to bolster the offensive line, which has, because you've got to remember, you've got a minimally mobile Kenny Pickett, you've got a non-mobile Joe Flacco. Right. So if those are going to be your veteran possible starting quarterbacks, you're going to have to fortify that line. Their receiving core is somewhat suspect. So they could easily add another one there. You got to consider tight end as well, because even though they got Njoku, that guy's going to be on the backside of his career. You could look at running back. That's also true. Genti could also be a possibility, but I would think it's got to be one of the lines. It's got to be the offensive or defensive lines to where there's a lot of talent, top talent, but the depth on the offensive line drops off depending on how far you get going. And there's a lot of talk that the offensive linemen, the top tier linemen, might not make it past 12 or 13 in the first round.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, there's secondary beyond the fact that they could take Hunter. So that you could look at a Will Johnson. You could look at even Maxwell Harrison, because he ran a 4.28. He's at the draft. He's expected to go much higher than they were originally going to say. Then you could look at the corner from Texas. So they have a lot of needs, but I still think it'd be one of the lines was where I would think they would go.
Yeah, and I just want to mention here, Rob is clearly transitioning to. Just wanted to highlight that. Sorry, Rob, for calling you Jeanette earlier. All right. I'm a little flustered. because I did not expect multiple people trying to trade up in this. One of these X accounts right now is saying the same thing as you just said, the Bears. And if it's the Bears, like you said, it's Carter. So
which is
I gotta realize that the consolation price here is actually might be the better player. So I can't be too. I don't know why I was getting excited about Carter the last couple of days. So I got to reset here.
I have zero idea who this ML football one is, but they have been posting a lot of stuff. The Giants are strong favorites to draft Florida State quarterback DJ Ugalele.
No, I saw that earlier, and that counts kind of bogus.
I mean, you know what's really funny? In the 6th or 7th round, I could actually see that. I don't think he's a very good quarterback.
Oh, look, if the Giants quarterback coming out of this draft is somebody in the 6th or 7th round, I'll be happy. I know a lot of people won't be happy, but that to me, that tells me they didn't do something silly and they got better on the offensive and defensive line and got some weapons on offense. So I would not be unhappy with that at all. So I'm not one of these guys that says we got to come out of this draft with a quarterback. So
Diana Rossini 31 seconds ago, the Denver Broncos are making an aggressive push to get into the top 10.
Yeah, that's been out there for a while. That's not a surprise. And I think she's reported that earlier too.
I'm surprised though, because the talk is that they're trying to get up there for a running back.
We had heard like a week ago that no one was going to try to trade up. Everyone was going to try to trade down, and it's been the exact opposite. I mean, again, it takes two to tango here, so people are trading down too. But there are a lot of teams that are looking to be fairly aggressive to try to trade up in the top 10. I just passed through one of the Shannon Sharp. Oh God! Oh no! Oh ESPN!
Oh Shannon!
Yeah.
It couldn't have happened to a better guy.
Let's see. I don't see anything else right now. If anyone in chat sees something, you can help us out, guys in chat, ladies and gentlemen in chat. If you see anything, please post it because you can be our eyes and ears in case we miss something. Okay, please. I don't want to see that. No, please don't have him go to Dallas.
Honestly, I don't care where players go to, what teams they go to. I care about what
I know you do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because first off, running back is a really scary thing. Now those guys get beat up, and they tend to not necessarily.
Oh, here we go.
Fail.
Okay.
To completely fail. But a lot of them fail to live up to the big hype, the injuries, the wear and tear. Dallas has got a lot of stuff going on. Genty, to me, doesn't move the needle there. You've got age on your line. Your defense slipped a lot. And you can't be sold on Dak long term. That dude's been injured a number of times the last couple of years, and his play has regressed. So the Cowboys don't bother me one bit.
I worry about everything, John. I worry about everything. That's just part of
You're
who
an equal
I am.
opportunity warrior.
My wife is right here in the room. She's helping us out. She's going to tweet out things as things. Yes. Oh, yes. Steven, yes. This is a family-friendly feed, damn it. Don't do that. My wife is here, so you will help us tweet out the news. Yes. So now they're on the clock. Are we on? Do we have the NFL Network on? Is it?
I have the NFL Network on, but
okay, because I'm just seeing like an intro.
Here comes the commissioner riding a bike like a 2-year-old.
Wait, are you on yours? You may be ahead of me because I'm still just seeing the intro.
Are you? If you're online, I'm watching it on my phone, so I'm probably a tick ahead of you.
Okay.
Yeah, Goodell riding a bike. I know that's a Green Bay thing, but I would laugh if he Pee Wee Herman that thing and just crashed. I would just absolutely love it.
If we have any Goodell fans out there, you might want to get off because you're not going to get a lot of pleasant comments from me if you like
Pee Wee Herman commish. Yes, exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
What a guy's a douchebag. I mean, let's hug it out again with every player that comes out on stage.
That was fine when it was. Well, it was fine when it first kind of naturally happened. Now everybody is the whole I'm just like, give me a break. Goodell didn't even know who half these guys were 3 months ago.
Is there a free stream on this anywhere? Good question. Why do we have?
This is on Pluto. It's the NFL channel on Pluto, and it's free.
Yeah, but where's the commish? We're not.
We're not charging anybody for it.
What do you see on your screen right now?
If you're watching,
No, I'm asking John.
The crowd. Now
Oh,
it's
you see a crowd shot.
Now it's Goodell.
Okay, you are ahead of me. You must be ahead of me.
Oh, I need a haircut, Steven. I meant to get it done before the draft. Damn it.
That's why I'm wearing a hat.
Speaking of hat, did you see? I have the Giants the draft hat for tonight. So I spent a bunch of extra money to have it overnighted, so I would have it here for the draft.
I usually don't like the draft hats. I
don't either. I don't even wear them,
yeah.
but I just collect it because
them.
And I wanted it for the podcast.
Your wife must love that, John.
No, I tend to not. If you see all the helmets, this isn't even close to all the helmets that I have. We don't discuss how much I spend on helmets.
All right, I'm officially nervous right now. I am not enjoying this until we get Abdul Carter, or I guess Hunt. I'll be fine with Hunter. I will be fine with Hunter. Size just said something. Wait a minute. Nothing major. I'm not seeing anything on deals. If anyone's seeing anything on any deals out there, just let us know.
I have a feeling that they will drag saying anything while Goodell's up doing any intros and anything like that.
Thank you, Gary, for letting me know, because that's actually good to know, because that was a major move. Anyone that was on the site, that was not fun. Gary did it Omen's work. He is riding a bike. I thought people were joking.
No, no.
I'm way behind.
Yeah, you are.
I'm so far behind everybody else. I'm literally just seeing him coming out on the bike. What is he doing? Yeah, maybe this might be a Roku thing, though. What? Oh, what I would give for him to accidentally go off stage.
So I see Russell Wilson is at MetLife Stadium and rocking his jersey, signing autographs, moving around. He's on the Giants. Got him on X right now. So I'll say this. Russell Wilson knows how to he knows the marketing aspect of joining new teams and what he does. We talked about it the other day, the canned, very specific, almost mirror image response that he had when he went to Pittsburgh or went to Denver.
Right.
Same thing with the Giants, and now he's at MetLife during draft night. He's out there signing autographs and stuff. So, from that perspective, I'll say he's certainly putting in the time and effort to fit in. The problem is that you better play like you can play, or this is going to be nothing more than a show, and the fans will quickly want to see Winston take over. So, but good for him. I mean, he is, he could easily be that vet guy, signs his contract, does his little press conference, and then shows up, when he has to, not for events like this.
Right. I was just reading real quick, make sure people on BBI could see the embedded feed. And it looks like they can. So people are actually following us through the embedded feed on BBI too and commenting there. So, so it's just the ABC. Okay. So I think I'm caught up with you guys. Did you see him? Did you see like the Dallas guys clapping here?
I'm seeing the Tennessee War Room.
Okay.
Draft room. Cause you're on ABC. I'm on.
No, now we're streaming through ABC now.
Okay.
I'm going to live and die through the chat and you, John, until we fix this on my end. I'm way behind. For those of you who came for breaking news right now, I'm having technical difficulties.
2 minutes. This is not like breaking news per se, but 2 minutes ago, Dan Orlovsky says fireworks are coming with about 6 ... afterwards.
People have been saying that all day, and I don't know if that's them trying to gin up like eyes.
Eric's like, Caleb Williams was just picked.
Yeah. Wait a minute. The Giants just drafted Kadarius Toney. What? Wait a minute. Why does that?
You've got to be joking me.
Yeah, joker. Did you see he retired? Didn't he? He's just concentrating on music.
Don't you actually have to be something to retire from it?
I know. Well, not. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I tried to listen to one of his songs. That lasted about 7 or 8 seconds.
We haven't even had one pick yet.
What?
Here goes can number 2. We are.
I am trying to moderate myself.
I've moved on to Charleston's original Palmetto Amber Ale, so I'm sticking with the ambers right at the moment.
I had semi-pro linemen on BBI say link to an AA link for me. So the people are trying to tell me something. So, wait, agree with. Yeah, Rob, it's been quite the journey. All right, let's see. What do we have? Does anyone here know what's going on? No, it looks like everywhere we're all waiting on what the Cleveland's going to do. We're all waiting on Cleveland because Cleveland is from the beginning, and you and I have said this for weeks. Cleveland is where the draft begins, and that hasn't changed for me. Some people were trying to tell us no, it's where the Giants. It's Cleveland is going to determine where this draft goes right now, because it's not only what Cleveland is going to determine what the Giants are going to do, but when Cleveland trades down, they may they could pick a quarterback, and that's going to change things.
All I know is if we trade with anybody or somebody wants to trade with us, I want to make sure that they throw in David Putney, because we're going to need a punt returner. And if you don't know that reference, I'm very sad.
Sad.
You don't know the reference?
I don't know. I don't know the reference.
Anybody in chat know the reference? I want David Putney included in the trade.
That reference I don't know.
If you do, throw it in the chat.
I should know. I'm embarrassed to say I don't know it.
I'll wait and see if anybody does know.
There is a thread on BBI says, "What are you drinking tonight?" So
there you go, David. Good call.
What was it?
It's the draft day.
I haven't seen that movie yet.
What?
I haven't seen it. I haven't seen that movie yet.
It's a lot of fun.
It's so
ridiculous. It's so ridiculous.
Okay,
it's so ridiculous. But it's fun. I tell you, anybody who's if you're a real fan of like how certain things are done, the dream job, and I know it wouldn't be the way you would dream it, but yes, exactly. The dream job is of being a GM, and this part right here, the orchestrating the roster piece, the drafting of players, the build, that is always to me just intrigued me so much and so interesting that I would love to be able to be part of that. Just
you sound like George Costanza right now when he said he wanted to be a GM for a baseball team, when he was saying what job he wanted. You don't remember that reference?
No, I do. I just can't believe you compared me to George Costanza. So I'm like, thanks, dude. Thought we were friends. I don't know what happened.
Well, what did I tell you earlier today when I was walking? And it shows you how far behind on this. The people will get a big kick out of this. I learned today that GFY doesn't mean good for you. So all tonight I was going to say GFY, John.
You're gonna be like, people are going to be like, damn, what you guys, it's good that you could pull a show off and really treat each other that way. That's great.
My wife goes, GFY doesn't stand for that, right? What does it stand for? All right. Wait,
yeah,
Jack.
I'm watching X, Twitter, whatever.
If anyone can notice, I'm trying to distract myself from the pain of learning that bad's going to happen. I'm a little worried right now. So I just want this to go well. If the Giants don't mess today up, they can do very well. I just don't want them to mess today up. So I'm a little nervous about this. If they get Hunter, if they get Carter, good. Let's just get one of those two guys and I'll be okay. Oh, pick is in. Okay, good. Thank you, Steven.
Is your Twitter account on your laptop?
Yes.
Because I'm using your phone to stream this.
Oh, great. Okay.
So apparently the Giants inquired about the first pick. The Saints inquired about the first pick.
Wait, Saints and who?
And the Giants both inquired with the Titans about moving up.
Oh, I knew that was going to happen, and that was reported earlier today. I've been saying that for weeks, that Shane was going to make a draft day call. They would. I'm sure they called while they were on the clock. I'm sure they called when they were on the clock, and that's why a certain game mattered.
So supposedly somebody had offered 2 number ones plus other
Thanks,
picks,
Paul.
and they still turned the answer down.
Wait, say that again. Say that again.
Someone offered 2 number ones plus a number of other picks in a historic offer, and the Titans rejected it.
But they're not saying the team.
They didn't say the team.
Do you think Cam Ward is worth that?
No, which tells me it's a team that's very desperate for a quarterback. So the Giants offered the number 3 pick, their 2026
Where are you
first
getting that
rounder,
from?
and other picks to the Titans.
Where are you
That's
getting
from
that?
Ralph Vacchiano.
Oh,
They were told no.
that's a big deal. Wait, let me find that with Ralph.
That was
Ralph
3 minutes ago.
Doesn't just cover the Giants anymore. So his tweets don't tend to pop up in my feed.
Mary Kay Cabot, who covers the
Right.
Browns, is saying she thinks this deal with the Jaguars is going to happen.
The Jaguars.
The Jags and the Browns. Mary Kay covers the Browns. By the way, we had Mary Kay on BBI Online Live back in the day when the Giants were going to play Cleveland, and but she's saying that she believes the deal with the Jags will happen.
Mm-hmm.
Don't kill me if it doesn't. There you go.
There you go.
Jags
So I
are
am
sending-
caught up now. I'm caught up with you guys.
No, there we
Yay!
go. There we go. It looks like it's actually happening.
We see. We got things thanks to my wife. We got things while we're caught up. High tech here.
Are you seeing the screen?
Wait, Jaguars are trading the number 5.
We're on ESPN.
Whoa, okay. So that
and their first round pick next year to drop 3 spots, man. That's a huge haul for the Browns.
Yeah, let me digest that. Wow.
Do you need me to tweet anything now?
No, but that's wow. Yeah. I mean, would you do that if you're the Giants? That would be a lot.
Browns traded their pick to the
Yeah, the Jaguars.
If I'm the Giants, I am.
That's an attractive deal. If you're
I'm openly listening to, and I would have to assume Chicago would be one because they're interested in Carter. They're interested in Genty. If someone gave me a big time haul, if they gave me a 1, a 2, keep in mind the Bears have 2 second-round picks. If you gave me a 1, 2 2s and a pick next year, I'd have to consider it, even though I'm all in on Carter.
Oh, I'm all in on Carter too. The thing is this, I've learned a long time ago. Anyone can bust, anyone can get hurt, and if you get a monster deal like that, if the Giant, this isn't gonna.
The trade is legit. The trade is legit. It's the Jags are that have moved up to number 2.
If the Giants got another number 1 in this draft, John, they could completely ignore a quarterback in this draft, right? If they got another number 1, you're not drafting a quarterback, right? This year.
I'm not moving. If one happened to land in my lap, why not?
I'm not doing it. If they got a number 1 next year from a team that you think has a good chance to have a bad record, I'm not trading. If Milroe lands on me at 34, I'm not drafting him. I'm getting my defensive tackle or offensive lineman there. I'm not doing that.
See, that's where I don't agree.
I know you don't.
If he falls to you, right? But if he falls to you, this is because the logic. 50% of
you like the idea of Jalen Milroe's versility.
Let's take Milroe out of the equation. Let's just say it's a quarterback that the Giants themselves are interested in. The reason I'm going to say I think 50% of your logic is right, and the other 50% is taking a risk. The 50% that's right is you get a quality player in that second round pick. In theory.
I get you.
But this next year's is a crap.
But I'm taking that gamble because I don't love the quarterbacks in this draft. I just don't like the quarterbacks in this draft. And when you said earlier that you were talking about fixing the rest of it, not with specifically with the Giants, but about fixing the rest of the team. I'm in that mode right now. I look at this draft and I see offensive linemen, defensive linemen, running backs, tight ends, all deep positions. And I think I can get the rest of the New York Football Giants well in this draft and set me up so when the quarterback comes in next year, he's got a strong team around him.
Sure.
You put a kick-ass defensive tackle next to Dexter Lawrence, and I mean good guy that can be. Teams can't single block next to Dexter Lawrence, Burns, Carter. Then you got a monster team, or you get a really good offensive lineman, and then again you have a wall in front of the quarterback. So I want to build up the rest of the roster.
Well, let me ask you this.
Hey, we need to also pay attention because
I'm
right,
watching both.
So Cleveland, so Jaguars are on the clock. They've got mine.
Their pick is in. The Giants would now be.
All right, we'll come back to your thought. I don't mean to cut you off, but so I got 344 on the TV. Is that where you're at? I want to know how far
I've got the fact that the pick is already in.
Oh.
It's going to be Hunter. Hunter's the guy.
Don, I'm going to kill you. You're like the guy. You're like my brother.
No, I mean I've seen it in multiple spots.
You're like my brother-in-law who called during the 49ers Giants playoff game and said the Giants are going. I've got this. I could have killed him.
I'm just saying they're saying the Jags are. I've seen it in multiple spots and they show Travis Hunter celebrating.
I don't care. I want it. I don't care. The Giants could be up 10 points and there could be 3 seconds left, and I'd want the whistle to hit 0-0. I don't. I was nervous when the Giants were in the Super Bowl with the Patriots and they still had the kneel on the ball for 1 second.
Yeah, but you said you'd be happy if it was either Carter or
I would be, but I'm all fired up now for Carter. I don't know why.
All right.
Like that. I'm fired up for Carter.
Are you going to throw an absolute conniption if somehow the Giants trade out of 3?
All right, Tony, I'm going to play something for you in a sec when we're all done. Tony, remind me where I'm coming back to this. Okay, because I loaded up a clip for this. I am using a cell phone tonight. I don't normally do that even. That's how into technology I am. All right. John was joking that I have a flip phone. It's not a flip phone.
It's a communicator from the 1960s Star Trek.
Yeah, but I've got your phone.
I know. I don't even have it. My wife took it, so I don't even have a phone right now. All right, so it looks like. Wait, why are people saying Travis Hunter and Carter? All right, Travis Hunter, I will have to say, whoever you go to, you've got to get a better jacket. That does not work for me. Remember when Homer?
He actually called me earlier and asked if you would like it. I said I don't.
Remember when Homer Simpson went to the plant with a pink shirt? He got into trouble with that. So he's wearing a pink shirt.
Peter Schrager just said that the Browns might not be done with trading down and acquiring more picks.
See, I think that's smart. Good. I mean, good for them. It is. Yeah, a lot of people are going to have a problem with this, but again, here's Eric coming with the simulators. And God help me if I start saying stimulator, because that's what people were posting on the site. But if you trade down twice in the first round and you can do it, oh my God, you load up, because this draft is really, really, really strong in the second and third and fourth rounds. If they trade down and accumulate a ton of, here we go. Do we know? I mean, I guess people.
You told me not to say anything.
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know how.
Is it really necessary to give a hug to Eric Armstead? Who cares? Let him just make the pick.
That is one big dude. So your speed, they haven't announced it yet, right? I want to make sure I'm not.
I'm seeing it everywhere else, but they have not said it on the stage.
All right. Am I going to be happy? Spoil it for me. Oh no, maybe we shouldn't, because other people are.
I'm not saying anything. You already got upset. Although I am watching highlights of Carter.
This is somebody who's been watching Giants drafts for a long time. Richard, yes, that's been going on for decades. And we get one of those goddamn insurance commercials.
Multiple sites now I've seen are saying that Hunter is going to Jacksonville.
You just spoiled it.
You asked just a second ago.
I know, but I thought you were. But yeah, and your TV, they haven't announced it yet. Mine,
still haven't. It's taken forever.
He's not related to Jesse.
No. This guy was a great player for a long time.
He was an
awesome football
He's a 49. Player. I don't remember him playing for the Jags though.
Didn't he play for another
49ers?
He played Colts. For.
There goes Travis Hunter, and they called him a wide receiver.
So he
gave both.
You're ahead of me. Did they announce it?
Yes, they announced it. Yes.
All right, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, Giants. You can't fuck this up.
Oh, they can.
I'm going to need you to tweet out in a second who the New York Giants are going to. No, this is good enough. I'm enjoying the commentary from people in chat are letting us know. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. See, on my TV, they just only announced it. My God, that's an ugly jacket. It is an ugly ass jacket, but he's a good dude, right? I mean, I've heard him interviewed, and he seems like he's a good dude.
He seems like a whip dude. His girlfriend leads him around by the nose. She does whatever she wants, and he just yeah, it's kind of a weird situation.
Well, maybe she picked out the jacket.
Maybe.
I'm not wearing that. I can't pull that off.
Maybe it's for breast cancer awareness.
No, I don't think that's what it is.
Yeah, I tried.
It's not that month.
I tried.
It's not that month. All right, let's go. Let's
go.
Every
Every month should be.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. For what? What? Yeah, if you think that's better, I'm okay with this. If you think we get caught up, it's fine.
I've seen multiple people go. Giants are on the clock. I think I'm going to throw up. It is stressful because we've been here before. You know, we've that's the hard part. We've been here before.
Thomas Lewis.
Oh, don't even. I was surrounded by so many non-Giants fans, and they just told. Here I am with all my shit. I got names everywhere. I keep track of everything, and I'm talking shit about the Giants are going to do this, and then they say Thomas Lewis, and I'm going, who the hell is Thomas Lewis? And I'm like going through. I'm like, he was the 22nd. Not the 22nd player. He was the 22nd wide receiver on Mel Kiper's freaking board. I'm like, you got to be kidding me.
All right, so let's focus here. So, do you even consider a trade down here?
I mean, unless
it would have to be a monster deal, like Cleveland got,
and it would have to include
a monster deal.
It would have to include not only a number 1 pick next year, but it would have to include a player.
Okay.
So the answer.
Wait. Did the Cleveland deal? There was so much in the Cleveland deal. Was there a player in that too?
No, it was all picks. It was
okay.
all picks.
I'm sorry, what? Yeah, let me type it real quick. My wife's asking me for my password. Yeah. Let me tell you. All right.
And I won't say it until we hear it.
Pick is in. So that means they're going Carter, right? They're not listening to a trade at all. They're just going Carter, right? Please don't be the quarterback.
Oh my God.
Do I have anything I can break? Is there
Our
anything?
whole night changes drastically if it's a different name.
Oh man, right? It's gotta be Carter. Right? This could change the franchise. I know there are people out there that say, what did neighbors do for us? We had a shitty quarterback who couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. His signature play was tripping, running for a touchdown, and then also taking a sack when he had two people open on a flea flicker. So Russell Wilson can hold down the fort. And we get Carter on this defense. That's pretty goddamn exciting. All right, we're getting teasers on here, but I'm not going to post them because I don't want to spoil it for other people. So so if you guys are in chat and you don't want to know, don't look at chat. But I don't believe it until they announce it either, because I've been there before. So this guy's whipped, huh?
Yeah, if you've seen something, I mean, just there's some weirdness, and it's more than just that kind of whip. Like, she certainly sees dollar signs and knows where shit's at. That's pretty obvious.
They haven't announced it on your TV set, right? Mine, they haven't.
Nothing,
okay, because I'm seeing tons of comments in chat right now. Yee, I'm getting excited.
Yeah, I'm not even seeing anything in.
Oh my God! All right, I want to see it until I believe it, but I will be very excited.
I mean,
dude, you watch this guy play, and he is so freaking fast. He is just a blink of an eye. He's into the backfield.
I won't say what, but I have seen things confirmed.
Oh, yeah, this would be me again. Eric's watching another draft.
Yeah, but Well, with only one
I
eye
lived through
on
that
it.
draft. I lived through that draft. I
Only
mean,
one eye on the draft.
yeah. We don't have our reaction clips. I'd play the drums there.
Oh yeah, that's too bad. We don't.
This is actually a really good question. That's a really good question. Because they set the precedent last year. Of course, the guy was dead, but they set the precedent last year.
I mean, at some point, you're gonna have to.
I have mixed
There we
emotions.
go. Here we go.
All right, let's go. Let's go, guys. Make it official.
Abdul Carter.
Wait,
Penn
on yours
State.
they announced it?
Yep, that was done by Goodell.
You're still ahead of me. All right. John? Yes. Yes.
Got it. We got one down.
Yes.
Now the game's afoot. Because now we
Awesome.
have to see what's going to happen here.
Awesome.
There it is. Holy moly.
Yeah, baby! That's what I've been waiting for!
Dear God. It's beautiful.
Yes. Yeah. All right. I'm psyched. This is cool. Wait, here now it's doing it. Wait, I gotta hear it. Oh, there he is. Oh my God, get a new necklace, dude. All right. You can't root for the Philadelphia Eagles anymore, Abdul. You have to be a New York Giants fan, and you have to hate the flanking Eagles. All right.
When you watch, I'm telling you, I know.
This is great. This is great. They didn't get Shador. Again, if they draft Shador later, maybe I'm okay with it. But
there's
right,
nobody. And I don't mean to put anybody down in the chat or any of the watching who's not on chat or anything like that. There isn't a bigger Lawrence Taylor fan than me. I'm telling you.
Be
There's
careful.
Hey, I know what I'm doing here. I'm not saying he's LT. But if you watch what he does, it's the thing that I hate the most about Kayvon Thibodeau. It's the thing I hate the most about a number of the outside edge guys now. There was only a couple of guys, LT being one, Derek Thomas is another, who get almost parallel. They can get their shoulders almost parallel to the ground, dipping under a guy. Their body angles, their ability to maintain their feet at an angle like that, and speed, come out of the break of the angle back up and the speed forward. Also, the way you tackle with your arms and hands extended. They're not trying to run in and just plow into a guy and he bounces off or whatever. If you look at LT, he would crush people, but it was always with a grab or a swipe first. He was not just coming in to put a big hit on you and let you run away. Abdul Carter does a number of those things. He has that interesting way of pass rushing. I'm pretty excited about the fact that we got Abdul Carter.
All right, Chris, agree. However, to get them in third and long, let's get a goddamn other defensive tackle up front next to Dexter Carter. Let's get another defensive tackle. It doesn't have to be at 34, but let's get another defensive tackle, get them in third and second and long, and then unleash the beast. All that pass rush. So those of you out there going, when are they going to go offense? No, I'm on board. We have 10 of 11 starters coming back. We need more firepower. We need more offensive linemen. I get that. But if you get another defensive tackle, a good one, next to Dexter Lawrence, with these guys coming off the edge, that's how you're going to win football games. And you can win football games even with Russell Wilson. So get that defensive tackle either at 34 or 65, but get them. And this defense can hit another level. That's what I want right now. So now the rest of the draft to me, I want to focus on Carter too, but the rest of the draft today to me is if they're going to get a quarterback, to me, and John, I don't know where, I mean, you talked about a little bit. I know you wouldn't mind them trading up. I do not want to trade up too far to get the quarterback. I would like to get the quarterback at the end of the first round, beginning of the second round, if that's what they're going to do. I don't want to give up all our day 2 picks to move up to get the quarterback.
Sure, I would agree with that. I
don't want to do that. I would rather give up maybe a pick next year, but those are on those come on a discount too. So I'm a little leery about giving up.
And I know you wouldn't, but if you were throwing things together, right?
Yeah.
If I was just packaging a few things so I didn't have to give up a lot of premium picks, I need to put a couple things together so I only have to give up one good pick. Would you throw Jalen Hyatt into a trade? I don't think
he's gonna. He wouldn't give you a
But he's no different than a 4th round pick or a third next year.
I don't think he gets shit for Jalen Hyatt right now. And I'm still one of the guys that think he can be a good player. I don't think you get shit for him. The player that wait a minute, what? Oh, my wife hates the draft coverage, so she said, "Oh, please." She doesn't like the legendary Shedeur Sanders stuff. All right. By the way, has another pick been made? Because we're still talking. No. Okay.
The pick is in for New England, but they haven't said who it is yet.
What do you think? Offensive lineman there?
You would think, but they need weapons too for May.
T-Mac?
Might be a little early for him. Yeah, I would think offensive lineman, the kid from Missouri, maybe LSU. But either of those guys kind of don't move the needle for me at 4. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry, John. I'm just relieved. I'm just relieved.
So could it be Mason Graham here? Could Mason Graham be a guy for New England? Keep in mind, Vrabel had 2 big, good defensive tackles in Tennessee.
Some people think he's going to fall, not because he's a bad player, but there are people who wonder what his ceiling is going to be.
Right.
So there are some people who speculate he could actually fall a bit. So, John, are you rooting right now for other quarterbacks to go besides Milroe? I am. I'm rooting for Dart and Shedeur to go before the Giants do something silly. I'm sorry, guys. If there are Dart fans out there or Shedeur fans out there, I don't mind them at 34, but I'm not trading up into the first round for those guys.
So I was gonna ask this before, but then some picks started to come in. So let me ask you this, and I know I'm beating the drum on the guy that I want, but if you were told that Jalen Milroe will be 75% of what Jackson is in Baltimore, does that change your opinion?
Sure. How's that?
To me, this is a guy that's as close.
I mean, that's a hard thing.
Get.
What is 75% of Jackson?
That would put him in the top 10 of top 15 of NFL quarterbacks easily.
The way I look at it is this: I try to envision a quarterback that can outduel Jaden Daniels and Jalen Hurts right now. And I know Jalen Hurts is on a loaded football team, but if you're getting me a quarterback that isn't anywhere near those two, and Jaden Daniels could fall back to earth, but right now he looks like the real deal. If you're not anywhere near those guys, then you're wasting your time to me, which is a really difficult position to be in. It's because again, I don't think they have to get a perfect guy because you have to be picking again top 3 probably to get somebody like that. But I obviously, John, the best thing for the Giants would be to come out with a quarterback that would be here for the next 12 years. I just don't know if I see that guy. The only guy that I think that might become that guy after Ward is Milroe. I do agree with you. He's the only, because his feet, he can beat you with his feet, but he's got to learn how to throw the intermediate short passing. He was horrific at the Senior Bowl. He was terrible at the Senior Bowl.
1 minute ago, this is an interesting sort of is this just a guy saying what he really feels, or is it a strategic play? Kayvon Thibodeau 1 minute ago, we going crazy, multiple Y's, multiple exclamation points. So is he just saying shit, or does he legit mean it? Like, if I was a guy that I thought I heard my name was in trade talks, I'm going to start putting it out there. Look how great we're going to be if I don't want to be traded. Or it's legit. He legitimately was like, I love this pick. We're going to be great together.
Well, you got to remember this with Kayvon too. There are definitely going to be some locations he would not want to be traded to, not because of the quality of the team, but because his brand would suffer. So
Will Campbell went to New England. The offensive tackle Will Campbell went to New England.
That's that, and a lot of people had that. Yeah. So that's predictable. I got to start marking people down as we do this because I want to see. This is going to be more important than the other days, but
you've already got Giants fans complaining.
Kayvon's brand will suffer terribly if he goes to certain locations. Like if he went to some back, if he went to, what's one happen, but Jacksonville, or if he went to Green Bay, or he went to someplace that doesn't have big marketing opportunities. He wants to build his brand too.
Right.
I'm going to say things that I've said on the site that make people upset. I don't see a future for Kayvon on this team. I think the sooner that they trade him is the better for the Giants. I think this has the potential to be a Xavier McKinney, Saquon Barkley situation again. It's not the same as when the Giants were in a 4-3 defense and they had 4 defensive linemen in NASCAR that put their hands in the dirt. You could move people like Tuck inside in that defense. You can't put outside linebackers with their hands in the dirt inside and have like a NASCAR. What you can do is you could have 2 outside linebackers, and then you could have Carter on inside linebacker dogs coming up the middle, which he did at Penn State. And Cy brought this up, and it was a fantastic point. This sounds like a waste, but it's not. Carter is an ideal spy when you play Jaden Daniels. So you could still use him, in the middle, that's spying and blitzing and doing all that stuff. And he has played off-ball linebacker. And you have your 2 guys still rushing. So there's a role for 3 if you can do it. But what I worry about is this: when Kayvon's contract is up, I don't see them paying 3 edge guys top dollar, and Kayvon's going to want top dollar. And I'm talking kind of top dollar that rapidly eats up your salary cap. So that's what I worried about. Can they do it? Yes, but I'm worried about they get to the point where Shane has to make a business decision like he did with Xavier and Saquon and say, you know what, we can't invest that many. Something happened.
I just want to say, when they do announce the Browns pick, I said that they would probably be looking to fortify their lines. I said who it might be on defense, and that's exactly who it is on defense.
It's Graham.
It's Mason Graham.
One of my thoughts in this, until Cy said there's a potential medical issue, and they don't know, he doesn't know how serious it is, because that could be minor, we don't know, is I wondered if Derek Harmon was going to go before Graham because of the upside on this. On that. But when Cy mentioned yesterday there was a potential injury concern with Derek Harmon, then I thought, no, that's off the board. So I really like Graham, don't get me wrong. I just don't know what his upside is going to be. Is he going to be really good, or is he going to be really, really good? That's what I don't know. I love the guy. I love the player.
The good thing with him on that Cleveland defense is you've got Myles Garrett on that line too. And so if Graham's a guy who really just becomes an accumulator of blockers, basically,
Right.
He doesn't get a lot of big stat things, but he becomes the force in the middle that you've got to put bodies on.
Right.
That frees a guy like Garrett up. So if you want to turn a team around and you don't necessarily have the ammunition to get the quarterback piece or something else, the place to do is on defense. Place to do it is right up front, because you're playing some very physical teams in the AFC North. That I think that's a good physical pick for them, considering the extra picks that they got just from sliding down a couple of spots.
You know who's pissed is New England. I think Campbell's a nice player. I don't know if he's going to be a great player. There are concerns about Campbell in terms of, again, his ceiling. So I don't think he's going to be a bad player. But
that New England pick is almost, you would have to say that was really necessity over best player. Like, our offensive line is weak. Who's the top offensive lineman? Even if he's not really the number 4 pick in the draft. I mean, let's be honest, Giants did it with Andrew Thomas. So, I mean,
I don't think this is the draft to take an offensive lineman in the first round. I think you can get good offensive linemen later in this draft, but I would not want to be drafted, with the possible exception of Membu, who I would have probably drafted before. But I get the Johnson pick for them with the left, because they're desperate for a left tackle, and there are people that think Membu might be even better at guard. And to take a guard that high is a little crazy.
Joe Shane on why the Giants didn't make the Abdul Carter pick right away. We were high-fiving and hugging. We were just talking and hanging out and enjoying the moment.
You know what I'm excited about? He's addressing the press right now, and he's not in the war room talking trade with somebody else. Stay out, talk to the press as long as you want, Joe.
Nice.
Put your feet up, get a margarita, just relax, spend the whole night there. Go home, Joe. Go home.
Jesus, you talk about an ugly jacket. Look at Shane's jacket.
Go home. Come back.
Somebody's 1975 couch cover is missing because Shane is wearing it as a jacket. Oh my God, that is ugly.
All right. So wait a minute. I'm crossing people out here. So we got Hunter, Graham, Carter, Ward, Campbell off the board. Am I missing somebody?
That is it.
That is it.
That should be 5, right? That's 5.
Mason Graham, right? Okay. I'm so far behind you guys. Mason Graham just got announced. If you want to, it's okay. Now, comments. We have to get some commentary here. Okay, so I can't tell you. Again, I'm in relief mode. I'm in my Eric. Giants just won a playoff game. Relax, exhale, breathe. Rob was saying earlier, breathe. I'm breathing now. I'm very, very happy. I just did not want something. I did not expect it to happen, but I worried that something was going to happen. And Rob has seen me during a Giants game. He's seen me pace, leave the room, not watch field goals. I won't do it because that goes back to the 80s. I will not watch field goals because when I don't watch field goals, they make them. So, and I did not watch the Norwood kick, and it worked. So there. So I'm not gonna. I was outside. My roommates were watching that, and I heard them screaming and yelling and celebrating, and then I'm like, he missed, and it was like, yes. So because I'm the kiss of death on field goals, I will not watch them. All right.
It used to be a joke that when Ali Haji Sheik had a car dealership, he said you didn't want to get a car from Ali Haji because every time you left the lot it would pull left.
Yeah. The weird thing is when his first year he looked like
his rookie year, he set a record.
It was going to be awesome. What happened?
The Raiders supposedly have a pick in. I don't know what it is yet.
Okay. So again, we're 5 picks in. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's so weird to have to cross Travis Hunter off 2 lists, That's why I would not have been upset with him being drafted by the Giants because he's not going to bust at 2 places. He's going to be good at one. I mean, again, he could, but it's very doubtful. He's going to be a really good player at least one position. His ball skills are amazing.
Brian Dayball says Abdul Carter has position flexibility. I would not be surprised to see him play off the ball.
Yeah, linebacker.
Absolutely.
So the loser in that scenario right now is McFadden. So or if they're trying to move on from Okereke, I wouldn't. Yeah, that's actually the problem with that is his salary. I would think that some team might not want to take on his salary.
Brian Dayball, Abdul Carter, a fun guy to evaluate, not a fun guy to block.
I'm going to have to check out my Twitter feed. And
all right, I know who's going to the Raiders, but
did you tweet out about Abdul Carter?
Yeah. There you go. Actually, it's already in. Multiple people now are sharing it.
Oh, thank God. Just thank God. Maggie's watching. Oh, Maggie's watching?
She says that a good pick.
That's awesome. We've got people watching that normally don't watch football. So, John, we've got a.
We had Jason Brandt was in our chat. I was very excited about that. I was like, hey, stop by, checked it out. I mean, that's
did
cool.
You catch my comment on the web though that when Lowell said
you called me a fanboy? No, I was pissed. I didn't say
a little bit of a fanboy.
It's like you son of a. I'm like, why can't you just make your point without throwing me under the bus?
Well, good for you, John. GFY.
I'd be like, man, he really doubled down.
Oh, you tweeted out. It's beautiful. Great. Good job.
And see what else I tweeted out?
Oh, that's great. Oh, awesome. All right.
Here comes the Raiders pick, which we've seen in
Thank
chat.
You.
But the Raiders took Ashton Genty, which is already in chat, but that officially now. That's a pretty good move for them. They picked up Geno Smith. So you got your quarterback, and now you got Genty at running back. So that's a pretty good move.
And they've been pegged with him for a while. So where this did not go is I don't think many people thought the Jaguars were going to do what they did. That was the big shock. So the Jaguars deal with Cleveland was major in that I'm still dying to know what Cleveland does with that. I'm dying to know what Cleveland. I'm really rooting for Cleveland to take a quarterback. If Cleveland takes a quarterback, I'll be very happy. That would be okay.
I will be absolutely thrilled if we get Milroe. I'll be absolutely thrilled. To me, it'll be the sign that we've said we are going in a direction that we're going to go get really good players. He might not be the quarterback of the future, but he is an offensive weapon at least while we have some veteran guys. And if he develops, if he becomes the quarterback, just the talents that he has alone are going to put you in a certain spot. If his passing improves that much more, it just moves him further up. He's a dual threat guy. And the good thing about him, unlike Jackson is about a good 15 to 20 pounds less than you've got with Milroe. Milroe is a thick guy. He's not a guy who's going to do a couple runs. He's going to take a hit and be all banged up. He's going to lay out some punishment if he had to. I'm all for us getting Milroe.
You're being a fanboy again.
I saw the 75% Achilles Smith. Jesus criminies. That's literally.
And wait, where's the Achilles Smith comment? Wait a minute.
It's by Tom. I don't want to kill his last name, but 75% of Achilles Smith was like 50% of Joey Harrington.
There are misses and there are misses, and my biggest miss ever in the draft was thinking Achilles Smith was going to be awesome. He was one of the guys back in my youth when I was young, and I thought I knew what I was doing following the draft. I thought Achilles Smith was going to be just a stud. And I still remember I brought this up before.
Here's something to share.
Sure.
Joe Shane has said the Giants will exercise their fifth-year option on Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yeah, I actually posted that in the comment section.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
You
just saw it. Sorry. My bad. Trying to keep up at two different spots.
No, I get it. You were in your full Milroe love.
Here we go again.
It was Kevin. And Kevin, thank you for posting that. That was, again, you guys are helping us out a ton because I think you've noticed we're drinking and we're distracted. And
Joe Shane on if we're done tonight. He said we'll see.
No, you're done. Go home. Go home, Joe. Go home. I'll be just happy to be on here and enjoy the rest of the draft. Go home, Joe. And if you do something, to do it late. Do it late in the draft, please. All right. Quarterback hell. Yeah, this is actually, people don't want to recognize this, but we're in it. And
the pick is in for the
Jets. That doesn't mean we can't get out of it, RD, but we're in quarterback hell right now. But that means you can't force it. If just because you draft, am I talking over a pick?
The Jets pick is in.
Tyler Warren, you think?
It's Armon Membu.
Oh, that's a good pick for them. See, I like him more than Campbell. I think that's going to be a good pick for them. The Jets are such a weird team. At least we can't laugh at this pick. You know the old days where the Jets make the awful pick. You'd think the Jets would be better than they've been, and they just. Okay, I got that. All right. I don't even know what I was talking about. All right. Sandra, I'm reading the comments right now.
Yeah, I'm just checking.
That's where I am. I'm drinking margarita. Go home, just relax, put your feet up. Don't do anything because I really think the Giants have now. I want to focus on the Giants because this is a Giants show. We should focus on the Giants. The Giants have positioned themselves to have a really good draft. I want to support what John is saying and not just say, I know what the hell I'm talking about because I'm talking out of my ass half the time. If we get a quarterback in this draft that ends up being the guy, this draft is a home run. My concern is that guy isn't in this draft. But if the Giants draft someone, I'm going to root for that guy and cross my fingers and pray and hope it works out. But a big part of me looks at the defensive linemen, the offensive linemen in this draft, linebackers even. I think the linebacker class is underrated. Tight ends, running backs. We've talked about this on the shows. I think they can get well on the rest of this roster. And if they get a quarterback, let me ask you this. I was going to ask you this, John.
Yeah.
Do you see how big a gap do you see between Jackson Dart and Ewers? I mean, do you see a monster gap between them? I mean, a monster gap.
No, no. The only thing I would say that might separate them, where you would say you got to really consider that, is the health piece. Ewers gets hurt often.
Right.
Sai is in chat. Basically, I asked a question: should we stay at 34 or do you want to move up? And Sai is saying stay at 34. Other
Yes.
people are saying stay at 34.
Yes. And Sai, if you want to jump on, you can jump on too. That's up to you. We're not no pressure. But if you want to jump on, but you know, and again, the Syracuse kid. I mean, I don't know if I see a huge gap between them and the other guys, and that's part of why I don't trade up, because I'm like, what is the ceiling on these quarterbacks, and would they really? Are we just going to be trying to replace that quarterback next year or 2 years from now? And again, my wife mentioned it today. She said, she says these. She likes football a great deal, and but she's not as psychotic about it as me. But she says these wonderful things all the time. She says it's fine for them to take a quarterback as long as you don't give them as much time as you gave Daniel Jones. She said don't give him 6 years to prove himself.
Right.
So the sin wasn't drafting Daniel Jones. The sin was waiting so long before you got rid of him. So they've got to get a quarterback in here. And it's what you and I were talking about with Sai last night. It's the opportunity cost of passing on somebody else that I'm worried about. I know where you are with Milroe, and you can sell me on Milroe. I can see taking a shot at Milroe, but I'm not trading up for him. I can't get that. Because I don't want to lose those people are saying it's a third round pick. Look what the Giants have done with the third round. They always do. This is a different draft. You look at the defensive linemen, potentially offensive linemen, even some of the weapons that are going to be there in the third round in this draft. It's way different than other drafts. It's not like we're going to get stuck with Josh Azudu in this draft or Cordell Flott.
You used one key word though, which is why I look at the one player being different than all the others. And that is ceiling. The only guy in this draft at quarterback that has a ceiling that is basically unmatched is Milroe.
Right. And
there's nobody else is even close. The thing that I like about him, though, is he gives me other stuff. If I draft him, it's not a wasted pick. I can use him for a lot of things within the position without it actually having to be quarterback. I can have him, and I said this the other night, I can have him as quarterback too with Winston the emergency, and if Wilson ever gets hurt, the next week Winston comes in as a starter and Milroe is still 2. I can use Milroe to do those running plays, those trick plays that I want to bring in every now and then, the change up when I want to run short yardage and give you the look of, is the quarterback running? Is the running back running? Are we going to throw it? It gives me all that versatility. Plus, it's a potential home run. Well, that's why I'm willing to take the shot.
And there were games with Alabama, nationally televised, really big games, where Milroe was, oh my God, good. You know, you're like, holy crap, this guy is really good. And you're thinking, this guy's a top 3 pick. And then you saw him in other games, and you're like, whoa, he can't throw. But you see he can do it. You can see he can do it, but the problem is can you get that consistency out of him? So I get the gamble on greatness kind of thing. I do it. That if the Giants could get Lamar Jackson in this draft after drafting Abdul Carter, this would be a historic draft for them. But again, you don't know if you're getting Lamar Jackson. The odds are that it's not Lamar Jackson.
I get that.
Lamar Jackson, but all right, some Panthers pick is in. I'm curious about too. I think the Panthers were probably one of the teams that were talking to the Giants.
Are they looking at the linebacker from Georgia?
You know, I like him more than a lot of people do. I actually wanted to ask Sai about him, and Sai, if you're in there, I would love to know your opinion on Jalen Walker, because people seem to love. I mean, his off the field stuff seems to be. I mean, intangibles seem to be off the charts. They say this guy is just everything you want to be, if in terms of what he brings to the table. And you know, I've talked to people. I think it was Dave Del Cole. And Dave, if you're in chat and I get this wrong, I don't think you were as high on him, but other people love him. So I don't think you were terribly high on him when we were talking about.
No, I mean, I wasn't really against it. It's just I don't see any of those guys kind of in the tier that you would think. They are definitely going in a different direction. I don't know if I'm supposed to spoil that or not, but they're going in a different direction.
Oh, I see it. This is another one I would like to get Cy's views on if he's out there in chat at some point. With the problem with Cy too, I know he's tweeting out the picks, so he's probably like doing this. So, I would like to know his views on T-Mac. He's an interesting guy. If you watch him, boy, is he got the physical assets. But some people just don't like him. What do you think about him?
Yeah, I mean, I like his physical talent. I don't know enough about him to really make an opinion about anything else. Talent-wise,
if the Giants had traded down, if they had traded down and gotten a monster deal, would you have taken him?
No. Okay. Only because of the team that we're putting together right now. I don't see how they use him in Daboll's offense. The guy, you want a little bit bigger, but maybe not as big. And I'm not really sure with him what you're getting on the deeper downfield stuff. I think you are getting anywhere from the line of scrimmage to about 15 yards out. He's a guy that you could probably use like crazy. It'll be interesting to see with Carolina. Bryce Young turned it around some last year. He's small though, and you've got to protect them. So they better make sure they shore up that offensive line, or you're not going to be able to take advantage of the guys on the outside.
I want to bring up what Andrew just brought up. Andrew, this is a fantastic point. This is a really good point. So in a arms race to move into the first round, the Browns have a huge advantage right now because two things. Not only do they have more assets to do it, but they've insulated themselves that they can feel more comfortable in giving rid of assets because they know they've got other picks. So in other words, the Giants, if they give away their second rounder, that's it. And then they don't want to maybe give away the third rounders. The Browns can feel a little more comfortable now giving away second and third rounders. So I think the Giants are at a real disadvantage right now. Again, I'm happy with that. I don't want them to move back.
It's a solid point, but I'm going to say this. They have extra picks in 26. If they're not sold on these quarterbacks right now, I don't see the Browns going. They've already got two veterans that they can just skate by. I don't see them adding a guy when they also have Deshaun still technically on the roster.
I think the Browns are going to draft a quarterback. I do.
I think they're drafting a quarterback in 26. They just loaded up with 2 first-round picks in 26.
I think they're drafting one tonight. I think they're drafting one tonight. My guess is the Browns are moving up to get Shedeur or Dart. I don't think they're going to trade up for Milroe. I may be wrong on that. I don't think Milroe helps them now. But I think they're going to move up for.
I don't think it's going to be Dart in Cleveland. I'll put it that way.
Why?
I just don't see it. I don't think he brings them anything. If they're going to do anything, Sanders will be the cachet that they're possibly looking for. But I'm going to go by. I'm going to say that I don't think Cleveland's going to go quarterback. I think you're going to be surprised to find out that's not where they're going.
Yes, Cy and I are on the same page, trading down. So Cy Cleveland traded down, and now they have a ton of options. But let's be fair too. They gave up their opportunity to get a really special football player.
Well, we did that a couple of years ago, and look what it worked out with. We got Thibodeau, and we've got Evan Neal. So sometimes it just doesn't work out.
So let's go back to Abdul Carter quick too.
Yeah.
I'm just very happy right now. People keep saying Micah Parsons. I think the better comparison is what people have been saying is Von Miller. I think that's more of a comp for him. Either would be great. Either would be awesome for the Giants. I think you are spot on when you say very bendy. He looks like he can break his ankles the way he bends around that corner, and he is so goddamn fast.
I have something for you. Dan Duggan 3 minutes ago.
Yep.
Joe Shane. We have 5 or 6 players that we could trade up from 34 for.
5 or 6.
The night certainly might not be over.
Huh? Why would he say
5
that?
or 6.
Why would he say that? Why would when he come? I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying it, but why would he say that?
So if it's 5 or 6, they're not quarterbacks. They're not all.
No, it might be like Derek Carmen. Like I know Cy wants Derek Carmen.
It could. I mean, it could be Booker. It could be Booker, the guard. If you really wanted to fill that guard spot, if he drops to the bottom of 1, I understand. But if you want, I'm picking a position that we know.
No, you're right. I wouldn't discount it. It could be an offensive lineman, but I don't know if I would. I don't know if I would trade up for an offensive lineman in this draft. There was some. All right. Cy had Derek Harmon and Cy, you can correct me if I got this wrong, is your 6th or 7th best player in the draft, depending on what the medicals were. If you put Derek Harmon next to Dexter Lawrence, we have the best defensive front we've had since the 80s, potentially. And that would be there's no weak spot at that other than maybe inside linebacker. But again, you're playing Abdul Carter as an off-ball linebacker on some of those downs. So I could see them going up for him. I wouldn't go up for many other defensive tackles because it's such a deep defensive tackle draft. I think the other defensive tackles, but Derek Harmon would be a guy that I would trade up for. If you want to think outside the box, John, Cy brought this up too. It could be a wide receiver. I know a lot of Giants fans aren't thinking wide receiver, but they could trade up for a wide receiver if somebody slides.
So you're thinking the receiver out of Ohio
Burden
State?
Or Ibuka or I think those would be the guys. I don't think they're trading up for a tight end unless the Michigan guy falls ways. And I know Cy loves, and I do too, but I don't think you trade up for him in the first round. Terrence Ferguson. I don't think you do that. So I'm just trying to think who the other players would be, unless he's just talking out of his ass at this point, which I don't think he would be doing. I'm trying to think. So on both sides, tight end, no, unless it's the Michigan guy. Wide receiver, Burden or Ibuka. Trying to think. I don't think they would trade up. But you said offensive line. Maybe. I wouldn't completely discount it.
Speaking of offensive line, another one's going off the board right now.
Oh, who?
They haven't announced down here, seeing it in multiple spots. The Saints are going with Kelvin Banks.
Okay.
Which is interesting. You don't really have a quarterback. So, but that's one of the quarterback teams right there.
But see, that's interesting. So Cleveland really cleaned up on that trade. And I'm not going to criticize them for it because that's the kind of deal I would have to be offered to move off the pick of Abdul. I'm not going to overly criticize it, but there is a huge difference between that player and getting Hunter.
So you remember we talked at the beginning of the broadcast, and I just stepped on you. Sorry.
No.
That the top tier offensive lineman could go fairly quickly because there's a gap after the top tackles. 3 of the top tackles are gone in the first 9
and
picks.
I had heard that repeatedly on Twitter for days now from NFL insiders that the offensive linemen in this draft are going to go sooner than people realize in the first round. So maybe that sort of supports that if the Giants do trade up, maybe it would be for an offensive lineman. I don't know if I would do that though. Again, I like the picks. I would like actually. If they don't go quarterback tomorrow at the top of the second, assuming they don't go, they may go quarterback or anything else tonight. If they didn't, I would like to trade down a little bit in the second round and get another 4th rounder. And I would like to trade down a little bit with one of the 3rd round picks and get another 5th rounder.
I think some people better be slightly prepared. That sometimes when somebody shows you something, like the old saying, like don't go with what someone tells you, go with what they show you.
Right.
And if the Giants showed anything, they did have an interest in Shedeur Sanders all year long. Don't lose your shit if they end up trading back in the first round for him. It would not surprise me. They spent so much time on him, and I don't want him, by the way. I mean, I'm to be clear, but I would not be shocked. There's something says they spent too much time.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I stepped on you there.
No, you're good. You're good.
I wouldn't be shocked either. Did we say this offline or did we say this when we were on? Did we talk about Shedeur when we were with everybody here, or was that before we started?
I know. It's already too many beers.
Just so you guys know, John and I were talking. All right, Casey, I apologize if I'm repeating myself. I don't buy. I think we said this online, but I don't buy the Giants having all this interest in Shedeur for so long, and then in the last few days or week deciding that they're not interested anymore. I don't buy that. So, and I wonder, I think we said this earlier. I wonder if it was my conspiracy thing. I wonder if the dark talk is the smoke screen. Either the Giants are incompetent with leaking shit, which it could be. It could be that. or they're just flooding the zone and making everybody think that Dart's the guy. But everybody came out in the last 24 to 48 hours and said it's Dart. We didn't hear that before. So I'm very
including Shane's kid, which
Shane's kid. And you and I said this offline. That's the kind of thing that's bad. I mean,
it was almost intentional. Like it was.
Yeah, I mean, if it is not intentional, though, it's terrible. But it better have been intentional. Because I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So what would it take to move up in front of Pittsburgh? It definitely, well, obviously you're giving 34 to move up. I would think you're probably having to give up 65 to do that as well. At the maybe 99, but then you're throwing in something else from next year.
What was the question?
To do it. The question was, what would it take if we were to move back in front of Pittsburgh at 21?
It's a lot. So you're giving up 34, obviously, because you're giving up that pick, and you have to give up the first third rounder, the 65, and then you have to give in a fifth rounder. So again, that doesn't sound like a lot, but when you run the simulations, the best drafts for the Giants, if you don't get a quarterback, are getting an offensive lineman or defensive line with those two picks, and the value should be there too. And if you get rid of both those picks, then your offensive and defensive line picks, and they should be really good players at that spot. Now you have to wait on farther down in the draft. So it has a domino effect on the rest of your draft. And then you're like, can you really take both a running back and a tight end? You probably can't do that. You probably can't double dip on certain positions like the offensive line or defensive line. You probably can't do those types of things. So you go from an 8-player draft to a 6-player draft, and 2 of those picks are 7th rounders that, again, those are crapshoot. They're all crapshoot picks, but the 7th rounders are the guys that, there's not much difference between them and UDFAs at that point. So that's why I'm sorry.
No.
Warren? Who took Warren?
No.
Oh, yeah. Some people thought the Michigan guy would go.
They did. Yeah. They went Michigan. Yeah.
All right. Let me get that down.
How about some buzz thoughts be in the moment, dude? I'm attempting to stay in the moment. I'm like, shit. I'm almost done with this one. I already did the other one. I'm like, all right, but keep going here. It was a long work day too. It works anyway.
All right. So wait a minute. So we got in the running backs. The only running back that's gone has been Genty. The only quarterback that's gone has been Cam Ward.
Correct.
T-Mac went, right? Did the receiver?
Yes. Went to Carolina.
He went to Carolina. So if you count Hunter as a receiver, 2 receivers have gone. 1 tight end, 3 offensive linemen, 1 defensive tackle, 1 edge. Our edge, yes.
Abdul Carter on playing with Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, and Kayvon Thibodeau. We're going to be dominant, wreak havoc. And he also said that he studied LT, which is a very smart thing to say.
As long as he doesn't study LT off the field.
Only on the field.
Only on the
field.
Only on the field. Hotties on the screen. Don't watch that, at least. So apparently there's hotties on the screen.
Who are these bimbos?
I mean,
there they are.
I don't know if I'd say hotties.
I can't comment. I can't
Giants fan
right now.
Thank you.
I'm getting a look. Oh no.
To SC Giant fan, yeah, I took the brace off right now. It's really hard to use the mouse and stuff with it. I'm getting there. It's stiff as all hell with that screw in there, but yeah, I'm getting there. Thank you.
So since the first lady of BBI, since the first lady of BBI is in the room, one of her pet peeves on BBI for years has been the threads grading women on BBI, which she has seen. So when we have a thread on BBI, and the old, well, how are her thumbs reference, yes. but
Megan Fox.
She has had some choice comments about the men judging other women on BBI. So, and by the way, I will pass this on to you guys. There are a lot more women on the site than you guys realize, and some of the people that you think are guys are not guys. So just be careful. Just be careful on BBI.
But our Nargi is, for years, I thought it was Margie.
Yeah, I know you did. I know.
Kept I'm like, what the hell?
Apparently he's Jeanette now.
Space that goddamn R over just a little bit.
Yes, really, Optimus. Yes. So,
He's like, really? Who are they?
yeah, I'm not going there. I'm not going there. So, and the only reason I know that is when in the old days when we used to do a lot of get-togethers and you meet the people in real life, you're like, I didn't know. Like, you remember English Alistair?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And I had this vision of him being like this 60-year-old English gentleman. And he shows up at training camp. He's one of the coolest dudes out there. He shows up at training camp. He was like, and if he's out there in chat, I don't know, but he was like 18 years old at the time. He was English, and he spent his money to come over to the training camp. He loved the Giants, and he was young, good-looking guy, young, and nothing what I thought. And he was so proud. He said, "Wait, what do you do?" And he says, "I clean public toilets," and that was his job. And he was so proud of it. And he is nothing what I thought he was going to be. And it's so funny on BBI when you do meet people, they're nothing what you think.
Right.
You have this vision. Remember Old Timer? That guy?
Yeah.
He wasn't old at all. I'm like, everyone's reaction when they met him, you're not old. Why are you Old Timer? You're like younger than I am. So it's weird. So the handles are often weird because you don't know. You just don't know. Let's just put it that way.
The 49ers pick is in.
Okay, we should get back on track here. People are going to.
We're good. We're good. I think
we've ever had.
I think people are enjoying just the chat. I mean, we're also filling air,
Yeah.
Because we are talking about stuff that has to do with the Giants and with our stuff. And I'll say this, and I know I bring this up often because it was a big deal for us back in the day. I mean, Again, we were a non-media associated group back in the day. We were online radio, and the Giants were very active with helping us do stuff. They gave us access to players. We would reach out and get players on our own, but they helped. Pat Hanlon was a big help to getting a lot of that stuff, including Jerry Reese. I so wish that we were kind of in that same realm right now. I would love to talk and ask Joe Shane, like have a conversation with Joe Shane. Just curious. I'm curious of what he's like when there aren't a bunch of cameras on him. Just actually ask him stuff. Nice. Very nice. Jesus Christ. And because I'm curious on the way he would react to actual questions. Because I feel like a lot of the media guys, they ask questions, but it's like it's standard surface level questions. We ask like legit knowledgeable fan questions. Like, I want to know why this, and not with any kind of like I've got an agenda for an article that I need to write. I want to know why did you think that? What led to that? And I wish we were back in that day and we could actually talk to those guys.
Yeah, but according to Lowell, we're just.
I mean, we won't kiss their ass and stuff. I'm like, I didn't think we did that at all.
I don't think so. We did that with Leonard Marshall, but it's Leonard Marshall. Look, you
hey, I made Leonard Marshall cry. I mean,
yeah, you did make Leonard Marshall cry. All right, so I'm on the harp. So I've got. All right,
I got to finish this one and go to the next one.
And my cheap ass, going back to my youth days, I have a big ass Utica club, but I'm going to save that since I'm going to drink that. I'm going to save that for the end of the evening. So my God, this can is gigantic. All right. That's the sound of please Giants do not trade up right now. So everyone in chat, Eric is, yes, Optimus. I love Leonard Marshall. I'm old enough to go back to training camp when they were in, where was it before they were in?
Was it Fairleigh Dickinson?
Before then. It was no, it was fair. Was it Fairleigh Dickinson? But anyways, I got pictures of me when I was like 18, 19 years old with Leonard Marshall. And that was back in the day. And just a fantastic football player. And for those who don't know, when the Giants drafted him, he had a huge weight problem.
Yeah.
He added a ton of muscle, lost a lot of body fat, and he started exploding at the end of the 1984 season into the playoffs. And then in 1985, he had this monster. I think he had 15 and a half sacks. He did. And it was from a 3-4 defensive end that was unheard of. It's like almost like Dexter Lawrence getting a lot of sacks. Because in a 3-4 defense, your defensive ends are basically defensive tackles. And that just came out of, I mean, him and LT on that side. And that's kind of what I want. Getting another defensive tackle next to Dexter Lawrence. Now you have Abdul Carter and Burns and Thibodeau. It's just to get them in, but I want to get them in third and second and long, so the pass rush can get to them, and we have to score some points now too. So pace.
People forget that the Giants played a borderline prevent defense in late games in the 80s, where they would rush. They would have Marshall would play over the nose. George Martin would be the end, and LT would be on the. They would rush 3 guys, and they would back everybody else off, and they still got sacks with just the 3 guys. So it was a crazy to think of what they were then. That if we actually had a little bit better offense, we might have been a 3 or 4 time Super Bowl champion. To be
Oh yeah, and I know you brought that up. I'm sorry, I gotta post this real quick, Dave. I wonder if that's. I don't have no reason to doubt you, but that'd be great if it was, because when I saw it in our local liquor store, you got to be kidding me again, because I'm in Virginia. I couldn't believe Utica Club was down here, and I said I've got to get this because when the area that I was in, which was the Utica area, I spent first part of my childhood in the Binghamton area, second part of my childhood in the Utica area, with a little bit of time in Florida. Everybody either drank that or mostly they drank Genesee. So it was they had the Jenny beer ball. It wasn't a what am I trying to think of? I can't even think of what it was, but the Jenny used to have this big beer ball that people would get, and it was cheap ass beer back then. So I'm actually curious to see what it tastes like. Sorry, I had to put a little history in.
No, you're good. I was
like, I don't give a shit, Eric. Why are you telling us this?
I was trying to. While you were taking a stroll down memory lane, I was trying to see if there's anything new, but no. Other than Robert Griffin III is moving to Fox as the number 2 game analyst. Just
okay.
Interesting little.
Yeah, and Dave, Syracuse has changed so much. I can't tell you how much that. I mean, if you're as old as I am, I don't know if you are, but Syracuse has changed so much. Yeah, great story. Great story. I like stories. What's that from, Lisa? Yeah, it's Simpsons. I like stories.
Are you surprised?
I'm not even slightly inebriated right now, and people are like, he's drunk. All right. Okay.
Anyway,
where are we at?
I can tell you got a lot of rumor in here over the last hour and a half. Are you surprised though the Bears go tight end? You've already got Cole Kmet. You fortified your. They're clearly building everything up for Williams. You've totally rebuilt your offensive line. You've got weapons at wide receiver. I am surprised they didn't maybe look to get a running back there. Yeah. But overall, though, another tight end. They've got Kmet and Loveland. I mean, they're going all out to make that offense work for Williams.
I'm a big fan of tight ends in this game. I think if you look at all
I'm a fan of tight ends.
Really good. I think if you're all right, maybe you have been drinking too much. I think if you look at the really good offenses in this league or let's just say the ones that cause people problems, there's usually a tight end in that offense, and I think they're still really underrated. I think if you ask me, do you want a really good awesome wide receiver or a really good tight end, I would take the tight end first, because when you have a tight end, I mean, look what the tight end does for Kansas City. Look what the tight end does for the 49ers. Look what the tight ends have done for the Eagles over the years. Look what giant killer Witten down in Dallas.
Oh, sure.
Used to do with us. I'm a big fan of tight ends that can just threaten the entire middle of the field. But I think Theo Johnson has an upside. Whether he can get anywhere near that, I don't know. But I would not have been upset at all had the Giants traded down, gotten a monster deal. They'd have to get a monster deal like what Cleveland got, and selected one of these 2 tight ends in this draft. I wouldn't have been upset with that. So what? What did I miss?
No, I'm laughing at D-Hoss.
Yes,
he's bringing up that. if you,
I don't know if you
bring
caught
up-
the joke earlier. I already brought that up.
if you bring up Carter and Hunter and stimulators all
And stimulators,
together,
this-
I
this-
will die. I
we'll-
will literally die.
And this we're gonna get all kinds of like check marks on YouTube if you start.
Yeah, whatever.
You know,
We're
not
not getting monetized for this.
we're not
Anyway.
getting monetized for this.
Michael Williams went to the 49ers.
Okay, let me get that. And we got to start paying attention because
And the
we're so
quarterbacks are
early.
dropping.
All right, let's get focused here. I do want to go back to Abdul Carter because
Sure.
we keep starting that conversation and something happens. But before we get there, if the Giants trade up, when's the earliest do you think they're going to trade up?
1920, somewhere around there.
Yeah, you don't think 15? You don't
I think that's a little too early because
Right.
I mean I don't think Pittsburgh's going to jump up. They're just going to sit there. They're going to wait. So you're trying to get ahead of Pittsburgh. If you are, by the way, I mean
team. That's the team. If you were trading up, no, I don't want them to do this. But if you're thinking about Pitt, that's the team that the Giants would be worried, and Cleveland would be worried about, right? Pittsburgh. Let me give you a scenario. Let me give you a scenario. This is just the theory. Say Cleveland and the Giants have gotten wind of the fact that Pittsburgh is really high on the quarterback that they both want. Okay.
Okay.
Sai and others have pointed out in chat, the Browns have now positioned themselves with additional ammunition to be more competitive than the Giants in trading up to that position, which I think is fantastic. Go ahead, Cleveland, trade up. But anyways, I digress. So, but you agree with me because you said it first. So obviously, Pittsburgh's the place, the next obvious place for a quarterback, right?
I would think so.
Not Seattle, right? Not Seattle.
I can't imagine if you spent money.
Right. So I've seen some people
Darnold.
mock a quarterback to Seattle. That's the only reason I bring it up.
They've got holes elsewhere. They went from having 3 deep.
Wait, who did Dallas take? Oh, wait.
Now that one I told you recently. Watch out because Sanders.
Wait, is that true? Did they take him?
Well, it's coming up. Let's see.
Wait, is that just a prediction?
Hold on, it's being announced.
Oh, that would be something. Oh, that would be
No,
something.
Tyler Booker, offensive guard. Well, who said that? They went Tyler Booker, offensive guard, Alabama.
Oh, that was a prediction. That was a prediction. I apologize.
That's not your fault. I saw it in chat too.
Dallas knows winning how to build their offensive line. They're good at they're just good at building up their lines.
You say that, and I agree with you. But boy, I'm not ever confident with taking an offensive lineman from Alabama in round 1.
No, I get it.
They have failed often.
I've also noticed, John, that when I bring up the competition in the division, you tend to downplay.
Well, no, I mean you're right. No, I know. Actually, you say that, and I was like, you know what? I did do that every single time.
You do that.
But in this particular case, what scares me is the Alabama part, not the Dallas part. It's those offensive linemen have failed at a high rate recently from Alabama.
I will put this out there too. Our Lads is one of the guys that said they had a 2nd-round grade on him, and he was one of the guys that theoretically could have fallen to the Giants at 34 by some. So if you want to feel better out there, guys, the Cowboys may have overreached a little bit on Booker. We'll see. They know offensive linemen. That's the thing. Dallas had a top grade on Evan Neal. He was either 1 or 2. Thibodeau was 1 or Neal was 1, and the other one was 2. So the 2 guys that we drafted, Dallas had 1 and 2 because it was on their board behind Jerry Jones. So, and they know offensive line. So watch Booker goes on to be and it's great. But I think that's a little bit of a reach there, don't you?
I do. I
think it's
do.
a little bit of a reach. I mean, again, if he turns out and be, I hope he doesn't turn out and be awesome, but I think it's a little bit of a reach. I'll tell you this: I'd rather have Donovan Jackson than Booker.
You get position versatility with him.
Yeah,
Booker's a guard. That's it. I mean, he's a guard.
And it's the Alabama thing too.
Mm-hmm.
I would rather have if you ask me if the Giants were on the clock and Booker and Donovan Jackson were there and they weren't going to go defensive tackle, I would have taken Donovan Jackson. Sai might be out there going, you're crazy. But I would have taken Booker. I would have taken Jackson over Booker.
I like the Dallas draft party that they just switched to, right? And all these fans are going ape shit. How many of them even know who the hell Tyler Booker is? That's why he's like, they're like, oh yeah, we got Tyler.
Well, I would say this: if you ever been to Texas, they know football. They know their football.
I agree, but if you look at the crowd that I was just looking at, is a crowd of partiers who don't, and most of them probably don't even actually watch the Cowboys.
I wouldn't go to the draft today. I would have. I know you've done it back in the day.
Yeah,
but I don't get why people would go to that. I don't get the same shot as I do. I don't know why people would go when there's like 4. I don't know how many people are there. Like I wouldn't go to that crowd.
I have a guy that I know. I've been doing since the car accident. I've had to do physical therapy, and he's a Packer fan. So he was flying from here to Green Bay. They were going to be a little further back because supposedly the cost of tickets up close to the stage was just through the roof. It used to be basically first come, first serve to get in the draft. They didn't really charge you to get in. I went at, I went Madison Square Garden. So it was not it wasn't Music City. It was a Madison Square Garden. I was there for the Shockey draft. So when the Giants traded up the one spot with Tennessee to get Shockey, I was surrounded by a bunch of Raiders fans. They were all decked out in their shoulder pads.
Yeah, I remember you said that. Yeah.
It was fun because I was talking. I talk like I always do. If you've noticed, I talk like I know shit. And so I'm talking about like the draft and the players. And this one guy was giving me a lot of shit. He's like, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And then the Giants traded up and they drafted Shockey. He goes, who do you think we're going to get?
Yeah,
it was a lot. It was fun.
Well, the Raiders fans were always nuts because even before it was a thing, the Raiders fans would dress up in all that.
Yeah.
That wasn't a thing except for the Raiders guy. Not everybody does it now, but back in the day, it was just the Raider nuts would dress up like that. The draft used to be kind of for nerds. It was like you'd get those people that just, again, it wasn't a big, huge audience like this. It was always 2-day event on Saturday and Sunday, and it would be over in 2 days, and it would start early, and it would end, and it wouldn't go on. It was never at night like this, and it was just people with their draft guides and their draft things, and it was kind of nerdy. It was like
except for the chick that used to go to the Giants games all the time, the one who would wear the sweater that said,
I know what you're talking about.
Something or
I remember that.
Yeah,
they would always show her on draft day.
Yeah.
Somebody said we're getting spicy in here. So
I'll never forget the game. I can't remember this. I used to think it was the Eagles game, but I don't think it was the Eagles game. I think it was against the Cardinals. And Lee Rousson it was a blowout for the Giants. Lee Rousson ended up getting 2 touchdowns in that game.
Right.
The camera was panning the crowd, and Dan Deerdorf was doing the color for the game. Right. And as they were panning the crowd, they went across that woman. She's wearing like 2 giant Super Bowl something or other on her shirt, her sweater. And you know who I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking about.
And so as the camera went by, Dan Deerdorf, without missing a beat, goes,
I remember this.
He goes, what a pair of touchdowns by Lee Rousson. I died laughing. I was like, oh my God, that was so funny. And the camera always found her. She was at the draft. She was at a bunch of games. I don't even know who the hell she was. And she wasn't like a 20-year-old. This chick was like in her 40s at that time. I'm like, it was pretty funny.
All right, Steven, we're not at 60 yet, or I'm getting close, but I'm not quite there yet. So let's not put Eric in the retirement home quite yet here. All right, so what pick are we at right now? We're at pick 13.
The Dolphins are on.
Dolphins are up.
And supposedly the pick is in.
Again, let's refocus here. So the Giants, you and I are predicting right now, if the Giants were to trade up, probably the earliest they would do is looking at 18. Is that what you're thinking?
I was thinking like 19-ish, but yeah, that doesn't matter. 18,
that's the earliest they would start looking.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
I hope to God they don't do that early, because that means all our day 2 picks are gone. Unless again they give up assets next year, and I don't want them to do that. Yeah, Steven agrees with us. 18 or 9 or Optimus. Steven and Optimus both in that range. Rob, are you predicting 14 is where they might do a trade up? Oh wow. God, I hope not. I hope not. People coming late are saying, "Why is Eric calling Jeanette Rob?"
I don't know why that was as funny as
I
it was.
don't know.
Well, actually, I do know why it was as funny as it was, but I might have to get something to eat.
Yeah, Matthew Mariner. I thought that. I'm trying to remember his ranking, but I know I'm looking at the Our Lads chart right now, and they had him behind Jackson and ahead, and Cy isn't just I mean, there's a whole team in Our Lads. They had put Booker between Zabel and Jackson, but I take Zabel first. Look, if Zabel and Jackson are there at 34, I take Zabel first, and then I take Jackson if he's not there. Zabel's supposed to go in the first round. We'll see. I know. I can hear John's head spinning, going, "No, Milrow, stop."
Well, I mean, again, I'm not selling the farm to get him, but
no, but at 34, you're taking him.
Oh, at 34, it's a done deal.
Yeah, I know you are. So
Connor Hughes is saying keep an eye on number 18 with Seattle. Keep an eye on
that's
that
what
one.
I thought 18.
Let's see what the Dolphins do.
But if they don't, they're going to have to move ahead of Pittsburgh if they really want the quarterback.
So Kenneth Grant,
way higher than I thought.
Kenneth Grant to the Dolphins. Yep.
Yeah, I thought these mock simulators were full of shit when they had him falling to the Giants sometimes.
I like that dude. I think he's going to be.
He might be better than
a
Graham.
big time defensive tackle.
Yeah, he actually may end up being better than Graham. The problem with him is he disappears for stretches. He in size, the first one, he's going to tell you that there are long stretches where he just disappears. I got to find him on my chart. I apologize, everyone who's out there. I'm trying to keep track of this too. So Nolan Walker. Oh, I'm sorry, Walter Nolan hasn't gone yet.
Correct.
And Derek Harmon hasn't gone yet. Okay, so they haven't gone yet. See, this is where the draft really starts to fall off. I'm looking at these names, and some of these names would be there in the second. Could go in the second round. Shador's still there. Shador's still there. Jackson Dart still there.
I've got to bet that there's going to be at some point here in round one, we're going to start seeing some of the corners come off. So you've got a Will Johnson, you've got a Maxwell Harrison, you've got Barron from Texas. Some of those guys are going to start to go.
Well, Barron, I think it might go ahead of John.
The only reason I say Barron might go a little bit later is just because he the one thing he doesn't have that the other two, if you say like a Harrison who has pure speed, right, and if you do a Johnson, is there Harrison's the speed, Johnson's the size. Barron doesn't have either one of those two things. He's he's a good player all around, but he's not as big and he's not super fast.
Tyler Warren is still out there. Someone's going to get a really good player. Well, I didn't expect him to last to 14.
I'm just still surprised that the Bears went tight end. I don't really see why they would do that. So this is a Colts. The Colts are interesting with their interesting quarterback situation.
Take a quarterback.
I got to think Warren's the guy here. I would have to say Warren's the guy.
Yeah, I would too, because he's sticking out like a sore thumb, but I want them to take a quarterback. I want the quarterbacks to start going.
Yeah, they're not going to take a quarterback.
No, I know, but I want the quarterbacks to start going. Yeah, right, Neil, it's got to be. Don't you? Neil agrees with us. It's got to be Warren, right? Warren's just sticking out like a sore thumb.
That's too big. Hold on.
All
right. What do we got here,
Rob? This is my biggest fear, that the Giants end up trading for a quarterback that might have been there at 34 anyways. Cleveland's going to get who they want.
So Warren goes to the Colts.
That's a great pick for them there.
Yep.
That's a really good pick for them. Who's your next favorite player on the board now? All right, so Matthew Golden's still out there. Luther Burden's still out there. And they
Golden does nothing for me. He's fast, but he's not big. I see him as a guy who's going to be way overinflated for what he's going to do in the NFL.
Like you said, the corners are still there after Travis is gone. There's 2 defensive tackles that could go in the first round.
We got some linebackers. You got Campbell. Campbell's still out there.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Some people, I think somebody in chat earlier said, and I apologize, I was going to post it, who said Jihad Campbell might fall.
You got the running backs, the couple of running backs still, because there was talk that maybe 2 or 3 could go. We've only had the one go.
Steven, I agree with you. I just sometimes wonder, is the 5th-year option worth giving up the draft pick? It would have to. A lot of people are going to disagree with me. It would. I just don't want to give up that second-day pick. If you draft a quarterback and he's really good, then just extend him when his contract's up.
Oh, he's from Glen Allen.
I'm watching. Okay, comments right now. We have a lot of people in chat.
This guy's from where Alex used to live.
Brian Alford. There's an old
Oh
reference.
Jesus, Brian Alford.
Brian Alford.
Brian Alford waiting to catch a pass from Mike Cherry. Neither one of them saw the field.
And RD, I don't know if you were in here chat at the very beginning, but John and I have different goals from this point on. This is the weirdest I've ever felt in a draft. I am rooting for the Giants to let the picks go by at this point. So the longer this goes where we don't hear the Giants' name, I'm getting happier. The earlier we hear it, the more upset I'm going to be. I think John is at the point where he just wants to get Milroe at this point. He doesn't want to give up the farm, but John would be very happy. If John's going to be very happy with Milroe. I'm going to be more happy if our night is over right now. So
Atlanta's on the clock, and they were a potential trade partner with whoever, because they were looking to pick. The Falcons have very few picks, so they are a team that could trade down.
Mm-hmm.
There's 4 minutes, little over 4 minutes left in their time to make a pick. They could be working a deal, but usually if you're working a deal, you're not giving that other team much time to make their pick. So,
God, if the Giants trade up to 15, I'll be pissed. I'm hoping this is Cleveland.
I would think it's
all right. Let's stop for a minute. Do you want Dart on your team? Do you envision Dart as the next great Giants quarterback?
If the Giants like him and he drops to them, sure. I don't want to move up to get him because I don't think his ceiling is enough for me to do that. But if they love him, I mean, they've got to be the ones to make the choice, right? Like they're the ones who are putting their careers on the line. If you want to go get that guy and you think because just having a young quarterback's not going to mean anything if he never sees the field.
And if it is Dart, it also means that nobody in the Giants organization can keep their mouths shut.
That would be very true.
Nobody can keep their mouths shut in the Giants organization because everybody in the last 48 hours has said it's Dart. Wait,
which I just feel like it's been too much to be real.
Right. But
you've been taking a lot of shit about that lately.
Quarterback that's quarterback hell. So I want to explain myself here. When you draft a quarterback, it doesn't mean you fix the position. The perfect example is Daniel Jones, but I could list for every team and every even the Giants, but every other team, just because, and it's one of the biggest fallacies of the NFL draft, just because we drafted Evan Neal, so we fixed the offensive line. It didn't work out that way. That draft, the Giants drafted 3 offensive linemen in 2022. 3. All of them were dog shit. All of them. None of them worked out, including the pick.
I just got a small thing to share. It's not earth shattering. Ralph Acciano, this from Giants GM Joe Schoen, and what I'm about to say I've already shared, is certainly surprising. We all knew they might trade back into the first round for a quarterback, but there aren't 5 or 6 of those, maybe 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Who else and what other positions are they looking at?
I'm guessing Derek Harmon. That's me, but I'm just guessing.
See, Harmon, there's 2 things about him. There's the medicals that we've heard about, but I've also read a couple things about him. There's some other questions about that he's not always a game in, game out kind of guy. It could be the guy. I mean, certainly from an athletic ceiling, he's certainly top tier.
I think he could. I agree with Si. I think he could end up being the best defensive tackle in this draft. I'm that high on him too. So I'm just guessing. But I want to just no. And Ryan, again, I'm not doing that either. I said I've been saying for months that anyone Giants fan out there who's trying to count on Archie is an idiot, because you don't know where the Giants are going to be picking. You don't know what Archie's career is going to be. You don't know if he's going to tear an ACL. It's not that. I don't like the quarterbacks in this draft. I don't see a guy in this draft, to me, that is going to compete seriously with the other quarterbacks in this draft.
What if they do, though? What
But
if the Giants do?
Yes, but it also worries me. Are they drafting a quarterback in this draft for the wrong reasons? Is Brian Daboll drafting a quarterback because he's trying to get ownership to say, you know what, if we spend a first-round draft pick on a quarterback that I picked, you can't fire me next year, because and it'll be in the back of their head, because it's in the back of every Giants fan's head. The next coach you try to get in here may not want Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe. So in a way, Mara's trapped at that point, because you're going to say the coach picked the quarterback, and so we're stuck with him. So I'm afraid they're drafting the quarterback for the wrong reasons. I'm not alone on this. The conventional wisdom in the NFL circles, both the pundits and the people that the people that talk to other people, is that this is not a good quarterback class, and that most of the quarterbacks we're talking about are not first day quarterbacks. So I'm not way off.
The Falcons took their pick down to 30 seconds before it went in.
And who is it?
They haven't said yet.
But they picked.
It says the pick is in.
Yes. All right. I'm going to start celebrating when the picks are in. Woohoo! I'm going to start doing this. This might piss off the quarterback crowd. All right. So to finish up my thought.
Well, we know they're not going to go quarterback.
But I'm worried they were going to trade. We need a quarterback. You don't have to tell me that. Everyone who's out there is chatting. I know they need a quarterback. I've been saying it for months. I said it last year. I said this team is not going to turn around until they get a quarterback. But drafting a quarterback, overreaching for a quarterback, doesn't fix the thing. And we got to fix our offense and defensive line still. We are not going to compete with Philadelphia at all if we don't fix our offense and defensive lines.
Size made a list of the guys that the Giants could be trading up for.
Okay.
Derek Harmon.
Mm-hmm.
Greg Zabel, Donovan Jackson, Dart, Sanders, Milroe.
I agree with that.
Kind of the players.
I agree with that list. Zabel's the only Zabel and Jackson. I would have taken ahead of Booker. You already heard me on Harmon, and the quarterbacks are the obvious ones that we're all thinking, because there's not going to be another quarterback there. I know who it would cause you to flip out. Shook.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
If they traded up for Shook.
Why don't we just go get fucking – oh, sorry. Why don't we go get Brandon Wheaton? Maybe Chris Wakey will come out of retirement. I'm drinking Back Off.
Is it Jalen Walker? Did Jalen Walker get picked?
Yeah, Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker, I think, is going to be a good football player. He's going to be one of those guys that –
Yeah, I was introducing my beer.
I think that guy's going to – I like the guys that aren't just good, but they're – What?
He's giving me shit. I was introducing my beer. It's called Back Off War Child by Revelry Brewery. Yeah, say that 3 times. Brewery. Anyway, yeah, if Shook, oh my God, I would never just not be a Giants fan, but holy shit, I would disown my fandom of everything except for the actual players. All the coaches, even the freaking water boy could get fired as far as I'm concerned at that point. If you go Shook, you can't get a guy. I mean, he might, for a Rams team, maybe, right? Like they're built to win. If he could just come in and throw. I watched him at the combine. The guy looks like shit. I don't know what everybody sees about him. He's Daniel Jones without the wheels. Who cares? I don't want that guy.
No, we don't. And we know that. We know this. But you know what I'm going to tell you too? The NFL doesn't know either. The NFL can't pick quarterbacks.
But he's also 26 years. He's also 26 years old.
And your comeback to me is going to be like, "What? We're supposed to just give up?" No, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, don't spend 3 draft picks on one guy. I'm okay with drafting a quarterback at 34 if you're using 1 pick. I am not okay with giving up 3 picks for a guy that everyone in the NFL, for the most part, good qualifier there, but for the most part, doesn't think is a first-round guy. So if so that's my problem. I'm not disagreeing with. I'm not disagreeing.
No. I hear you, but
not you. I'm talking about the post here.
But by that thought process, when Aaron Rodgers wasn't worth it at 24.
No, he was, because he wasn't supposed to be there. So
But he was, though.
But everyone thought Aaron Rodgers was a first-round quarterback. He slid farther than he was supposed to slide, and they got it. So if there was a guy, all right, let's say Jalen Milroe had a great Senior Bowl, okay,
Right.
and a great Senior Bowl and combine, and he didn't have some of the question marks that he has in terms of his ability, his accuracy, and his decision making, and he was still there. He's my Aaron Rodgers at this point. You're like, oh yeah, trade up and get him. But
Sure.
what I'm saying is Jackson Dart doesn't do it for me. Now, if Giants draft him, I'm all in on Jackson. I will hope to God he turns out. I'm just not super confident he's the guy, and I don't want to give three draft picks away. Use 3 draft picks. You're giving up 2, and use 3 draft picks on a guy that I'm not super confident in. And you're right. I don't know shit. I don't know. I'm talking out of my ass when I'm talking about these things. I look at draft books. I listen to people like Cy. I listen to people like Todd McShay. I listen to all the experts, and then I look at some film. I don't do it like nowhere near what Cy does. I try to look at the tapes that they show the bad plays and the good plays. But I don't see the quarterback in here. I do agree with John that Milroe has the highest ceiling on these guys, so I can see the gamble on greatness kind of thing. I can get behind. I'm not super confident it's going to work out, and that's why I wouldn't trade up for him. John's in a different place because he sees the utility of Milroe doing other things, that if he does flame out as a quarterback or it takes longer for him to develop, you can use him in different ways. And that's very persuasive to me. But I want the defensive tackle or offensive lineman at 34 to deal with the Philadelphia Eagles.
In a world of where everybody has a podcast and players have their own podcast, that Micah Parsons, we know, has his own podcast, is podcasting, streaming during the draft. He apparently was less than impressed that the Cowboys took Tyler Booker. I just watched his reaction as it was going through. He was not happy with the fact that the Cowboys took a guard. You know, it's got to feel good.
Can you imagine that Giants would flip out if one of their players had a podcast?
Well, I mean, first off, that's kind of a shitty thing to do, right?
It is a very shitty thing.
Why would you want to make your now new teammate look like crap coming in, and you're keep that stuff about your own team behind? You know, he's also a guy who wants a contract. Like this is, he wants a contract. You're not endearing yourself with anybody by constantly kind of putting yourself down. And the thing I really hated the most is for him, and you can do what you want, right? You in this day and age, it's different. But why the hell are you interviewing players from other teams during the season?
No.
What happened to not liking the opponents?
I saw an exhibition basketball game between the Redskins and Giants at American University back in the late 80s. It was an exhibition charity basketball game, and they hated each other. It was a friendly game. It was supposed to be for charity, and the Redskins and the Giant players, they were almost getting into fights on the basketball court. The game has changed. It's just not different. I'm going to defend Andrew. Agree with you, but I'm going to say what John would say here too. Again, this gets back into we don't know. You can bring up a Lamar Jackson or Jalen Hurts here too. That again, it doesn't happen often. So it's like, oh, come on. How many times do you get a quarterback like that out of the first round? It happens enough time that people can say, oh, what about Tom Brady or what about Purdy and stuff like that? So it can happen, but you're correct. I will say that generally speaking, the guys are generally recognized earlier by now. But that doesn't mean, because I'm channeling John right now. John will immediately say Lamar Jackson wasn't even the first player that the Ravens took.
The Cardinals pick is coming in.
Okay.
It's going to be
Walter
Nolan.
Okay, and I'm celebrating again every time a pick goes by. If the Giants are going to trade up, I'll be on your guy's side about if the Giants trade up, but I want it to be late as late in the first round as possible. But I'd prefer for them not to draft anyone today. And this is. And you're right. You're right about that. But again, I also wonder if there's an ulterior motive, as I mentioned there too. That's just me. Look, Brian Dable, and we've had two beat reporters tell us this separately. Brian Dable, they perceived that, given his body language and the way he was addressing the press, that before the Giants played the Indianapolis Colts, Brian Dable gave off this, and I picked it up viewing it from afar, which doesn't mean anything, but Brian Dable thought he was on his way out. So I think Brian thought there was a good chance he was going to be fired. And then Brian and Dan Duggan brought it up, and Jordan Renan brought it up that something changed. Again, Mara might have looked at that Colts game and said, they're still playing hard for him. If we get him a quarterback, this is what can happen. And something changed. So Brian Dable knows, or we believe Brian Dable thinks his job security is very tenuous at this point. So if you're not going to win this year and the Giants' schedule is very, very difficult, the next best thing I think he can do is tie himself to a quarterback where the ownership thinks, Jesus Christ, we can't fire the dude because he picked his quarterback and we got to give him another year. That's what I think could be one of the motivations here for picking a quarterback, unfortunately.
Dan Orlovsky just made a list of quarterbacks for next year.
Mm-hmm.
Arch Manning, Drew Allar, Lenora Sellers, Garrett Nussmeier, Nico Iamaleava, which basically just meant Iamaleava, Tennessee, Cabe Klubnik, Sam Levitt, John Mateer, Carson Beck, Dante Moore. It's not a who's who once you get past Nussmeier. It's kind of a hope, but Sellers is interesting. I got to keep an eye on.
Well, again, it's like what we said last year. We don't know who's going to rise. We don't know who's going to fall. We just don't know. We thought this class coming into the college season was going to be better than it was. And then what happened? NIL, some people went back. Some people had a bad year. Everybody, who was the guy that everyone thought, the Georgia guy, was going to be number one?
Carson Beck.
Carson Beck. We were talking about Carson Beck back in the summer before the college season started because everyone thought he was going to be up there. But look what happened. He didn't play well. He went back. We don't know what's going to happen. So some people will. I mean, Jaden Daniels wasn't high on people's radar before. I mean, they knew him, but they didn't think he was going to be that kind of guy.
Right. Right.
So and so we just don't know. Can we talk about Abdul Carter still?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, because we kind of keep starting. This is, I mean, the quarterback talk is overshadowing Carter, which I think is a little unfair. Carter is going to be, knock on wood, but stay healthy, be what you're supposed to be. This is a game changer for the Giants defense. This is a really good football player, the kind of player that changes, the kind of player that I think a lot of young Giants fans, when I say young, I mean guys even in their 30s, they haven't been exposed to. The guys that didn't see, again, I'm not trying to compare him to Lawrence Taylor, but the ones that didn't see, might not even remember Michael Strahan in his prime. This is such an exciting pick for the Giants, and I was just worried that they would pass on Hunter or Carter, and they didn't do that. And I'm going to go to bed tonight and just breathe a sigh of relief that they didn't do something stupid early in the draft. They did the right thing. They got the right guy. And would shock you 5 years from now, people go, how the hell did Carter fall to the Giants? Would that?
Oh, no. I mean, we talked about it. I mean, back when we thought Matthew Stafford was the big target for the Giants, we were talking draft-wise. You get Stafford, you go draft them an Abdul Carter, and all of a sudden this whole team has changed completely.
What does it do for Burns? What does it do for Burns?
Well, yeah, and I mean, it opens up. First off, the one thing that Thibodeau, I think, doesn't do a lot of, Thibodeau is very stiff. He's a very straight line guy. So there are times when you can kind of you can take him out, you double Burns, and Burns is not a thick dude. He's a big guy in average, man size, but football size, he's not a huge dude. This opens up now. The Giants can go 3 guys across the line at different spots, by the way, while still keeping Dexter Lawrence in. So now you put Lawrence, you've got 3 now. I don't want to use the word NASCAR. That's the old style that we used to say, but you certainly could do 3 stand-up rushers if you want to from different spots along the line. Your teams cannot just single out Burns. You can't just go, we'll go physical Burnside. We'll worry about Thibodeau one-on-one because he doesn't have really the speed or athleticism to catch us backside. So we're okay with that. Now you can't. Carter could come right up the middle and bust that whole play right up if that's what the Giants want to do on an off-the-ball situation.
Carter does a ton of different things for you because he's so versatile. Again, he was an off-ball linebacker for his first 2 years, and then he moved to edge. He's only played edge 1 year, and he was dominant at edge against the top competition in the biggest moments. And in the playoff game, he played with one arm, and he still dominated that game. They didn't win that game. It was somewhat reminiscent of what Lawrence Taylor did.
Hold on, I just want to give you a quick timeout. I know, but I don't want you to cry in a little bit.
No, what? No trade.
The Seahawks are talking about trading down. That's right now. This is 20 seconds ago.
No. Be with the Browns. Please be with the Browns.
And keep in mind, the Steelers picked not long after the Seahawks, so somebody might be trying to jump in front of Pittsburgh. Just saying right now.
No, please, Giants, don't do it. All right.
I'm sorry, I figured.
Yeah, I was on a roll. I was feeling good, and you, John.
Yeah, but you know what? It doesn't take anything away from the Carter part. You know what I'm saying?
No, but I want the rest.
Enjoy the Carter part.
All right, I was trying to, and you cut me off.
Well, I also want to tell you that because I do. The Cincinnati Bengals took Shamar Stewart, so that's another big edge D line guy that comes off the board.
Okay, let me write that down. That's a guy that people are not sure about in terms of, again, what's he going to do at the next level. Some people are really high on him. Where are you seeing that Seattle's talking? Where are you seeing that?
Jordan Schultz just posted that about 20 seconds ago.
He's usually reliable, too. God damn it. Please be the Browns. I'm hoping the Browns trade up for Jackson. That's what I'm hoping that happens right now. Jackson Dart. Look, John. If you want Milroe, you want some of these quarterbacks to go now too. I don't think people are trading up for Milroe.
To a degree, the answer is I actually want it to slide a little further if the Giants aren't going to jump up, right? Because that means all of them are still there.
But you want the if I'm being you,
sure,
you want Cleveland to take quarterback off their need list. So if Cleveland trades up and gets Shedeur or Dart, then we don't have to worry about Cleveland in front of us
unless Milroe's their guy. Keep in mind, there's a reason. There's a reason why the NFL invited Milroe there.
But I'm not trading up to 18 to get. I know you like him. I'm not trading up to 18 for Milroe. If Milroe,
I didn't say that I would trade up that high. I'm saying if the Giants I want Milroe as the quarterback. Do I want to trade into the first round to get him? I don't want to not get him. Let's put it that way.
I know that. I know you've fallen in love.
But 18 is pretty high. Like that's. I don't trust that the Steelers are going to go that route. That doesn't seem like a good fit for them. You went and picked up DK Metcalf.
I'm sorry, you're saying
I'm saying the Steelers. I don't think Milroe to the Steelers makes sense. They have Mason Rudolph. They don't have a really good other. Right. If you're going to bring a guy in, he's got to be able to throw the ball from day one.
Well, they want a quarterback too that can come in and compete immediately.
Well, he's got to be able to pass.
Shedeur is the one guy. Shedeur with the Steelers would not the outdoors in the Northeast thing. But Shedeur is the one guy that could probably play his rookie year. Probably. And that may not be well, but he could probably play his rookie year. I don't think Milroe, I'm pretty darn sure you don't want Milroe starting your rookie year. And Dart's coming from Lane Kiffin's system. I don't think you want him playing at all. So I think if Pittsburgh's taking a quarterback, and I'm not 100% sure Pittsburgh will take a quarterback, but if Pittsburgh's taking a quarterback, I would think they'd want Shedeur. So I'm hoping somebody here is trading up for.
So Seattle did not trade. It sounds like the pick is in. So they did not trade. At least that's what one person's saying. I haven't seen it confirmed anywhere else yet.
Right, but that Schultz is usually pretty good. I'm not going to celebrate yet.
Because a pick could be in, but it still could technically be a trade.
John and everyone else out there who's Eric, or saying, Eric, you're wrong. We got to get a quarterback. Again, I just want the picks to go further before we trade up. I don't want to give up all our second day picks. I don't want to give up. We need those second day picks. We need some of them. Is it? Wait, so Stuart. Yeah, you already said that. So
yeah, that's the Bengals one. They haven't said anything yet.
Wait. Yeah. Well, Tony. I love Cy, but we know, we know that we talked about that an hour ago. We were speculating that was 18. That would be the spot.
There was a take on Twitter, which we know Twitter's a cesspool. Which basically said if Jackson Dart gets picked ahead of Sanders, it's the equivalent of Jones over Haskins. And I'm like, first off, Haskins sucked and Jones was bad. Don't make this into another one of those weird race things. It's such bullshit. The quarterback class is so iffy this year. Anybody going see it? Look, I will say this without it.
It's such an old, tiresome argument.
I'll say this without a shadow of a doubt on my part. If you changed his name and you didn't know who his father was, he's not even talked about in the first round period.
Right. There are legitimate reasons why people would pick one over the other. Some people will like Shedeur more than Dart. Some people would like Dart more than Shedeur. There are probably some people who might even like a quarterback that we're not even talking about right now. That farther down. I mean, the Syracuse guy, some people in this draft might like the Syracuse guy more.
The Seahawks got Zabel. They got Greg Zabel.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's even earlier than I thought. Whoa. Okay, well, there goes one of the guys that I didn't think he'd fall to the Giants, but there goes one of the guys that I was kind of hoping for.
That's still pretty high for North Dakota State. I mean, in all honesty, that's pretty high.
That's really high. But that's...
I mean, he's got talent. He's definitely got talent.
That's the problem with this first round, is after you got past the first few picks, guys in this draft, and we talked about this with Cy, we talked about this with Dave Del Cole, we talked with you and me have talked about it. Guys that go in this area now could easily go in the second round and vice versa. So this part of the draft, the 20 through 50, you could flop these guys. And again, Zabel was one of the guys that was expected to kind of go in the first round, but we're going to start seeing some guys. I think people are going to be like, whoa, I didn't think he would go there. And I didn't think Zabel would go this high. I thought he would go in the 20s. That's where I thought he would go.
I did see a post by somebody, and it looks like it's being retweeted. And I don't know this person, so I make no
bad news. Like, just tell me.
No. I make no.
You're gonna calm me down. Calm down.
Well, this isn't gonna calm me down. I make no statement on knowing who this guy is. But I guess Robinson Whitmore. He said I checked with my contacts this morning. Don't believe all the Jackson Dart hype. The same folks have consistently been connecting Jalen Milroe to the Giants.
No, that guy Whitmore I've asked about on the website, and he's like Slick Rick Light or a poor man Slick Rick. So nobody seems to know if he's just a poser.
So was he like damp Rick?
Yes, I don't know.
Moist. He's moist. Yeah, moist Whitmore. There we go. All right, we got it. Cy says
I'm way behind in the chat. For some reason, my chat feature. Sorry, guys, I have not been keeping it because my chat froze. I have not been intentionally ignoring your comments here.
Which one?
Any of them. My comments had been moving on automatically, and they froze way up. So I've missed a ton of comments. I thought we lost our audience. We didn't lose our audience.
No, we're good.
I'm reading. I'm sorry. I'm catching up, everyone. I want you to feel valued and listened to. I'm looking at all your comments.
You're good enough. You're smart enough. Gosh darn it, people like you.
People like you. That's when SNL used to be funny. That was a long time ago. Okay, let's refocus. Can I finish for the fourth or fifth time? Can I finish my Abdul Carter rant? Good rant. Rant's the wrong word.
Sure.
So he can do a variety of things from a variety of roles. So he was off-ball linebacker 2 years. He only did the edge rusher for a year, and as I was saying, he dominated good football teams, the Ohio States of the world, and in the playoff game, he had an LT-like game with a one-armed game in the playoffs. And he's only done that 1 year from that spot. So he's just scratching the surface as an edge rusher, but you can move him off ball. He has spied before. You can use him as a spy. So he's a movable chess piece, and he's really, 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 really fast. He's like, and I've said this before, I apologize if you guys have heard this. The old people will remember Tecmo football. I've said this to John. He's probably getting sick of it. In the old Tecmo, if you played LT or Bo Jackson, they were faster than everybody else. He's like that on the field. When you watch him, it looks like he's going at a different speed than everybody else. And one of the ways that you get fast on defense is when you have fast linebackers, especially inside. And if he plays, inside, outside, move him around. So when Jaden Daniels starts scrambling around, he's gonna come up and he's gonna tear the shit out of that guy. So this is a great pick for him. And somebody earlier on, and I apologize, said it was RD. He said, "Geez, I hope he's OCU Minora. He's going to be better than OCU Minora. He's going to be better than that. OCU Minora is a fantastic football player, but we're talking next level with Abdul Carter here. Again, knock on wood here. I don't want to jinx this, but this is a special football player. So
Tampa Bay's their pick is in. I don't know who it is yet.
So no trade
at 19. So that would bring us to 20.
Yes.
20 now. That's the pick before Pittsburgh. If anything was going to happen, this might be it.
So the natural quarterback spots in the first round are Pittsburgh, possibly the Rams. And people are going to say, "What do you mean the Rams?" Because they've got to think about what comes after Stafford, and
they've got Stetson.
There have been rumors that they may look at quarterback. So
and I think they still have Garoppolo and Stetson Bennett. Which Bennett, you can't count Bennett on.
What was the last pick again? I'm sorry. I'm trying to who.
Walter Nolan went.
That's right. Okay, I got to bring up.
Shamir Stewart went. I thought, who's last?
God damn it.
Oh, and then Zabel went.
Zabel. Okay. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
I'm trying to keep track of this too. So Zabel. Oh, there's so many good football players that are going to potentially be there at 34.
Well, you can certainly see the edge guys are going, but the defensive tackles, the bulk of them that are pretty quality. That middle group that we thought when we did our mock, there was offensive linemen, there was defensive linemen. They were the inside guys. There were a number of them. They're still sitting there coming up if they continues to drop, and all the corners are there. All the corners -1.
Did Mikael Williams go?
Yes, he went to the 49ers.
Okay, and but Mike Green's still there.
Yeah, and he's going to slide. That
he's got a couple of
that red flag is not a good red flag.
Well, there's 2 sexual assault allegations. They weren't.
That's a big red flag, regardless of whether.
Yeah. Well, the problem was, I think one was in high school and one was in college.
Yeah. Two says one could easily be a mistaken thing. 2 is a pattern. So there goes the wide receiver. Agbuka from Ohio State is gone.
He's the only
to the Bucks, by the way, who continue to load at wide receiver.
He is the one guy at wide receiver that if he had made it to 34, I would have taken. Maybe Burden, but it was really Ibuka. I thought Ibuka would have been a great compliment to Neighbors, but he was the one guy that I would have been like, you know what? I might pass on the defensive and offensive line. I know you're thinking Milroe still, but that was the one guy.
Well, I mean, again, let's be clear. Do I want Milroe? Yes. Am I willing to just forego common sense? I mean common sense, like this is what it would cost if I'm going to give up more than what a normal cost. No, I'm not doing that.
Right.
But I will be thrilled if we get Milroe. I will absolutely be thrilled because I think we would have gotten an athletic talent that you just can't get later on, and think that you might have just hit a home run. But that being said, there are a lot of quality that's starting to drop. What's interesting is right now is the spot, right? If anybody's worried that Pittsburgh's going quarterback, you're jumping ahead of them right now.
You're
This is
making
the
me
last
nervous.
chance.
John, you're making me nervous. John,
But all the quarterbacks are still there. Sanders, Bernard, Milroe. That's three guys. If you let's just
but that's the point. So what? One of the guys goes. Are
but
they
let's
really
say no,
that
no,
much
but
difference between these
just for
two?
a second though, right? Just for a second. Let's say for shits and giggles purposes, though, as the Giants, you have all three of those guys, and they're pretty close together. They have different skills, but they're pretty close.
I wait.
Then you don't do anything. You sit there because the Steelers are only going to get one of those three.
But like I know where you're going with this. But if you've got one guy way ahead,
but if you've got the one guy, you got to go get him.
And I'm going to be clear about this. If they really, 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 really believe, four reallys, that one of these guys is the guy, it begs the question though, why didn't you take him at 3? But I'm not going to get into that.
Well,
but if they really believe that this is one of the guys, then nothing else matters. Okay, I just don't believe it, and I don't think.
But if you think one of these guys might be the guy, but you think the guy at the top could be an all-time great, period.
I get it.
There's a big difference between those two things. You know what I mean?
The quarterback always supersedes the rusher. I mean,
does he?
Yes.
LT and Derek Thomas. You look at those guys across as you went along. They changed franchises. I don't agree with that. They are the quarterback of the defense. They don't need anybody else to change the game. They don't need somebody else in front of them.
But if you
don't need somebody behind them.
If you think the guy is the guy, you say we're going to give up your 2026 first round draft pick and you trade it up to 15 or 13 or 12. You say, oh,
but they're not doing that. That's
oh,
not
you could if he's the guy. You do,
but that's not the cost. That's not the cost we would be talking about right now. There's no way you're giving up a first.
Sure you are. If you think he's the guy, we're going to disagree. No. And this is one of those areas where we're going to disagree. If
they're not even going to ask for a first, they can't get a first for that.
If they think he's another Eli Manning is in this draft, which they traded away their first round and other future assets
but Eli Manning was the number 1 pick in the draft at that time.
I understand that, but it doesn't matter where you take him. If you think he's the guy,
no. But I understand what you're saying. Yeah. But we are now at pick 20. You're not getting a first round pick next year to move down to 34.
But what I'm saying is, if they really thought one of these 3 guys was the guy, they would have traded for him before it even got to this point, because they would have been worried about Cleveland. They would have said, you know what? We think Shedeur Sanders is the guy. And
so let me ask you it this way, because I know where you're going with this, and now I'm going to ask you this way.
Mm-hmm.
If I had Lawrence Taylor and Eli Manning in the same draft, would I take Lawrence Taylor first, but still Eli would be the guy that I thought would be the guy? No. Simple question. Yes or no?
But again, I would have traded up for Eli before now. That you're.
Well, no, I understand that, but so far there's been no need to, because
but
nobody's
they don't know
thinking.
That. But they don't know that. That's what I'm saying. No, you don't. No, you don't.
They're last year the Giants pegged out pretty well what other teams were going to do.
You and I are going to disagree on this. We're just going to disagree on this. If you think your franchise quarterback was in this draft, and
you're discounting,
you're
discounting Carter though. You're discounting the value of Carter.
No. I'm saying they would have given up their first round draft pick for the guy,
but they haven't had to.
But they didn't know they didn't have to.
No other quarterback is gone.
But they didn't know that. I
think they probably did know that. That's the whole point.
No, they didn't know that. You don't.
How do you know that?
What?
How do you know that?
How do you know the Giants didn't know that none of the quarterbacks were going to go before?
Because
now?
I'm pretty sure they probably have been on the phone with other teams.
No,
I totally disagree. I think you're 100% wrong on that statement. I disagree on that.
If you think another Eli Manning is in this draft, you don't even take the risk. You don't take the risk, and you could make the argument you take him at 3. Because
but wouldn't that same argument have applied to the Baltimore Ravens with Lamar Jackson, and they took him at 32?
The Ravens made a mistake. They made a huge mistake. But they made a huge mistake.
But they got him at where they got him because he fell through, and they took a chance.
But they made a huge mistake. If they had to go back and do it over again, they wouldn't have done that. They made a huge mistake. They got lucky. Then I'm
going to say the Giants if they get Milroe, are going to get very damn.
I know you
lucky.
are because you've fallen in love with.
But you're
Milroe.
falling
You've already been-
anti-quarterback. Every quarterback now makes you feel like you're about to go into some tense situation of like, you're like claustrophobic about everything quarterback wise. It's every quarterback decision is freaky scary. I get it, but I'm not on board with that.
Again, I'm going to be clear about this.
Sure.
I am not giving up 3 picks for a quarterback in this draft. That's it. If you can convince me to take a quarterback at 34, I would be not thrilled, but I'd be okay with it, and I would understand it. But I am not giving up 3 picks for a quarterback. I'm not giving up 34. I'm not giving up 65 and one of the third rounders.
So Denver did not trade. They made a pick. Their pick is in.
Okay. And John, I love you, but we're going to.
Oh no, dude, I agree. I'm kind of glad that we do because I think we agree too much. I mean, our mock draft was pretty damn close. Like we had the same positions throughout the whole thing.
And you didn't take a quarterback either.
That's true, but I didn't because we did a no trade, and I didn't want to do that.
Oh, again. So what was the?
So we're waiting for the Broncos. Ibuka went last.
My guy, Ibuka. Okay.
And now the Broncos, they have not announced the pick yet.
See, I think Ibuka is a first round grade in this draft.
Oh yeah, he's a good wide receiver.
He went before Burden.
You're not gonna like this. I've now seen it in 2 different spots. Bobby Skinner was one. I'm seeing it now with Giants today on here. It says, stay tuned. Sounds like the Giants might be getting their quarterback tonight.
All right. Wait, who said that? Bobby Skinner.
First Bobby Skinner, and then Giants today. Bobby Skinner was sharing it from somebody else.
Who is Giants today? What is that?
I don't know. Actually,
play nice.
Hold on, I want to see what the Broncos got.
Play. No, we're not going to play nice.
The Broncos got the cornerback. They got Jahadi Barron goes to the Broncos.
I like him better than Will Johnson. That doesn't surprise me.
What's your thought on Hairston for Kentucky? I like his size and his blazing speed.
Those corners are going to go somewhere between now and the top of the second round. It's just what order they go in. The one I really wonder how far he's going to fall or go is Ravel. He had the injury and he's small, it's a big jump from that level of competition, but man, he looks the part, but I could see him like not going as high as some people think he's going to go, but someone might take a gamble on greatness with him. If you're looking at corners right now, if you're a team, do you go with the safer pick like the Hairston or Amos? Or do you try to gamble with Ravel? So, why would Bobby Skinner know if they're taking a quarter? Is he getting that from? You said he's getting that.
He had posted something else. So to answer your question, Ryan, is that it's been posted that it's a number of people, including Bobby, of saying it sounds like the Giants are going to be getting their quarterback tonight. So
where are they getting that from?
Well, he shared it from somebody else, but I've been seeing it in a couple of spots that talking about.
You guys in chat, I'm putting you on. You're deputized. If you can tell me where that's coming from. Right. Where are you getting that from, RD? I trust you that you've seen it, but where is it coming from?
Oh, look at the old school highlight of Carl Banks. Oh, I miss those days. Oh,
wait, where do you sing that?
Our buddy, Jesus Christ, John. Hold on.
All right, Neil, this is
I've had too many beers.
This is a good question. This is what we were talking about, John.
Tino was sharing it.
So is it Sanders, Dart, or Milroe if they go quarterback? Again, we talked about it. I don't think it's Milroe. You don't think it's Milroe. I would think.
Shoot Cy the link, Eric. Shoot Cy the link.
What?
Cy wants the link. Send him the link to join us.
Oh, I did.
Oh, he asked you to do it again.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The weird thing is this. Here's the Steelers pick is in, so we're about to find out. Is the Sanders family looks happy, so we'll see.
Sanders would make, like I said earlier, Sanders would make sense.
Arthur Smith is a guy who plays a much more a much more conservative.
Cy said the link I sent earlier didn't work. I'll try again. I'm just seeing that now, but I just copied and pasted that link from that menu that you
Yeah, it should be on the invite one.
Yeah. Try this. Hopefully this works. I'm just copying and pasting when you invite guests. Okay, that should work. Oh, or do I need to click this button? I wonder. Guests can stream this to their own destinations.
No. That just means they can send it to their own thing.
Okay. I love technology.
No, like we're doing like a training while we're doing. By the way, just so everybody knows, Eric and I jumped through. I work today. I have a regular job. I jumped through hoops. Streamlabs was just not effing working for us to go live. And hey, there's the man.
Hey, so the quarterback just went. Sanders went to Sanders to Pittsburgh. Looks like.
No, right? I haven't even. I wait.
They haven't announced it yet. They haven't announced it yet.
I don't do any of the early stuff. I like being surprised. So.
Oh, I thought they announced it.
No, they haven't said it. No.
Oh,
I just
apologize.
said.
So I may have that wrong, Cy. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't believe what I just said. I just thought I saw somebody in comments say it, so I apologize.
I don't want to throw off your sound. I'm going to go.
Derek Harmon goes to the Steelers.
Their size guy.
All the quarterbacks are still sitting there now past 21.
Boy, the Steelers just are a smart franchise, aren't they?
Yeah, with Mason Rudolph as their starting
quarterback. What does that
quarterback.
tell you? Pittsburgh passes on the quarterbacks and gets your guy.
And Pittsburgh is the team that is hung out to dry at quarterback of all the contenders of any team in the league. So the fact that they're not taking quarterback here shows how little they believe in them.
Thank you.
Like Aaron Rodgers has all the leverage now.
Yeah, but it also could mean that they have a deal with Rodgers in place. Yeah, there is that too.
With who? Wait, I'm sorry, with who?
With Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers. I suspect that that jackass just he's just waiting for the moment to be just him, and then he'll come in like the White Knight. Probably after all the spring stuff is done, because he doesn't want to show up.
Let's regroup here. Jackson Dart, Shedeur Sanders, and Jalen Milroe are all on the board still. I'm not trading up for. I'm letting one of those guys drop to me. If you really want a quarterback, unless I don't know if you heard it earlier, John made the good point. Unless you love one of those three guys, and then again, we talked about it on our podcast last night with you. If you love a guy, you go up and get him, but you better love him. If they've got them all three rated, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but if you've got them all three rated, don't you wait here at this point?
I would say at least until one of them comes off the board,
right?
Yeah, because I mean, you're going to have to at this point in the draft, especially right now, you're giving up 34 and 65 to get up into this range, and because it's quarterback, you might even have to go up more than that. You might even have to give up a future fourth or fifth like that. And that's a lot. And if you have these guys graded similar, I would wait until at least one of them comes off the board, because you don't want to overpay.
Okay. Now I want to get, since I don't know how long you can stay on, because I know you're busy. Booker,
I'll stay. Just every now and then I'll mute myself if just have to do some tweet stuff.
Booker seems a little high to me for Dallas. Yeah.
I mean, his spectrum was top 15 into the second round based on what scheme. But yeah, that was a little high, but it is a very Cowboys pick, because that's the third time in 4 years they've put a first round pick on the offensive line. And that's very Philadelphia Eagle-esque, right? Just keep building that offensive line, make it dominant. That's one thing Dallas has done really well over the years.
The offensive line. Yeah, we talked about that earlier too. They know unfortunately, they had Evan Neal even rated really high, and it's the one guy they missed on, but we ended up with him. What did you think about the trade with Cleveland?
Yeah, I mean, it was. I'm keeping track of all these trade. Or I will.
They got a lot.
They paid up. It was an overpay. It was an overpay by. Oh, yeah. Sorry, am I good? It was an overpay by a little bit, but that new GM is very economic based. He comes from the Rams, where they think outside the box. And I think if there's a few organizations in football that can make it work with Travis Hunter, because that was the debate we had, is what do you do with them? There's only a few teams I would truly trust.
Right.
That brain trust that is over there, I bet they have a very clear-cut plan on how to use him effectively.
I'm, again, not trying to put words in your mouth, and you could say, John and I had a pretty good fight just now, so you can I get
break it up.
I get a sense that you again agree with everyone that you thought Hunter and Carter were the top non-quarterback talent in this draft, but I also get the sense that if you're offered a deal like that, you would have listened, right? That's a deal that you might have done.
Getting a first, absolutely, next year, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this, I probably would have done that even for a slight discount, considering the Giants are at 3 and the Browns are at 2. And I know everyone, it's probably sacrilegious to say that right now because everyone is excited about Abdul Carter, myself included, without a doubt. You have to be excited about the culture building there, and just creating an identity on defense. And I mean, don't look now, but I don't know if you can come up with a defense in the NFL that has added more this offseason than the Giants. Like this is something that could really make a difference for this team moving forward, getting Abdul Carter. With that said, my eyes are still on next year's future for one, getting that quarterback.
Right. And if Shane Bowen, hopefully, is the guy.
Can use him correctly.
If they get a defensive tackle side, if they get a really good defensive tackle in this draft, this is next level.
It is. And that raises the floor. I mean, that's what makes them competitive every year is they raise the floor because their defense is always there. Like you're never going to have the bottom fall out when you have a really good defense like that.
Yeah. Anything else that so far, I know there's a lot to digest. Is there anything that kind of really, John and I have been going back and forth with the Giants. Colston went before
Warren.
Tyler did. And I think some people thought that might happen anyways. I don't think that was a huge shock. But John thought it surprised John that he went to the Bears. Any thoughts on that? Did that?
Well, I texted my Bears contact before.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
And I just said, I was like, I don't love their 11 personnel, meaning I don't love when they put 3 receivers on the field, which Ben Johnson will do a lot. I don't like who they have. They have Duvernay, right. They have Zacchaeus, but that's not even close to being what a lot of teams have. So the other option would be a big slot. And that's, if you're going to put someone in a big slot role, Loveland is that guy over Warren. He's the kind of guy that will create a lot of easy completions for Caleb Williams underneath because he's such an easy guy to find, easy guy to throw to, wide radius, but he's not very physical. I did question that a little bit, but of drafting him over Warren, but for the role in which they want and what they already have at tight end, it did make sense. I think the biggest surprise was that we waited 20 picks to hear a defensive back called.
Yeah. But it wasn't,
never happens.
And it wasn't a big surprise that Barron went above the other corner.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Nope.
I don't think that was.
I think he's there right now, right?
Johnson's still there. So the Chargers have about a minute and a half left to make their pick.
Well, we were thinking that the positions that kind of stick out right now still are corner. Where does Mike Green go with the off the field stuff? We're like, how far does he go down? And then, Burden's still there. Some people had mocked Golden to go higher than this.
Yep. The running backs.
The running backs are still there. But I think the running backs could, because it's such a deep, they might slide a little bit.
They could. That is probably what a lot of teams are thinking, but wouldn't be surprised to see one go right here with the Chargers.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This is a good running back class. I'm looking, just so you know, I printed off the Our Lads draft board. Yep. And I'm crossing them all. I'm actually using your sheets right now as I'm crossing these.
You mean this right here, Eric? Our
Lads? Yes, but I actually because I keep them. I have them going back years. I don't want to actually fill them with marks. I printed off the sheets them separately so I can just write these off. So
the Chargers are down to 30 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like they're just chilling in there.
Is the pick in though?
They're not showing it.
Someone's on the phone. Someone's on the phone.
Yeah, okay. They're not acting like they're in any kind of hurry of doing anything.
All right, what about this side? But maybe this is it. Don't you think it's telling that Cleveland traded down, accrued all those extra picks, and yet they haven't traded back up for the quarterback yet?
Yeah. This might be, maybe they're on the phone.
Maybe this is
some of these picks have gone down to the last second. I bet they're negotiating with teams that want to move up. I bet that's why these.
I don't know if you got the same feed. I'm looking at the war room right now.
All right. The pick is in. We'll see what it is.
They did not trade it. Sometimes they get this wrong though. Sometimes.
Boy, they must have been on the phone with somebody though for a little while. You don't take it down to 15 seconds before you decide to send it in.
I know you've been busy. John and I are approaching this as a little bit. Every pick that goes by right now, where the Giants don't trade up, I'm celebrating.
John, do you really want a trade up right now?
I don't necessarily want to trade up. I'll just say this: I want Jalen Milroe.
Okay.
I'm 100%
I
on
respect
board.
that. I love the conviction.
He has got what Go Terps would refer to as full bloom love right now.
I see a guy that brings multiple things that can be used. I'm not overly concerned if he's not the guy at quarterback long term. I know you are, but you went right after a sore spot. But for me, though, there's something about this guy, that I think what they could use him with and where his floor is just it's not a pick like make it a quarterback or we just lost a whole bunch of money and time. He could be a guy that could be something going forward, even if you go get a different quarterback next year.
I can see it, man.
I just think I
can see it.
Yeah, we need weapons. Eric, you point out all the time. We average 16 points a game.
Oh,
and that's being generous.
That's why I like size mock draft that he put out today. He went after his weapons. He went after his guy Terrence Ferguson there. I think you had Isaiah Bond in there. Of course, he's going to slide a little bit because of
he'll probably slide a little bit
because of off the field issues. What's too bad that the Giants don't need a safety because man, the safeties are sticking
Starks
out.
is a stud. Yeah,
they're sticking out like a sore thumb.
Jahad Campbell, he's sticking out a little bit to me right now.
Now, I wanted to ask you about him when you had on the podcast, but we ran out of time. He's another guy that I've seen people love, like Dave Delco loves him. But some people thought he might slide into the second round. It sounds like you really like him. I'm just curious.
I really like him. I like him a lot, but there
goes the running back. There goes the running back.
Omarion?
Yep. Omarion. Okay. Sorry.
No, you're good. No, talk. Yeah, keep. I mean, in regard to Campbell, he is like Tyler Booker to me. Same program. It's that there's going to be some defenses that probably have a top 15 grade on him, but some teams that have a second round grade on him. So it's just going to be a matter of the teams that like him. Do they actually need him over what else they need?
Right.
Like our lad's assistant GM was a linebacker coach for 30 years, and he doesn't like him.
That's what I mean. Some people love him, and some people don't like him.
He's a new age linebacker. He's a run and chase guy that can play four different roles. He's not a classic in between the tackles. He's a better version of Isaiah Simmons, though, in my opinion.
Okay, don't say.
I know.
I got a little bit of scar tissue with Isaiah Simmons. So, not that he was bad for what the Giants got him, but he was one of those guys that when he was drafted on BBI, a lot of people thought he was going to be a stud, and it just shows you.
I just got a message from someone that sleeper for Sanders are the Rams.
That makes sense. We were talking before you jumped on. We were talking about the next two threats to get a quarterback, and we said Pittsburgh and the Rams.
Yep.
So that makes sense. I think I'm going to tell you. I think one of these quarterbacks are going to be there at 34. I agree.
Now, when you say one of the quarterbacks, are you saying Dart, Milroe,
and Jackson? I'm sorry, Dart. Right,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
You mean Jackson Light and Jalen Milroe?
Wait, Shador hasn't gone. I'm talking about.
We're on the same page, dude. We got this.
Shador, Jackson, and Milroe, right? They're all still there, right?
All three quarterbacks are still there.
Yeah. I think.
I wasn't even thinking
Eric's,
about Sanders.
Eric's drinking a 9%er, by the way, so it's okay.
Oh no, I'm not trying to the harp now. I guess the Browns still need a quarterback. They still, No, I think there's going to be a quarterback there. I think the two threats right now, unless somebody trades up, like I don't know, the Raiders or somebody, unless somebody trades up, there are two obvious spots for quarterbacks, and I'm not even sure the Rams are going to take a quarterback, and there are three quarterbacks. But again, you want to get your guy. I get that. So I'm sorry, I'm not trading up for a quarterback right now. I'm not doing it. I think
we got a little.
Shador could be there
in the chat room here with Neil's buddy is buddies with Dart's agent.
Wait, where do you see this?
It's in the chat.
Did he tell us anything?
He was just not really. Well, let's ask him. Yeah. Come on, Neil. Tell us what's the deal here.
Join us. It was 9. It was 9.5. Let's be specific.
Yeah, let's get. I want to. We got to give him full credit. Eric's been holding it down. It's 9.5.
It was 9.5. It was on the wings of Armageddon.
Yeah, you're doing Armageddon. I'm drinking back off War Child. So we're really rolling here.
Oh, So, but there's been there's other than like kind of where they went, not any real big surprises other than the trade. There's nobody that's like, I'm looking at the board right now. There's nobody on here that it was like, I was kind of hoping Ken Grant would fall. I didn't think that was realistic, but he went a little higher than I thought he would. The one thing that concerned me about him is what you've said and other people have said. He disappears for stretches,
Right?
and
Yep.
that was a little concerning. But he, would it surprise anybody if he ended up being the better defensive tackle from his teammate at Michigan? So I don't think it would surprise anybody.
No, it wouldn't. Just like, I've always compared Grant and Graham to Wilkins and Dexter Lawrence coming out of Clemson. It's like one of them was a little bit more sought after and got more attention in college, but one of them had much better traits.
Right.
And if he realizes those traits and puts it all together, his ceiling is just simply at a different level than what Graham could present.
And I think you said in your write-up that going into the season, you just expected a little bit more out of him than what he.
Yep. Well, you know what bothers me about Grant? Like the highlight everyone wants to use with him is him running down a running back 40 yards downfield. Like that's not a highlight.
No, it's not.
I understand it's just, but remember when everyone got
we had that with Chapman.
Exactly. Yeah. Was it those after we came on? We talked about the Houston preseason game, and everyone's like, "He ran down the quarterback," and all right, it was a cool play, but that doesn't really translate.
It would have been worse if it was his gap that got exposed.
He was great at catching back up. Dude's super fast.
Yeah.
Aside from my question for you, has this been more chalk than you were expecting it to be?
What do you mean?
Meaning that it kind of just, there hasn't been really any surprises. No one's really done anything crazy surprise. It's kind of fallen the way a lot of people had kind of pegged it out to be.
Yeah. Other than Pittsburgh not going a quarterback, I am surprised by that. That I would say, and I'm surprised there's only been one trade. I thought we'd see a lot more trades, especially at number 2. I'm like, oh, here we go. Here's one of 5, and there hasn't been any more action.
Right.
But yeah, there has not been a major surprise pick. And I think that kind of goes to show that this draft class is so balanced. There wasn't a lot of blue chip prospects. That was talked about a lot. The blue chip guys went 2 and 3 as expected. And then from there, it's just, there's not a lot of separate. A lot of these guys are very similar graded, and that makes it very unlikely to call a pick a pure reach. I mean, right. I would Will Johnson still being there is a surprise to me. Malachi Starks still being there is a surprise to me.
I'm curious to see what Philadelphia does. I'm curious to see what they do. I'm curious to see the Commanders do. The Commanders were rumored to be wanting to trade down. Golden's still out there. How much does he fall? Does Burden go before him?
Do you see a wide receiver go here? It'd be the first time since 2002 to Green Bay.
Yeah.
Green Bay's still, they're about, I think the pick is in. Now it is. They were down to about a minute left on the clock, but it looks like the pick is now in.
Teams are calling up the trade. I think
so. I did in the chat that someone said, I think Narji shared it, that the Chargers were on the phone with the Saints, Giants, and Browns. And that's why they took so much of the clock.
Shane, go home. Go home for the
night.
But
it doesn't sound like those teams were looking to move up. It was looking like the Chargers were trying to move down.
Oh. Well, how do you know that?
Well, because, first off, if you were trying to move up, you probably would have made a deal. Why would you talk to 3 teams?
Well, they might have to get offered what the team wanted, though, too. So.
The way it sounded like the Chargers were. And I did hear before that the Chargers were trying to move down. It's weird how many teams were rumored to wanting to move down.
There were multiple national reporters before the draft said that the teams in the late 20s were all looking to move down. Mid to late 20s, I should say. And maybe they didn't literally mean all of them, but they were saying the teams picking late in the first round were looking to deal down. So I just, again, and I will be okay with a quarterback, but
he won't.
If they took Milroe at 34, I wouldn't be mad. You could probably sell me on the other 2. Let's put it this way. thank God the Giants didn't draft Shador at 3. I mean, what? Jesus Christ! I mean, if
Yeah.
look at this, I mean, and then Cy just mentioned Pittsburgh just passed on all of those quarterbacks.
Yep.
And Cy, I know you weren't on here earlier, and people are in chat or some side with me, some are. I'm not trying to win points here. I'm not against drafting a quarterback. I just don't want to give up 3 picks for a quarterback in this draft.
I love how you guys have conviction on what you want. Like I love it. You don't want a quarterback, or you do, and that's you got to stick to it. We don't not like we said last night. We don't know what's going to happen, but have some conviction.
I don't know shit. I just don't think. I don't think spending 3 picks on a quarterback in this draft is smart. I just don't.
John, what's your setup right now? Do you have like 2 screens and a computer?
I've got 2 other monitors over here.
Nice.
That's my normal work setup, and I got this giant ass one here that I'm using for this.
I love it.
Can I ask
Did you hear anything? I just saw this 5 minutes ago from Adam Schefter that Will Johnson's knee is a concern to some teams, and that's why he's dropping.
Yep, there's definitely medical concern with him, and he's had multiple injuries over the past couple of years, and he's already not an explosive guy. A few of the corners in this draft don't have clean medicals. Benjamin Morrison being one as well.
What's your thoughts on Harrison from Kentucky? He's a pure speed guy. I mean, he's a 4.28 combine guy.
Yeah, no, his tape was good. He was in my preseason top 32. I think he was like around 27, 28. He's frail. Like he looks frail. He looks thin. He plays really hard and aggressive. He plays fast. Good ball skills. Made a lot of plays on the ball in 2023. 2023 was a lot better than 2024 because he fought injuries this past year.
Right.
But that is the concern with him, is durability.
Okay, good.
And Cy, we didn't have a chance to ask you about, and again, I've read your write-ups, but sometimes we talked, you have your favorites, and sometimes you rank people because the talent's there. Burden, where are you with Burden?
I love Burden, but there are off-field issues with him that I don't know that much about. But
golden to the Packers.
First time since 2002. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, our friend, what's his name? Rogers will love that. Now you draft the wide receiver in round 1.
I'm telling you, I've been saying this since January. This team needs a first-round wide receiver on that roster. They desperately need it. They have so many problems at wide receiver because they just keep waiting until day 2 and day 3. And these guys drop passes. They get hurt.
Right.
They don't run good routes.
You told us that last night even. You mentioned it in our podcast last night.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if I was telling you or someone else that.
No, you said, especially the drop passes issue you said with them.
Yep.
Right. So Burden is still there.
I'm a big Burden guy. His yard after catch tape reminds me of Malik. And he led the country in missed tackles for us this past year.
And your dude, Jalen Noel, is still there. I know you like him.
He'll be there day 2.
And
so
I'm sorry.
This is lining up as a Cleveland Travis Hunter Shador Sanders combo draft. I mean, it's falling more and more in the realm of possibility that the Browns bring in both Sanders and Hunter.
Professional question for you too, Cy. So I've noticed over the years when you do your rankings, I think I know the answer. Your rankings don't always match the official Our Lads guide.
Yep.
So I assume you guys have spirited debates.
We do. And I take a back seat. I respect authority and I know where I am on the food chain there. But and it's funny. I will like the guy that kind of makes the final call on our grades.
Right.
We get along, but he's very old school, and I feel like I'm old school. He's really old school, but he knows ball, and he has a lot of relationships in the league as well, which helps some things. But I like to just create my own opinion on stuff, and it's not because I think I'm better or worse. I just think it makes it more interesting.
Do you also, professional question? Do you think your other job? And for those who don't know, you may want to describe it. But do you think your other job and the ability to look at the bodies of these prospects gives you an advantage at times? I've thought
100%.
Okay,
100%.
Because you're and I don't know if you want to volunteer to people what your background is or not. That's up to you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I own a CrossFit gym and I've done it for 11 years. I'm a full-time coach, trainer. I don't train football players. You know,
Right.
I train high school athletes, but I remember going to the East West Shrine and going to the weigh-in. They used to let you watch the weigh-in. These guys go with no shirts on, and my job there was to write down what I see that others might not see about a body type.
Right.
And what does it mean to have a big butt? Why does that matter? What does it mean to have thick thighs but thin ankles? You know, thick thighs but thin ankles. What does that mean?
Right.
You can look at a body type, Marvin Harrison, Satora McMillan, big tall guys, but they're not long. You know, there are body types, long torso, short limbs, and vice versa.
Right.
That stuff. It just.
But you're trained to see that.
Always, it's the first thing I see when I watch a game.
Kevin Booth can definitely answer the big butt.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, some of the things I like to do when I got all my draft guides out and do this, but sometimes I just and you do this is what you do because it's your job. You put on actual game tape and watch the tape. But sometimes I just like to look at the way the guy moves.
Yep.
I don't even care if I'm looking at a highlight film or whatever. I just kind of want to see. And I'll give you an example. Like one of the more interesting, I'm going to get his name wrong here. One of the more interesting running backs in this draft, he just got a weird build to me, is it's Ollie. What is it, Gordon Ollie? Or is it Ollie Gordon?
Ollie Gordon?
Ollie Gordon. He's got such a weird long legs to me.
Very long. Yeah.
And
similar to Brandon Jacobs.
But in a power running scheme, he might be a really good fit. If he's got a good offensive line in front of him, I could see him being like but I mean, question for you on him is he's not a good match for the Giants, though. They had him as a top 30 visit. Do you envision him on the? Because I like him, but I just don't know if that's a good fit for them.
I think it's a good fit in that he presents a skill set that they don't currently have, like a short yardage pile physical, and he's massive. I mean, he was at the Senior Bowl. He is massive. Like wingspan, arm length, just thickness. Like he looked like he belonged with the edge rushers. I mean, he was such a standout body, and his tape in 2023 was big time. I mean, he came into the year as one of the top 4 backs we had on our staff.
Right.
Really productive. A lot of big ones too.
Oh, you're gonna cry.
What?
They trade up.
Source from Pat Leonard: Giants are trading up with the Houston Texans, 34.99 and a future third.
Wait,
third.
Wait,
Okay, so
what is the
they're keeping 65, but that's 2 day 2 picks. That's 3 day 2 picks.
99 and a future third.
Okay, but they kept 65.
They kept 65, so they're basically selling the comp pick.
Okay. I'm more okay with.
All right, so who's it gonna be? No,
it's got it. If it's Dart, fine. Because you're convicted, but I want it to be Milroe, man.
It's gonna be Dart.
God damn it! I can't be mad at that, right? I said if the Giants wanted Milroe, you move up and get him. If they wanted Dart, fine. That's your call.
Wait, who's reporting that? Pat Leonard.
Pat Leonard just reported.
Wait, so say that again. It's a future third.
34. This second 99 and a future third. So a 26th third.
Donovan Jackson to Minnesota.
It's been now reported to multiple people.
Well, he wouldn't have been there for the Giants anyways.
Yep.
I mean, we're assuming it's.
I think the Giants are going to roll with their offensive line the way it is right now.
No,
I really do. Evan Neal, Ezadu, and Van Roten at right guard.
But it's weird though that the Giants would have worked the deal out with the Texans. Well, no, it's already done. Yeah, that's already up there. Yep, they're on the.
And those are the terms.
Here we go.
At least it wasn't 65.
If this is Shedeur Sanders, I'm going to be just.
Oh, I won't be upset if it's Shedeur. Look, at this point, I'm not upset with any of the quarterbacks because I can't tell the difference between them. Each has, you can make an argument for each.
Sure.
So it's who they've got a conviction on. It's what Cy was saying earlier. As long as they got a conviction on the guy, I'm not going to. But I'm
just thinking that his ceiling is the most limited of all. His floor might be higher than most. Milrose is probably similar only because you can use him in other ways. But as a quarterback, his floor is got to be higher. But I mean, with all 3 quarterbacks still sitting there, who's the quarterback needy teams? So if you jump for Sanders,
well,
I don't know. It'll be interesting.
We don't know if it's Sanders, though. We're speculating, though.
Are you okay if it's Dart?
Who?
You. I'm asking you, Eric. Yeah.
Well, there's 2 of us.
Well, no, I know. I already know.
This is your show.
All right. So As I just said, I am okay if they think he's the guy.
It sounds like it's Dart.
So, so again, so the Giants weren't horrible at keeping this a secret.
Yeah, that I was going to say. Pretty much everyone knew this. I was yeah.
So at least they didn't. I'm going to also say this. At least they didn't do this at 18. So where are we now? We're at 25.
25.
Because if it was at 18, they would have lost the 60. They would have lost 65. So at least that. So in hindsight, they're really giving up a late third this year and a third next year. I can live with that. I can live with that. Right? I would rather not.
I can't argue it because I was all for it for Milroe with the idea that if that's who the Giants were committed to, I just wanted it to be Milroe.
Do we know? Is it because I'm going to have Lisa? Was it confirmed or we don't know it yet? Everyone.
Neil is saying he's friends with the agent. He's friends with a friend of the agent, and he's saying it's Dart.
Giants select or trade up. Giants trade up for Jackson Dart, and Jackson is Jackson.
Had to get some snacks here. I can't just be all beer all night long.
I want to ask you, Cy.
You got me 3 pieces of cheese. That's
Jackson.
Thank you. Don't ask your son to bring your stuff. If he goes, here's 3 slices of cheese, he'll be all set.
Say they gave up 34, number 34, number 99, number 99, and next year's third. Correct, John? That was
that's correct, and it is confirmed. It is Dart. It's being shared. Stapleton.
I'm okay with that. Now we have Cy here before we lose him. I hope he stays on long as he can. All right, Cy. Not everyone's heard it. Give us your take on Jackson Dart.
All right, so Jackson Dart. This is probably clearly a Brian Daboll pick in that this is the quarterback he believes in. This is the quarterback that he think he can develop for a year. Let him sit behind these 2 guys. He doesn't need to see the field. He's Jackson Dart is an experienced quarterback, 41 career starts. And I have always said this multiple times, the 30 best throws of every quarterback in this draft, he's got more than half of them himself. And his Florida tape is a great example. If anyone wants to go watch it on YouTube or go find some of the tape that you can online, that Florida tape is exactly what Jackson Dart is. Dime after dime, touchdown after touchdown, 40, 50, 60-yard throws into traffic, over the middle, crossers, vertical. And then in the last 2 minutes, he just exploded. He imploded. He could not read the defense. He was taking chances. He was getting nervous, didn't know what to do. He thought he saw something. It was wrong, but he still threw the ball. I mean, you see him do that against LSU. You see him do it against Georgia. And that is what prevented me from putting a first-round grade on him, is that his good and bad was just, it was so wide. The spectrum was so wide coming from an offense that was a very simple one-read offense, which many of these guys come from. Right. But it seemed like when he had to go through a lot of different progressions and really predict what the defense was going to do and read the action, he just didn't know what to do. He would panic and just throw the ball up for grabs. I mean, the amount of throws I've seen him make into double and triple coverage in 1 year is more than what I would want to see in a career for a college quarterback.
And I think you said, I'm sorry.
No, and so I would just say, I think that is something a coach can see. It's like, hey, we've seen the good out of him. We've seen the special out of him. He can do this. And if I can fix his mind, I'm not Lane Kiffin. I can really coach this quarterback at the next level. That baseline ability is there.
And I think you said, and you sort of said it right here, his highs were as good as anyone in this draft, and his lows were I think you specifically said we all do this. We get attached to the highlight plays.
Yep.
And you're like, wow. But sometimes we ignore the really, really bad plays. And that's what I think you said in your write-up. You've trained yourself since, I forget what quarterback you mentioned. Was it Wilson? I forget who you mentioned. But since that pick, you've said, I've got to pay more attention to the negative plays.
Yep.
If I remember correctly.
What's funny is like the name Zach Wilson did come up a few times when watching his eval. And I think I actually remember reading that they're best friends, Zach Wilson and Jackson Dart. Unlike him, he doesn't need to see the field this year. He shouldn't. I would say like he's literally not allowed to see the field this year. That's a rule I would make. Just let him truly take everything in. Let Brian Daboll work with him. this probably locks up Brian Dable for 2026, by the way.
I said that earlier. That's one of the reasons why they would want to do this. Did you see him in person when you were down there? I mean, did you?
Yeah, the Senior Bowl.
And anything from the Senior Bowl specifically? Good, bad, both? Or
Much thicker, stronger than you would think. Because if you look at his body type, I'll get it for you right now. One of the knocks I had on Shedeur Sanders. There you go. Just watching him celebrate.
There we go. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, get rid of those glasses. I don't
My
know what the hell those
wife
are, dude,
said
but-
earlier today that when she heard him interviewed, she said frat boy. That's what
Definitely a frat boy. Definitely a frat boy.
I don't know, but Elton John wants his glasses back. So that's not a good look, dude.
He's 6'2", 223, but he's got a 72-inch wingspan, okay?
Wow.
72 and 7/8. So every quarterback down there was 76, 77, 75, 77, 75, 77. Like, he is a compact 223 pounds. And I like that because you could see he's tough against contact. He's hard to get to the ground. He's a strong dude. And I think one of the most action I got on a tweet this year was I posted a video. I'll see if I can find it, and I'll repost it on my X. But it was about Jackson Dart, statistically and on tape, is the best quarterback in this class, including Cam Ward, against pass rush pressure.
Right.
I said pressure, and everyone's like, did you see what happened against LSU in Florida? I'm like, all right, not pressure situations. I'm talking about when the pass rush comes near him, he statistically and on tape is the best because he's tough. I mean, he got his ankle mangled on, I think it was the first drive of the game against Georgia. He could barely walk, and he played the entire game. In my report, I wrote, he will stare down the barrel of a gun if it means he's giving his receiver another second to get open. Like, he is a tough dude, and he's strong, and he's physical, and he's a better athlete than you think. So there are a lot of traits in his game that you think you can be really happy and excited about that do translate to the next level. It's going to be a matter of Brian Dable, Mike Kafka, Shane Tierney, and their ability to fix how he sees the game.
Jay Gruden's quarterback camp, or whatever you call it, he harped on he's sometimes too tough. He won't, he'll take hits that he shouldn't take.
Yes, lower his shoulder.
But that gets to what you were saying, that at least that's an old Phil Simms thing. He would stand in the pocket and wait to get. So there is an advantage to that as long as he doesn't get hurt. So he's a tough guy. It gets back to what you were saying, is the mental toughness, like you said in the Florida, was it Florida or Florida State? You mentioned the Florida State.
Florida
game.
Yep.
You said he imploded at the end. Is the mental toughness going to be there? He's got the physical toughness. He's got the courage. He's got the arm. You make all the throws, right? He can make all the throws. And he's got good legs. He can run, right? He can run. So you can see why Dable would be attracted to him. I also find it very interesting. Give the Giants a little credit here in this sense. They invested a tremendous amount of time in Shedeur Sanders. And somewhere along the process, they just said, you know what? Yeah,
not worth it.
And some people might say, well, why did they invest so much time in him? Well, I would argue they invested so much time in him to find out that he's not the guy that they wanted. Yep. So give him credit, I guess, in a way to say, you know what? We don't like him as much as the other guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's and I hate to talk bad about him, with what he's going through right now. Oh, the Falcons are trading up with the Rams now. So the Rams did trade out. I knew that they wanted to trade out of the first round, and here they go.
Yeah.
Atlanta didn't have that many picks, though. So I'm curious of what they gave up. They must have given something from next year or a player.
It said a third, but I didn't see if it said 2026 third or 2025.
Cleveland's going to get Shedeur, and they could have gotten Shedeur Hunter. I bet you Cleveland gets Shedeur, and if they had stayed pat, they would have had the Colorado connection that people.
So what would Atlanta be looking at here after what they did a little bit earlier?
I mean, who they take earlier? They took
I'd have to look.
They took Jalen Walker earlier, right? So I mean, they could go corner. They could go Will Johnson here. They could go Malachi Starks, Jahad Campbell. I mean, I think and Luther Burden, to me, he's sticking out to me right now. It's just going to be a matter of how well he interviewed.
Wow, they went James Pierce Jr., Tennessee.
Ooh, that's a big chance.
You're ignoring the red flags on that one.
But
That's two edge defenders that they just drafted, and they signed Leonard Floyd. That team's been trying to get edge defenders every year,
but
they just keep throwing stone.
I'm not defending Pierce, but if Pierce has his head screwed on correctly, there's a huge upside there. It's a gamble. So Mike Green's still there, right? Mike Green,
Yeah.
Yep.
So Pierce went before Green. Wow.
Yep.
Okay.
Both had off-field
issues. Yeah.
Pierce did not have legal issues. He just had a quote weird guy issues.
Right.
Not very coachable, not very sociable. Kind of did his own thing, but he never got into legal trouble.
I get the sense reading your reviews that you're not a big fan of Tennessee's program either.
When's the last time they put someone good into the NFL?
Yeah.
I mean, they have not produced a guy that has transferred to the NFL. Really, unless you say Josh Palmer is a really good player, which to me is a replaceable receiver.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm going to tell you guys, I could have jinxed things tonight. So I knew we were going to be on live for the first time ever doing this, and I knew I was going to run out of time as we got in the evening because I thought the Giants might trade back up in the first round. I prepped the update for the tonight's update in the front page by saying the Giants took Abdul Carter and traded up for Jackson Dart. I tempted.
Oh, nice!
I tempted fate. Now I just have to fill in the team and the terms.
There you go.
I didn't want to admit that because if so, John, when we were thinking somebody was trading up for 2, and I told my wife earlier that what I was doing, she goes, she said, you're going to screw this up. She said, you're going to screw this up. So, woo!
Well, to celebrate that, I'm going to have a Wicked Throat Charmer. It's a hazy IPA, and this will be the last one for tonight.
Yeah, I know.
I'll be sleeping before we were.
I could make a joke there, but I'm not going to. All right. So,
well, if it's anything like the joke I made to my wife when I had her pick it out, I think we're on the same page.
So we're at 26. The evening's almost over. I'm dying to know what Philly's going to do. I'm dying to know what the Commanders are going to do.
Speaking of Philly, they were, at least according to reports, a little while ago, about maybe 15, 20 minutes ago, they were trying to trade up. And
that was a scuttlebutt going into that they, again, I don't know how true this is, but they were saying they almost have too many picks in the next 2 years and that they were looking to move up. They were going to be one of the more aggressive teams. They obviously didn't do that. So
I could see a burden only because at some point the AJ Brown thing in Philadelphia is gonna run its course. You can kind of see some of the cracks already. The relationship between him and Hurts and whatever, and they usually bring somebody on before they're going to get rid of somebody. Unlike the Giants who wait till you're totally gone with a guy, then have to fill the spot. You could certainly see that they do it. They had some guys kind of leave on the defensive side, and even though they've got a number of replacements, I could easily see them going, taking a shot at one of the D linemen.
Wait, somebody's saying read John. Wait a minute. Somebody's saying read Neil's post, John and Eric. Wait a minute, I missed that. Wait a minute. We got to find
Sanders to back up Hurts.
Oh, Philly's moving up for Sanders.
Well, I don't know because somebody else just said Malachi Starks. So, but that they say more like seems like Eagles want Sanders to back up Hurts and fear they might get jumped. That's a weird. They're very different quarterbacks.
That would surprise me a lot.
It says it's Neil saying that they're trying to trade up for Sanders.
Who's
right?
There were 2 teams that I thought might be actual really like carbon made places for Jalen Milroe. One was Philadelphia, the other was Baltimore. I thought either one of those 2 teams might, especially Baltimore, if you could bring a Milroe in to kind of learn behind Jackson. Worst case scenario, if Jackson gets hurt, you don't have to change a lot of the movement plays because you've got the same athleticism. You just lack the passing game early on. But I'm surprised that they would want Sanders in that offense built around a very mobile quarterback.
Can I interrupt just for a second? So guys in chat, we missed it because there's a million comments. Is everyone's thanking Neil for a number of things. Is he saying Shador Phillies and interested in Shador Sanders? Is that what you're already saying? Did we miss that? Because there are, as Cy just said, there are other Sanders in this draft that could interested. Wait, I don't know. Somebody tell us.
Well,
Yeah.
let's
I got yes. So Shador. Do we know if that's all right? Why does
the Ravens pick is in?
Okay. And I'm always curious to know what the Ravens are doing. They're such a well-run organization.
They
What does
going to them?
What does Cy always say? Physical, big, strong, fast.
Big, fast, physical.
Yeah, that's the Ravens.
Yeah, not strong, tough, and dependable, because nobody wants STD as your acronym.
Yes.
Stop doing that.
I'm looking at the chart just to see who's still out there. So the Giants are done until 65. So I'm okay with that trade. I'm okay. I'm okay with that trade. If Dart, but fingers crossed, Dart's the guy. I mean, you got to hope Dart is the Giants quarterback for the next 12 years. It takes quarterback off, unless Dart flames out horrifically in camp. It takes quarterback off the board next year, I would think, too.
Yeah, absolutely. Because he probably won't play this year.
Right. He's unless something, again, they just completely collapse, the Giants. Because, again, like as you've mentioned, he's coming from Lane Kiffin's system. Yeah. This is Chris, this is that, but that's the key point. If he pans out, I'm not trying to be negative here. If he pans out, it's goddamn right. It's a steal. But is he the guy? I'm rooting for him like crazy. I'm a Giants fan. So,
So Starks to the Ravens. So Malachi Starks to the Ravens.
That's like so predictable. Like they get a top 10 player at the end of the first round. They do this every single year.
Yep.
The Ravens.
Yeah, and he was the guy that you mentioned like we were an hour ago. You said Starks.
Yep, they always do it.
That's one of John brought this up in a previous podcast. Sometimes, even though that you're picking late in the draft, the Eagles are a perfect example of this. Somebody falls to you that isn't supposed to be there, and sometimes the rich just get richer. You just wait and let the board come to you, and sometimes it just a lot of times it just works out for you, and you don't have to pick in the top 10 to get a really good player. I mean, if Starks went in the middle of the first round, you would have that went in a shock too, right, Cy? I mean,
who?
If Starks,
if he went earlier, it wouldn't surprise
way
you.
earlier than this, it wouldn't have surprised
No,
you.
if he went top 10, I wouldn't be surprised. If he went to Carolina at 8, I wouldn't be surprised.
Right.
He had the same exact grade as Cooper DeJean, Kyle Hamilton, and Brian Branch.
Sometimes, sorry. I was going to say sometimes the later picking, right? It's the positional runs that actually help you out, because if you don't have a need there, all of a sudden it's pushing all these players in areas that you're like, oh, that's a good player. We could use that guy. It pushed you down. The Giants in 1990, Rodney Hampton fell to them at the bottom of the round. They didn't know that he was going to be there. Other players went, pushed the running backs down. All of a sudden there's Rodney Hampton is still sitting there. So there is a benefit, especially if you don't have glaring needs. Because then it really is, which is the best player that we want to add to our team? Not necessarily best player available, but the best player for our system. And they just, you choose from that. When you're at the top, you're kind of like, I got to take the guy who's the best player listed because, you have holes everywhere.
Let's reset for a second here, too, because I think we're a little sidetracked. This is kind of a big night for the Giants. They get Abdul Carter. Yeah. They get Abdul Carter at 3. Game changer for the franchise on paper. Game changer for the franchise. Side before you came on, we're talking about all the different ways they can use him: off-ball linebacker, spy, edge rusher. 2 years off-ball linebacker. He only really rushed from the edge 1 year, and look what he did against the top teams. We talked about the playoff game where he's playing with one arm, almost LT-like against the Saints back in '88. They get him, and in their opinion, they just drafted their quarterback of the future, and they did it in this draft. This is a really, really big night for the New York Giants. We'll have to see how it pans out, but right now, this is a huge night for the franchise.
Yeah, I mean, they'll probably be the most talked about team in the NFL tomorrow. Just getting a blue chip player in Abdul Carter, and then getting your quarterback for the future via a trade that didn't cost a future one. It seems like they manipulated the situation pretty well. They didn't have to go up too high where they had to give up 65 or a future first.
Right.
That's a significant win for the organization.
It's interesting that the trade terms too don't seem too outrageous. Again, we're talking about they gave up their second, third, and a future third.
Yep.
And then the Browns had more ammunition to work with. So either the Browns weren't trying to move up, didn't like Dart that much, or well, yeah, I guess we would have to say that because the Browns could have outbid us on that. So you got to think that the Giants like Jackson Dart more than the Browns. So we'll have to see how that works out. And it's also interesting to see what the Browns do now, because if Shedeur does go to the Eagles, we don't know that yet. We have to see. But if Shedeur does go to the Eagles, now Jalen Milroe theoretically could possibly go to the Browns. But Milroe's not a guy that can come in and play right away for them. Right. So it's going to be interesting to see if the Browns pass on Milroe and do something else at that point too. So there's a lot to digest here. But again, Giants board, again, this is a big night for the franchise, and you got to feel a little bit good right now. You got to feel great about Abdul Carter, and you got to feel good that they have, as a franchise, have made a decision to get their quarterback. So strike off two big need on the quarterback, and then arguably they could be theoretically the best player in the entire draft.
Yeah. I mean, I think Giants fans in general should be pretty pumped right now. Just excited about what's coming up. You know, they've what were the two things that John Mara talked about at the end of the season in that press conference? I'm sick and tired of having a crappy defense that teams are just going up and down the field on, and we need the quarterback of the future. So the question is, how much impact does that quote, how much impact does his voice have in this draft decision? Or is it just obvious that's what they had to do? But their free agency funds went to defense, 2 guys in the secondary, 2 guys along the defensive line, and they went and they made the move for the quarterback. I mean, that is exactly what Mara said they had to do at the end of the year.
All right. And let's set this up for those that didn't see our interview with you last night. Giants' next pick is 65. Don't assume the Giants stick and pick at 65 now, because they have given up some ability to maneuver around the board. Yep. So they very well could stick there and draft an offensive lineman or defensive lineman, but they could also at that spot, which could be a somewhat valuable spot, they could trade down a little bit there and try to get some more some capital to maneuver around the board a little bit.
Yep.
The guy that you were really amped up for at 34, possibly in your mock drafts, in other words, Tyleik Williams went to Detroit in the first round. So he is off.
Well, guys, I'm actually feeling a little bit better too, because the 2 guys I was targeting at 34 are now off the board: Donovan Jackson and Tyleik. I'm a little bit, again, if we were doing this and the Giants had not traded up, and I'm not defending this. I'm not going to go back and say I'm changing my tune on this. But the 2 guys I was targeting are gone now. So I would be going right now, swearing right now. Yeah, I'd be going.
Yeah, this would be stressful. It really would be.
Going, God damn it! I wondered where Tyleik was going to go. I wondered if he was. Some people had him going like falling in the second round. I didn't think that was going to happen. All right, so Tyleik's gone. Starks went. Donovan Jackson went. And we're almost done with today. Saying we're at 11:17.
Yeah, we're going on pick 29. So we have 4 picks left.
Yeah, when this is over, I got to update the website too. Okay, I'm psyched. I know people out there are going to you guys got to be more psyched about this. I'm a little fatigued by this.
Sometimes you got to sleep on it, you know?
Yeah.
And first off, just real quick, I started the story earlier and then other stuff happened. Eric and I jumped through hoops today to make this happen. We were doing the live stuff previously with Streamlabs, and the last couple of times with Streamlabs, we were having some real issues. Couldn't figure out why. Streamlabs said it was on our side somehow, but it didn't seem right because we did Zoom stuff. So I was on the night before on Zoom. No issues whatsoever. We did with Jordan Renan, no issues whatsoever. The only issues kept seeming to happen with Streamlabs. So we tried it this morning. It was not working. And so we scrapped that idea. I went and I basically purchased StreamYards. We tried it out. It seemed to be working fine. Even, and Eric will even tell you, I'm using a brand new computer just to do this. And the sound was all messed up in Streamlabs. It was not working right. We switched to this. I had to move a bunch of stuff over. We got this added. We practiced a couple things during the day. It worked out. So we've been jumping through hoops to make sure that this was going to work tonight. So it's been a long day. I'm looking forward to the last 4 picks, but it's fun though. It's fun. And again, Cy, thanks for you coming on. I mean, I know.
Oh my God. Yeah.
You were on last night and to jump in.
If you want to do this tomorrow, you're always
invited. You guys doing a stream tomorrow?
Oh yeah,
we are.
We're not doing it on the last day, but we're going to do it tomorrow.
The last day would be rough.
My wife offered me to go ahead and do it on Saturday because it was daytime. If Eric wants you to, go ahead and do it. I'm like, I don't think he's going to want to. I don't know if I really care to go through the 7th.
I love the draft. The draft to me is Christmas.
I'll do it if you want to. I'm like, we'll talk about it.
I have to say, Optimus, you have the right handle. You are a very optimistic dude. So yeah. So the more I think about this, and like Cy just said, I've got to sleep on this. They did not give up 65. So and a 3rd round pick to me next year is more, well, obviously saying the obvious, more palatable than the 2nd round pick next year. So I don't like giving up picks. I always like accruing them. So that's just how I'm wired. But to trade, if you told me going into this draft we would be giving up 2/3 and one of them is next year, that's better than I expected. Well, I was getting upset when people were saying 65 in this draft and maybe a 2nd round next year. That was ticking me off. So I'm glad they waited because obviously they didn't. If they had done this at 18, it would have been way more expensive.
Here's a question: do you think the Giants were bidding against anyone for Dart? I know it doesn't really matter.
I don't think so, given the terms.
Do you think they had to trade up?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to answer that question.
Well, I'll say this. I think the fear of somebody else thinking they had to jump in front of the Giants at the bottom of one made the Giants. And with Houston was weird. Houston kind of made it known earlier this week that they were kind of looking to trade down. They wanted to get out of the bottom of the 1st for some reason. The cost was minimal. So I've got to assume that the Giants thought was, like Eric was talking about earlier, we need to get ahead of Cleveland or the Saints or the Jets on coming from the 2nd round, jumping back ahead of us.
Well,
other than that, though, there weren't really any quarterback needy teams, unless you count the Rams, that were really going to be in front of us other than Cleveland at the top of 2.
Well, and the other thing, too, is remember, Cleveland's still picking at 33. So
apparently Neil had said earlier that the Rams were interested in Dart, and that's why the Giants needed to get ahead of the Rams.
Okay, but how does he know that?
He was friends. His friend is friends with Neil's agent, or with the agent.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so thank you, Neil. Yeah. So okay, I'm always going to ask people how do they know things. So don't take offense to that because I'm going to ask. Well, how do you know that? So
yeah, NFC East team coming up here.
Commanders, is that where we're at? Because I have a commercial on my set right now.
Josh Connerly, the tackle.
So 2 things on that trading up. So one is, if Neil's correct, no reason to doubt him, but Neil's correct. The Rams are a threat, and the other thing is now you do have the 5th-year option. So
right.
I did not want to give up the 5th-year option for 65. Again, 99 is a little more palatable. As Optimus said, you're making me feel better. It was a comp pick, so
I'm glad that somebody made you feel better about a trade up because you were ripping the shit out of me because I wanted to trade up. I'm just saying you've calmed down now about
because I thought every trade up scenario was going to involve 65.
No, I got
So
you.
if you
just
told
were
me- if you-
unwilling
That's
to
fair.
listen to
It's
us.
okay, guys. It's okay.
If you told no, you should have been here earlier. We were really at each other. So which is good.
Yeah,
John
no,
knows I love him. It's just
it was respectable.
So 99 is way more tolerable to me than 65 in this particular draft. I still don't like it, but if you look, if the Giants have their quarterback of the future, this is a ridiculously cheap price.
Right.
I sound like, what did somebody say to me today? I needed, let's just say, feminine hygiene products for bitching the way I was about giving up draft picks. If they got their quarterback of the future, if Brian Dable can turn Jackson Dart into a legitimate starting NFL quarterback that can compete in this league, this was a ridiculously low price, and there's no reason to complain about whatsoever, because
we are on the eve of a summer. I don't know if that helps you in any way whatsoever, but anyway, yeah, it went right over.
Yes,
It's late. It's a few beers in. Hey, you threw the feminine product thing, and I don't know. I thought that was pretty funny, but whatever.
Yeah. Well, I got some flack thrown at me today about.
You're killing me, Smalls.
Let's just say.
I got you.
Yeah, it's just I'm trying to be diplomatic here, but all right.
Killed my joke though. You just killed me.
Yes.
So I'm curious, Cy, your thoughts. Where do you see Sanders falling at this point? Where's the natural spot that's the team that now I think will probably take him?
The Browns, right? It's got to be the Browns.
I don't know. The Browns might be. The Browns might be just trying to gear up for next year in the draft for the quarterback. They might try to get some more future picks. This is what I wanted the Giants to do. Get a future one, and you go into next year's draft with extra bullets if you need someone in the a quarterback in the draft next year.
Meaning they're a trade down target starting day
trade down
2.
target again, but also just building the rest of the roster for next year when they get the rookie.
Or Kirk Cousins. I mean, they could theoretically do Kirk Cousins too.
I mean, you have Flacco and Pickett, and you have to keep Watson on the roster. You're going to pay a fourth quarterback.
Right. Yeah, see, Sanders in Cleveland, it doesn't move the needle for me, and I don't know what it does for Cleveland. But again, you remember, Eric, you said a while ago, right? What was it that they told Myles Garrett other than the fact that we're giving you $40 million?
I'm glad you brought. I was just going to bring that up myself. Yeah. And it wasn't just that he said it; it was the expression on his face, like the cat that ate the canary. He was like, "Oh, I know what we're doing, and it's really, really good." I mean, it was like, and you and I were like, "Well, it's probably not Shedeur, because Shedeur is going to be a rookie, but maybe he's just caught up in, again, the whole Shedeur experience." But then we thought Cousins, but we are thinking, well, Cousins, given the season he's coming off with, he's a veteran of great stature. He's not easily impressed, but the way he was saying it made you think he knows. And he told me, I know something. He said, I know what we're doing, and it's really good. So what the hell was
$40 million, and he signed his name to it. And then
but I didn't take it that way.
I know it's weird though, because of what they do, Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco. So that couldn't have been what they told him.
Wait. Washington took Connerly?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Oh, so they really. So between that and the trade they made, they really addressed their offensive line this offseason.
Yep.
Okay.
Which makes sense. I mean, you need to.
They're going to need him against our guy Carter.
That's right. We're coming for you.
They're going to need him. That's not enough, Washington. We got guys coming from you in all directions now. Hey, three-headed monster. Dexter in the middle, and then you got three-headed monster outside. You got. It's what Cy said earlier. Now, if Shane Bowen can just figure out how to use the three guys, if we can get a defensive tackle at 65, then you really got something going on. But
13 minutes ago, Ryan Dunleavy, and this
we're trading up again.
No. I believe the thought process behind this.
Right.
The surest bet of the future is that Shedeur Sanders and his dad will claim they were misled by the Giants. Which, by the way, it's hard not to say that they were out there 8 times.
Oh, I'm going to make the prediction now. I was going to make it earlier. Again, John, thank you for setting me up. The talk show narrative tomorrow is going to be on some networks, and you can just guess what they're going to be, what networks are going to be, is the Giants went for Dart over Sanders, and they're going to bring in other issues that we shouldn't even be talking about, because that's just the way the game is played now. So that I'm not looking forward to that discussion tomorrow. There's going to be this discussion tomorrow about, because we saw a little bit of it today. We said there were some people saying, how can Dart possibly be ahead of Shedeur? Right. And you and I talked about it before Sai jumped on. There are legitimate reasons that some teams would fall in love with another quarterback over another, especially if they're closely rated. So big picture, the people that predicted two. Wait, who did Philly? Where Sanders is still out there, right? So
There's only the two quarterbacks have gone.
So Sanders still could go 32, right?
31.
In theory.
I mean 31.
31.
Buffalo's up right now at 30, and
but right now we're at what I was trying to get at is we're at two quarterbacks in the first round right now. So we're at two, right? That have gone. Right.
Buffalo just took Maxwell Harrison, the cornerback from Kentucky.
Okay, there you go. That you were asking about him earlier.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
Wait, why is Philly picking 31st?
I was just going to ask you why. Wait, I thought so. I know I didn't have that much beer. Why is Philly picking 31?
I don't believe they are they?
NFL Network on the ticker says Philly's next.
It must be a
typo,
or unless they traded. Why would they? Well, they
trade one spot.
Maybe that's
honestly. I would believe this over Shedeur to Philly.
Right,
I would believe Jalen Milroe to Philly before I believe Shedeur.
That's what John said.
Yeah,
John's
agreed.
been saying that for a long time.
So the Eagles traded up. That's why.
So they're trying to get ahead of the Browns, maybe.
Well, they were already ahead of the Browns.
No, that's right.
Maybe
they think the Browns are trying to trade up.
Right, though, because
somebody was trying to leapfrog Philly.
Exactly. Yeah. They made sure that nobody could get ahead of them, and that would make me think if this is a quarterback, and it could be Sanders. I mean, but I just feel like if it's a quarterback, it's Milroe. It's a guy to fit.
I agree.
And both of you have said that. I mean, So we'll see if that pans out. But Neil was saying earlier that he had heard Shedeur, right? Then somebody, I apologize, guys.
There were a bunch. I don't know who said it. Somebody else had said it.
For a fifth round, it looks like they went up a pick. Philly's got a lot of picks in this draft, right?
Yeah, they have a number of picks. How do I feel about Dart over Milroe?
This is the same thing.
I'll say this, Big Blue. My thought on this is, it would be disingenuous of me.
Yeah, don't ask John that.
No, it would be disingenuous of me to go, that was a stupid thing to do when I was all for them to do it for Milroe. And the concept was, if they're committed to the guy, go get him. So I can't be mad that they went and got Dart because that's who their guy is. I would have preferred Milroe, but if that's who they want, I'm not going to argue the fact. I'm okay with, if you decided that's who it is, you make the choice. Because if you get into that weird spot, and maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm speaking differently. I don't know. Sai probably has a different opinion. I don't know. It's easy for me because I like that guy to say that's the guy, but the thought process has to be the same, though. The concept of how I came to that decision has to be the same. If I feel like you're committed, you found a guy that's going to fit your system, you think that's going to work, you go get him. I got to be okay with the fact that they think it's this guy and I think it's that guy. So I'm okay with the thought process because I think it's the same. I wish it was Milroe, but I'm not upset that it was Dart. John, I'm just glad we didn't go way up to like 18, which would have cost us a lot more.
John, if you're right about Milroe, I hope to God he's not going to Philadelphia. So I'll just say that. So
that would be bad.
Can you imagine him in that offense if he can start to throw the football? Because
you can also just bring him in, right? The tush push, other shit. You could take Hurts out, you bring him in.
Push crap.
But he all of a sudden brings an explosive. Hurts does not have the athletic ability that Jalen Milroe has. It's not even close.
I don't know.
Wait, somebody's saying
who else they'd be trading up for, Philly.
Wait, is it Campbell?
They went Campbell, the linebacker.
Is it Campbell?
They went Jihad. Dude, he's a top 5 player. He's by far the best player available.
I forgot. We were just talking about him. I forgot he was out there still. So
he normally does not draft linebackers high. It's a little bit of a surprise that he would do it, but he's more than just an off-ball linebacker. He can be an edge defender.
Okay, so So depending on what Cleveland does tomorrow, the Giants would have had a shot at one of the three quarterbacks. It just wouldn't have been the guy that they wanted. So there are still two quarterbacks with two picks, but because who's picking next? Is it KC? Casey's not picking a quarterback. So there's
You wouldn't think. You wouldn't think.
There are two quarterbacks going to be on the clock for Cleveland unless they trade down, which Cleveland could. That's a
Well,
so to answer Scythe's question earlier, would Jackson Dart have been there at 34? Not if the reports are true, if the Rams were interested in,
right.
But a quarterback would have been there. It's just going to be interesting now in the future to evaluate Milroe versus Dart versus Shador.
Did Kansas City re-sign? Not that I know of. Carson Wentz as the backup. Because if they didn't, who's their backup? Who's their backup?
Didn't Wentz retire?
He might have. He was looking at Tennessee. He was doing. So I don't remember. So who's the backup in Kansas City then?
Minshew. They signed Minshew.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I can't imagine they would go QB right here. They have other needs. You can't count on the Rice, the receiver. You can't count on. Well, you also can't count on Travis Kelce's going to continue to play at the level. I mean, he's clearly on the downside. So they could be looking at maybe a late tight end right here. They certainly have other needs. Offensive line started to fall apart a little bit at the tackle spot for them, so they could be looking at a tackle here.
Can we also just mention the fact that the Eagles, once again, just like the Ravens, let a player fall into their lap that wasn't supposed to be there?
From the SEC, Georgia, Alabama, stud player, playmaker.
Jesus, that's right. Yeah. They live in that area.
Damn it. God damn it.
John made a good point. When you're picking at the end of the first round, there's always guys that fall because of position runs. And it's not just because they're good at drafting, but it's a great spot to be in end of the first round. Because there's just inevitably guys that fall because teams reach for need.
But and people are going to say the GM there is brilliant. I'm not dissing him because he gets the best of trades, but some of this is just you want to wring the neck of the teams drafting in front of them, going, "What are you doing? Why did you let these guys fall?"
Positional run. I think, in my opinion, there's a lot of pressure when you draft higher with specific guys who are like everybody's pegging. These are the guys. If you go outside that box, you're the one who goes, "Oh my God, they took a reach." Like when the Giants took JPP, that was basically a guy projected athletic ability, not proven ability on the field. His statistical pieces were very small. He had a very small sample size of what he did on the field. It was his athletic ability overall that projected him. The higher you are, the more pressure becomes to take the known guy versus the guy you think is I really like this guy. At the bottom, all of a sudden, the guy that would have been a reach at 10 is a steal at 29 or 30.
Yeah. I'm going to address this point too. Look, I was not a big fan of the Giants. I'm not going to go back on what I said earlier. I was not a big fan of the Giants trading up for a quarterback in this draft. However, I don't think the price was bad. And if they think they got their guy, I don't think anyone can argue with that. It depends on if Jackson Dart is a legitimate NFL starter. We're going to have to see. So, look, Shane could have done something really stupid and taken Dart or Shador at 3 or traded down slightly and taken them at 9 or something like that. So, Matthew, I get where you're coming from. I did not want to trade up, but look, if you have a conviction on a quarterback, you have to you take your shot. So, if it was 65 that they had given up, I would be a little bit more upset than I am right now. But a third in this draft, only 1/3 in this draft, and a 3 next year, that's not terrible. So
the thing I will say that he should behind closed doors should be absolutely getting effing railed. How the hell does your son post that Jackson Dart is your guy? That's ridiculous.
Well,
that should have never happened.
And in the last 48 hours, everybody and their mother, national reporters, local beat reporters, again, say what you will about the asshats on X, but they all said it's Jackson Dart. So somebody let the cat out of the bag. That's not good. So that could have backfired on them big time. I think what's clear is what, again, I think it was Cy that asked this, not John, but one of you asked this. I don't think it suggests to me that Cleveland wasn't that high on Jackson Dart. The Rams might have been, but it looks like, I mean, if I'm Cleveland, I don't get outbid by the Giants when I have all that draft capital just for 2 threes. And one
I
of them
think
was a late
that might be a bit of a projection, though, from your perspective and our perspective. We don't know what Cleveland wants to do at quarterback. Quite frankly,
Right.
They might be booting the quarterback thing till next year. And like Cy said, they loaded up on multiple first-round picks next year. They moved down and got other picks. They might have been looking at it going, we're going to get other players this year. We still have Deshaun Watson's contract just eating up space. He's not going to play this year. We're going with Joe Flacco. We got Kenny Pickett. We're just going to get through the season. We got to rebuild and get – because they've got a new stadium coming in the near future. They've got other things to be thinking about. And
well, they're doing what I said. They're doing what I said the Giants should do. Remember, my whole thing with the Giants was – dress the other positions except for quarterback, and including trading down and getting additional picks. And so Cleveland took the opposite route. We'll see how it works out for both of them. The Cleveland route is what I would have. I don't think I would have. Well, geez, they got a lot from that trade down though. That would have been tough to pass on. I like what Cleveland's doing. I can't argue that I don't like what Cleveland's doing because it's what I said the Giants should do. So I think Cleveland's. I'm just personally a little surprised they didn't take. They're not going to take one. If they don't take one at 33 tomorrow, I'll be a little bit surprised.
For both of you guys, just Giants perspective only, into tomorrow, would you, if were your call, and I guess it depends on who's available, but if you had your druthers, would you be looking to try to drop down from 65 a little bit to pick up a little bit extra, maybe another fourth, maybe a fourth and a sixth or whatever, just picking up a little more draft capital? Because as we talked about, the pool of players is so very similar once you get to a certain point in the draft.
I'd have to see who's going to be available there, but there is a gap, I think, of 110 picks where the Giants have one pick. And like in that day 3 area, like round 5 into 6, if there's a huge gap in there, if the Giants can just move back 10 spots, 15 spots, and be able to fill that gap, that would make drafting on day 3 a lot easier, knowing that there isn't such a massive gap between picks, or even try to accrue an extra pick next year, because right now they're already one down.
And I'm going to bring in the simulators. I agree with Cy. When you get to that part of the draft, you have to wait because it goes tick, 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 tick. There's a huge gap there. Yeah. And it's a natural spot to want to get. And I also will support what Cy just said. It's going to depend on who is there. So I've got my favorite still. I think Alfred Collins would be a good fit for this team. I like Joshua Farmer too. If they're there, I would be a little bit hesitant to not get them. I guess it would depends on how many guys are there that they like. And teams do this all the time. If there are 5 or 6 guys they have in the same grade area and they like all of them and they feel like they can comfortably drop down 4 or 5 spots and they'll get one of their guys still, I could easily see them do that. But it depends on who's there. So if there's 2 guys on their board that they really want, I don't think they'll take the chance. But if there's somebody – again, that range, I could see them do it.
It looks like Simmons is going to go to KC at 32. That seems.
That's a good pick.
And there's the offensive line that we were just talking about.
That's really good. Cy, before we lose you too, I'm feeling better. Not great, but I'm feeling better because guys that I was kind of hoping that would. Now, to me, Grant and Simmons were pipe dreams, but Simmons got close. Jackson and Williams were guys that I obviously targeted. So some of the people that I was like really looking at weren't there at 34. It makes it a little bit better. What's interesting,
I agree.
And then what's interesting to me is those receivers seem to be all there. Jalen Noel still there. Besh is still there.
Luther Burden.
Burden is still there. Burden is still there. Shit.
Yeah.
Wow.
I bet he goes early tomorrow.
Wow, I didn't. Oh my goodness, yeah.
Is there anybody that super surprises you that they didn't go today?
green to by the illegal.
I would say the super surprise were Burden and Will Johnson, but I think Burden obviously has some character issues that didn't interview well. There were some coachability issues, and Missouri put out or I think his agent put out practice tape from last year this past week on Twitter for everyone to watch him run routes hard. So apparently there was Will Johnson, the medical, so
Right.
if there's probably tangible reasons why they're not there. But other than that, I mean, Trevion Henderson, I mean, all these guys that are available if you told me they're going to be available day 2, I wouldn't be surprised. No, I'm not surprised about anyone that's available other than Burden and Johnson. It looks like there's probably tangible reasons why.
Look at the running backs that are still on the board right now. Holy crap.
One of those guys will probably be there at 65, Eric.
Wow. But
you have to start asking yourself now, when you get a rookie quarterback in, your job now is to protect him. And I'm telling you, I don't think there's going to be any lineman worth taking at 65. Savania, maybe.
What if Trapillo makes it that far, though?
Maybe. Yeah, but now, you need drafting a swing tackle. I like it. I don't think they'll do it. So what do you think they do tomorrow with that pick? Do you think it's defensive focused, D-tackle focused, or playmaker?
That is a fantastic question, because I think there are going to be some playmakers that might be there. Look, the wide receivers didn't get touched as much as some people projected. So there's a lot of receivers left.
I think you have to look at corner. I think you look at maybe a Morrison if he slides a little bit more. They signed a lot of receivers. They signed some backup guys, some size guys. They went with, and those are more back end, the 4, 5, 6 guys there. I think you're rolling with who you got, at receiver. They could go, you just mentioned offensive line. I don't see that guard piece. That they might get a later guard, a guy who's just a guard, and hope that he can make the team and maybe he pushes. But you signed Van Roten for a reason. You basically brought a veteran in to keep that cohesion on that offensive line for 1 year. That's the only reason. You're hoping Neal will do something, but I think they're stuck there. I think you're going to look at corner, and I think you look at linebacker. I think those are the ones that are going to be sitting there. And then tight end would be the sneaky other one that I think keep an eye on for 65.
I'm looking at Alfred Collins. I'm talking on the defensive line here. It's funny, Cy. I'm looking at
Norman Lott.
I'm looking at our lads' rankings of the defensive line. They're so much different than your rankings, but I kind of agree with your rankings. Right. But I'm looking at on the defensive line. I'm looking at Alfred Collins. Shamar Turner is still there. There's a player here I want to ask you about, because I know you had him ranked low, and some people are all over the place on him too. Darius Alexander is still there. On the offensive line, Trapillo is still there. They could go Wyatt Millum. Where do teams have Anthony Belton? I don't know how. I don't know where. Some people have him higher than. I would still think the lines, but so I agree with you that if some playmaker stands out, like is so much higher than everybody else, like. I don't think they'll do it there, but what if one of the running backs that is so much higher than graded than anybody else is still there? They could do that too. I would like them to address the lines, but I would say it's got to be a line unless a playmaker stands out. I agree with John that corner is in need, but I just think they're not giving up on Deonte Banks yet, and they would like to get a corner, I think, later in the draft is my guess.
You also have to say, here's another way of looking at the question. What is more likely to be there at the top of the 4th round? A defensive tackle that
running back. Don't you think?
Yeah. Like I'm looking at a guy like Jamari Caldwell from Oregon. Like I bet he's there in the 4th round. I like him a lot. I know, John, you like Ty Robinson. He'll be there. He'll be there day 3.
Savion Jones is another one I'm big on.
Yeah.
When I read the reports on Jamari Caldwell, I love what I'm reading, but what's weird is he's another guy that people either seem to really love or they get a little lower. So
he's old. He's one of the oldest prospects in the class.
And I like Zay Frazier, the corner, but that would be a little bit later. That would be like maybe 6th or 7th round if he falls.
Darius Alexander, that's a guy that could be there.
Yeah.
I like him. He's older as well. Some people really do care about the age.
There's a lot of old guys in this draft.
There are. It's really like the last COVID impact year.
Yeah.
The linebacker from South Carolina, which was
Caldwell. Caldwell turns 25 before the season.
The guy that I have seen the biggest discrepancy on the defensive line, and I saw it from you too, is Cam Jackson. So I saw you had him way low. Yeah. And then I got the draft Bible, and they had him way, like they had him as a 6th or 7th best defensive lineman in this draft.
Yeah.
I know what he is, but I can't get over what's the discrepancy. And not just you guys, but again, the Beast and all these other guides thought. I mean, obviously you don't see what some other people do, and some people agree with you. What is it about Cam Jackson that you're not thrilled with? He's got the size.
I mean, it's like if you want a run defender only, a guy that's massive and can eat up blocks, like there's a lot of value in him, and I could see a 4th, 5th round grade on him if that's what you need.
Right.
But I don't see any pass rush potential at all.
Right.
I think he's a really heavy mover. His pad level's terrible. And I usually don't fall for these 6'6" plus guys that have a hard time moving well. Okay. It's just not my personal profile that I like.
Right. Okay. I'm just curious because he's almost too big.
Yeah. 6'6", 328.
Yeah. But then I see these discrepancies in the report. Some people just love the guy. Like I said, it's I can mispronounce his name, but Rick, I can't think of the guy with the draft Bible. He puts a lot of stock in the Senior Bowl. He goes down to the Senior Bowl and he puts a lot of stock and he's one of the guys that agrees with you on Slater, for instance, at the on guard.
I would be thrilled if Omar Norman Lott slid to the 3rd round. If he slid to 65, which I doubt he will, but if he did, I would be all for that.
John, I think if you asked me to make a bet, is he there in the 3rd or not? I think he's there.
But he's a part-time player, though, right?
Yep, he's always been part-time, 20 snaps a game. Yeah. But again, that's what Tennessee does. I don't think it's because of him.
Okay.
But a really interesting guy.
But a really good pass rusher.
Very good penetrator. I think he weighed in a little light. I think he was around 290. I thought he'd be a little heavier than that, but he's long. I love guys that are shorter with length. I love that about him.
Right.
He was one of the first guys I wrote about at the Senior Bowl that everyone was talking about Walter Nolan at the first day of practices down there. And I think I tweeted it out and I definitely wrote it down in my notes that I thought he was just as disruptive as Nolan.
Yeah. And that's why I think he started going up some people's boards as they saw the same thing that you did. Same thing with the arm length on, and you tell me if I'm wrong, because sometimes I get confused on this. Joshua Farmer has that length of his arms as well, right?
Who?
Joshua Farmer. Is he long arm?
Incredible length. Incredible.
Yeah, incredible. So
him and Yaya Black from Iowa are two guys that are they're Dexter Lawrence size.
Yeah. I had to actually go back and look at some clips on him. The guy that you can't find any clips on is the William and Mary tackle.
Well, he didn't play most of the year too.
Yeah, I can't find anything on him, so I had to find somebody on YouTube. Kind of, I don't know how they found it, but they found. But the problem was the clips was he was so much bigger than everybody else on the field. He just towered over them. So, question on him real quick again, and if you got a bail, just say
about a couple minutes.
We were talking about Charles Grant there. I read one report that wondered if he had the toughness that you need in the NFL. I don't know where they're getting that, but have you heard anything? Is that a question? Because we've taken some UConn tackles in recent years that have the athletic profile, but they just didn't have
why are you dishing Will Beatty? Come on.
Well, there's another guy. We drafted isn't there two
Matt
guys?
Parrott.
Matt Parrott. Yeah.
He's now in Denver now, right? Isn't he?
Yes, he
played decent last year.
Yeah. So
the amount of offensive linemen that have left New York and played better at the next destination, that list is like 5 deep now. Eric Flowers, Will Hernandez, Kevin Zeitler, Matt Parrott, Ben Bredesen.
And people will say the coaching stinks, but then our coach goes to Washington and he does all right with the Washington.
Figure this stuff out. It's not science. I think that's what it is. It's just
it's something in the water.
You never know. Oh man. No, I haven't heard anything about him being soft. I heard about him, but I heard this about Zabel too, that it's really risky relying on guys coming from a low level of college football early in the career. So like even Zabel going that high to Seattle at 18, I like it. I think he's worth that, but I don't know if I want to put him on the field right away.
I don't think you were on when he got drafted. I apologize if you were, but we said we expected him to go in the first round, but we didn't think he'd go that high. I thought he'd go in the 20s, which wasn't that far away from it, but I just didn't think he would go that high.
Yep.
Sorry, John.
No, that's fine. I was going to ask, real quick, the wide receiver Kyle Williams are there red flags of why he seems to be on some boards drop way down, and other times you see him he's kind of high? Is there anything behind the scenes that would do that, or is it more just not sure how he projects to the NFL?
I think it has more to do with the latter.
Okay.
Tough scheme, similar to Tennessee, tough scheme to project from. And I mean, I still think he's going day 2, and I think that's always where he's been. I think he's always been day 2, but I think he kind of snuck up on some people too.
What about? I'm sorry.
Fannin, the tight end. Thoughts on him out of Bowling Green?
Really weird mover. Like if you watch a movie, you're like, something's not right. It doesn't seem right here. And there's some like movement aesthetics that, again, that's like some of my background that it doesn't seem right with how he runs. It kind of like looks like a duck when he moves.
His feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Feet and his joints, but he's fast. He outran the Texas A&M defense multiple times this year. But a lot of his production was engineered for him. A lot of short dump off screens lined up in the backfield. He's a little undersized. He's not going to offer anything as a blocker. He's not a great athlete. He's an okay athlete. So to me, he's always been kind of like round 3, round 4 type. That's kind of like your move tight end, the guy that can kind of move around the formation, but not your classic tight end. Good compliment to Theo Johnson if you want to go down to some 12 personnel looks. But I got my eyes on Terrence Ferguson.
Okay.
Oh yeah. The other name out there is on offensive line, Emory Jones.
Yeah.
Is he somebody that you with the Giants, or I know he's another guy that you might shift inside, right?
Yeah.
Correct?
I mean, he was in my preseason top 32 because him and Will Campbell were true freshman starters for LSU in 2022. And he outplayed Will Campbell in a lot of tapes that I watched leading up to this year. Mm-hmm. But he's just a little bit more physically dominant. He's not technically proficient, and you don't know if he has enough quickness to play the outside. He's big. He's got enough size. He played both at the Senior Bowl, inside and outside. I do think he looked better inside, so that's probably why some teams are probably going to keep him there. But I think he gives you some position flex.
Okay.
Shit. Just laid.
Oh, I've got more names before he jumps off. If you want me to.
No. Well, yeah. If you got one, because I had one, and then I totally just. Oh, actually, I was going to tell you your outside life stuff makes me feel bad about my choices of multiple beers and shitty food tonight. I gotta get. I gotta reach out to you later on at some point here. I need to get shit back in order after the car accident. I will be reaching out to you, bud.
Yeah, you can reach out to me whenever you want. Yeah. But no judgment on I think these are the kind of nights you should be drinking a little bit. If I didn't have to wake up, if I didn't have to wake up early tomorrow, I'd be having one with you.
Nice. I took the day off tomorrow, but I'm actually it's my wife's birthday weekend, as I explained to people, who's being very accommodating for me doing this all weekend. So we are doing brunch and jewelry shopping tomorrow. So we balance the cost out.
So note to self: don't text John about the draft tomorrow morning.
If we're talking about brunch and jewelry shopping, maybe we should wrap this up at this point, guys. Cy, before we go, thank you. You made this night fantastic. It's
definitely, guys. Yeah, I know everyone appreciates you guys doing this, and I know it's tough to do for a long time. You guys been on for 4.5 hours. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's fun. This is Christmas to me. Yeah. This is Christmas. I got to just digest it. I've got to.
Yeah, me too. Sometimes it's good to get away from it for the night, and even at the start of we'll just think about some stuff, because look at the names, reset the board. I'll make a post on BBI tomorrow about some guys that are available, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, and at least we got the 65. At least we got that pick there.
Yep. You have that one pick tomorrow. You have to wait about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, maybe.
Yeah, and it sucks that we don't have 34. But again, if they got the quarterback, they would have used 34 on the quarterback anyways.
Yep.
It's the only pick they gave up tomorrow that they wouldn't have used was the 99.
bonus, the
Maybe
bonus third.
maybe at pick 34 tomorrow, we could do like our own announcement and say, "Hey guys, with the 34th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Giants draft Jackson Dart."
You know,
Right. This
yeah.
is what we would have done.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, the other thing I got to look at, because again, we've been talking, I got to look at who's left and who I would have taken at 34 had I not drafted a draft.
That'll probably be the move. Yeah.
Because a lot of the guys I wanted are gone.
And they're all the linemen are gone. And that's something you keep bringing up, Eric, that is a really good point about the Jackson Dart pick, is pretty much everyone wanted to stay there to get offensive line or defensive line if they didn't go quarterback, right?
Yep.
None of them are there.
Josh Simmons is gone. Connor Lee is gone, even though he's a left tackle.
Bursary is probably the only one.
Bursary's the only one there.
Zabel, Jackson, they're gone.
It's Zabel and Jackson are gone, and so is Booker. It's way too early to look at people like Belton and Emery and White. So the offensive linemen are gone.
Yep. Slim pickings. And they're probably not going to be there at 65.
And look, I like Alfred Collins, but I'm not taking him at 34.
Nope.
I'm not taking Jamari Caldwell. I mean, look, in a way,
that's definitely not.
But your wide receiver talent that you talked about possibly as a late
playmaker talent is going to be there. There's going to be a playmaker at 65, and it's going to be tough to pass on them.
So I think if I was on the board tomorrow and we didn't take a quarterback, and this would have flipped out a lot of Giants fans, I think I would have taken a wide receiver.
I probably would have went Burden.
Yeah, if Burden gets by Cleveland, I think I would have gone Burden.
He's your slot of the future, and he's probably your second best playmaker on this offense next year. Honestly, this year, I mean, if you took Burden, but he's best in the slot. Like, he really is much better in the slot than he is split out wide, and that would cause probably some issues with Wandale. But at least you have. I mean, Malik Neighbors. If you told me 2 months ago you're gonna have Luther Burden at the top of the second round, I probably would sign for that.
Right.
If you told me before this draft started that the defensive tackles and the offensive linemen were gone where they did, I'd be pissed.
Yep.
I'd be really pissed right now.
Yep.
I would have been going, you've got to be kidding me. And that's what happened. I didn't think Tyler Williams would have been gone. All right. I feared it, but I didn't think it would. Where did Tyler go? Who drafted him?
Detroit. They already have 4 defensive tackles on that team. But what about Trevion Henderson?
Yeah.
If the Giants stayed put and didn't go quarterback and they stayed away from it, would you have wanted him at would you use a 34th overall pick on a running back?
I personally would not have, but I could completely understand the pick. And the only reason I wouldn't sigh is because the running back class is so deep. Yep. I would have been, and then there are guys that, and look, he's clearly the most explosive of the group, but there are other guys that are pretty goddamn explosive if you want to go in that direction. And there are other people that are more physical running backs. So I probably would have gone wide receiver there, because I still think it's what you were saying. You still need playmakers on, and I know a running back's a playmaker, but I still think if you add another wide receiver to this group, I worry about Wandale. I worry about Slayton not being, again, do they really scare anybody? But if you put Burden in there, if you put Jalen Noel in there,
the thing you have to think about, right? The Giants took Dart, so that's why we're talking about.
No, I know that.
No. Wait. No, I know. No, you're fine. Hold on. My point is, we took Dart. That's why we're talking about, well, what would they have done if they had stayed at 34? So let's say they stayed at 34, right? From all indications are the Rams were looking at Dart. So if you use that as a truth, let's say the Rams stay there. We don't trade up. The Rams take Dart. You're assuming that the rest falls the way that it does. That means day 2 starts. We're 34. The Browns are 33. Sanders and Milroe are still there.
Yep.
Right. Do the Giants then take one of those 2 quarterbacks, still feeling the need to get a quarterback? And I have to think the answer to that is yes. It's one of those 2 guys.
I agree.
What about the other defensive lineman that might have been there that they might have considered, but some people don't like him or think he's overrated, is TJ Sanders.
Yeah, some people do overrate him.
What do you think about him? Would you have considered him at 34 or not really?
I mean, No, definitely not at 34.
Yeah. Okay.
There's a couple guys I would take Darius Alexander above him, Shamar Turner above him.
Well, the people you're deferring to at Our Lads put him above Tyleek and Alfred.
Yeah, I think our lads
they put him way up there. I some people just don't like him at all. I mean, when I say don't like him, they don't put him in that group at all that you just mentioned.
Yep.
I don't mind it. For us though, I don't feel that he fits the system. Like if our system, I think there's just something about him that just doesn't work. Like really what we need is a guy next to Dexter. I'm going to use length the way, but we need height and length. We can't have another 6'1", 6'2" guy next to Dexter. You need a 6'4", 6'5" guy. I want a little bit more arm length because I would like to see more of a, I don't want to say traditional 3-4, but certainly a guy who can kind of play a 3 or a 5. I want him to be kind of either one of those two, not a guy who's strictly going to be interior only, nose up on the guard center. That's it. And that's all he brings to the table. And that's what I feel like Sanders kind of does in the Giants system, which so far we don't really know what they do other than throwing 2 defensive linemen out there and run a bunch of underweight guys and then go stop the run.
The only ones I would have gone at this spot is, and this would have bothered a lot of Giants fans, both these positions, wide receiver, and there's a bunch of corners still right there. And I know John would be okay with a corner, but I think if we had drafted a corner at 34, a lot of Giants fans would have been like, another corner? What are you doing?
Yeah. You're just solidifying that part of your roster. I mean, they have so many young corners already.
Right.
A Will Johnson type.
Right.
I would say before I go, I think the last name I would say is keep an eye on at 65 in regard to the offensive line is Savania from Arizona.
Yeah.
Nice.
No doubt.
Keep an eye on him. I remember Giants Snee was watching him like a hawk down at the Senior Bowl. And
I'm sorry.
There's like a Mike Iupati type feel to his game.
Oh, nice. That's not a bad thing to have, especially big, physical, nasty guard. That's what we.
And he tested a lot better than what people thought. It just makes me think like, all right, maybe this guy could be something.
Can I ask you about a guy real quick? And I apologize if you did have him on your list. I know he was on your list. I just don't think he was one of the ones you did the write-up. I saw he looks the part, and they did one of these Senior Bowl 30-minute. The coaches are wired up, and Carson Vincent looks the part. I don't think you had him ranked. No. I'm just curious. On him. Okay, why? I'm just curious why.
Hate the body type. He's really high hipped, really long legs, and he could not change the direction at the Senior Bowl.
Okay.
He got annihilated there. He looked like he did not belong.
Yeah, what's funny is the tape that I watched, the thing that whoever put it out.
Yeah,
films or whoever, they made it sound like he did awesome at the Senior Bowl. They made it sound like he did great there. So that's interesting. Okay.
He's got the body type that a lot of people like are just
big
the measurements. He's very long, he's wide, but
yeah,
I have body types that I just don't like bringing in, and he's got it.
Okay, and I'm just trying to keep an eye on what tackles. I want to come out of this draft with one offensive lineman left. So we got
a couple day 3 guys for you. Miles Hinton from Michigan.
Right. I remember you were doing a write-up on him.
Yep. Jack Nelson from Wisconsin.
Yep.
You mentioned the Miami guy too yesterday.
Jalen Rivers. Yep.
Yeah.
And then my late pick would be Esapole from Washington State.
Oh, nice. Okay.
He would be like, hey, he's our last pick type.
Okay. I would like to get a defensive tackle, an offensive tackle, and then maybe
a playmaker.
Yeah. So what do we have left? I don't have it in front of me. We have 65, 105,
154, 219, and 246.
Okay.
I think I'm doing it from memory. So
we don't have a lot left. So we'll have to unless they maneuver.
I would like to see him drop from 65 a little bit and add something else in between 105 and 154 would be nice.
Yeah, that's what Cy was talking about. Okay, Cy, we've kept you on so long.
Yeah. We'll talk tomorrow, guys.
All right, man.
And God bless you for this, Cy. This was awesome.
No, God bless you guys. You guys did a great job tonight.
You made a great night. Fantastic. So thank you. Thank you.
All right. We'll talk to you guys soon.
All right, dude. Thanks.
And before we get off, everyone who still stayed with us,
this is a huge success. We were scrambling today. We were like, oh shit, is this gonna work? We made switches. This worked well, Eric. This worked out really well.
Well, and again, I I'm a little bit relieved. Like I said, I put in Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart in my, so when I have to go upstairs and start working on the update for the front page, it's going to be a little easier because I already, but I was like, am I jumping the gun on this and cursing us? So it worked, it worked out. I would have been like really upset with myself from a superstitious point of view.
Right, right.
If they got jumped and and Carter didn't end up with us, you know, and, but last thing is this is, and I'm repeating myself, the Giants got Abdul Carter, maybe the best player in the whole freaking draft.
Yes.
And they got who they think is their quarterback of the future. Now, if they nail that, this is a home run. It all, not all, but so much depends on Jackson Dart. When we're just going to have to see how that works out. He's not going to. Hopefully, he doesn't play this year.
So a lot rides on Russell Wilson. If he can just be the guy that they signed him to be for this year, giving Dart the time to because if he fails early, Winston has to play. The chance for Dart are going to come very early. We need a Patrick Mahomes sits for at least 15, 16 games, doesn't even see the field until maybe the last game of the season when it doesn't matter. That kind of thing. He needs to just be learning.
Yeah, and I'd prefer him not. Yeah, I'd prefer him not to play. And the Giants do whatever they do in the regular season. Hopefully, they make it entertaining. And Jackson just grow, just become. Don't throw him to the wolves. Don't.
Right.
If he's ready, then yeah. But I doubt. I would prefer them just to develop him and get it right. Don't wreck him. Don't destroy his confidence and get those bad elements that Cy was talking about out of his game if he can do it. So just learn. I do think what a number of people have said, and Cy said it, and I think you said it, but I would be very surprised now if Brian Dable does not have a 2-year lease. I don't see how you can fire him next year in January, given the fact that they just drafted a guy that he wanted. I think in the way this was an insurance policy for Brian Dable, and especially if Dart doesn't play. So how can you fire him? How can you fire Brian Dable and try to get a new coach to come in here with Jackson Dart if the guy doesn't want Jackson Dart? So he's insulated himself a little bit here. Again, I'm not trying to put a negative spin on this, but I'm looking at the big picture. And so for better or worse, Brian Dable and Shane are going to be here unless the Giants have such a historically horrific year, which they did last year.
Right. It would take a really bad. I mean, to top last year, you'd really have to.
Have to be because it's a really bad schedule. So
and you got to think the roster's better right now. Day one already. You've got Carter. Mm-hmm. The offseason additions that we made filled gaps in a number of areas. Stability, hopefully, with that. It's not great, but we can all say the offensive line was better early on.
They need Andrew Thomas to stay healthy.
He's a key. He's
healthy.
A key.
If Andrew Thomas stays healthy, they're not great on the offensive line, but they're certainly capable of being respectable on the offensive line.
Right.
If Andrew Thomas goes down, they better hope that they did the right thing with Hudson as a swing tackle. But they need Andrew Thomas to stay healthy for once. And if they can do that, they've got, Neighbors is going to be in his second year. Look, the biggest thing is Daniel Jones isn't on his team anymore. So, thank God. I mean, it's just a sigh of, a big sigh of relief on my part. I just don't have to put up with that anymore. So Russell Wilson's better than Danny Jones, Danny Dimes. He's better than Danny Dimes. So we'll see. The draft's not over. The Giants got a few more picks here. I don't think the 7th rounders they're going to get something unless they get lucky. So we're really talking 65. 104, 104, and 154. So they've really got 3 picks to do some damage here. They may maneuver, like we said. They may get lucky in the 7th rounders, but how lucky can you get in terms of an impact? Well, I'm not discounting
impact, yeah. But I will say this: the Giants every year have an undrafted guy that seems to make the team. What we need is have a little bit of luck like the good teams do, where those 6th and 7th round guys become the depth guys, and they're cheap and that helps your roster. So we need a guy like a McKeithian that we thought might be able to be a good serviceable
Right.
backup, but he tore his knee up and he became nothing. An Azudu who's in the 3rd round. Those guys have to actually come on, and so yes, don't count the 7th rounds as like, oh, good. But we just picked up a linebacker last year late in the draft that ended up playing a pretty decent.
Right. No, I'm just saying that you got to keep it in perspective.
Sure, absolutely.
So really, we're talking 3 picks. So we got 1 pick tomorrow, and
Yes.
we've got four picks on Saturday. So but we may trade down. I think we may trade down tomorrow and maybe get another pick on day 3. So we'll see. I want to get an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman, if the value's there, and probably a running back because the running back class is so deep. And if they maneuver, maybe try to get a tight end, an F tight end, someone to pair with Theo Johnson. That's what I'm looking at. And then in the 7th round, I would take another defensive lineman, like you and I have said. Somebody's going to drop.
Yes.
It's like that Yaha Black guy that Cy keeps talking about. I don't know if he's going to fall that far, but he's one of those guys that could just get lost in the weeds, and he could be there. Your Ty Robinson.
If he's in a 7th, jump on that.
He's not going to jump. No, but he could be somebody that they look at tomorrow.
Sure.
Sure. We'll see. Everyone's been up. It's after midnight.
It's late. We're gonna call it. We will be back tomorrow night. We're gonna, what'll be good, even though we don't have a 2nd round pick. It'll certainly set the stage what's going to be there at the top of 3. So we'll see how the pattern goes. The key will be Milroe, Sanders. Where do they go? Because that's going to drop a couple other players down. That's an interesting thing, and see what happens there. But we'll be back tomorrow. So of course, subscribe, and all that good stuff. I really appreciate everybody. We had a lot of people in chat today, and
it was fun. Yeah, thank you guys.
So
thank you for joining us. That was awesome. I had a good
night. So have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow night.